not bad, not bad. PKA episode 321 with our guest Kwebbelkop. Kyle?
Oh, yes. We have a sponsor tonight. A plethora of sponsors, you might say. JackThreads, Undies, Lyft, SeeSo, 1-800-Flowers, Dollar Shave Club, and, of course, Creature Quest. We'll talk more about them later on in the show. There are, of course, links down in the description. You want to check them out now. You have some thirst for knowledge about SeeSo or Lyft or one of the others. Check it out. But let's get right to it. We have, I think you're my favorite recurring guest, if I'm being honest. We got Kwebbelkop.
Stop it,
we
guys.
we got Kwebbelkop here. Yeah,
well,
good to have you back again. I love having you on the show.
Fun.
Let me tell you why you're a good guest. You're a good guest because you're also a listener of the show, and you're kind of up to date on everything. So it's almost like you've been on every show with us. You're in on all the inside jokes. It's real smooth. I'm really building you up for all the fans who have never been around for a Kwebbelkop show.
I've thought about this a lot.
You bring the energy.
Like in other shows, when they have a guest on, they're not a guest host. Instead, they're like a guest, someone that gets interviewed. You ask them about who they are. And while we might do a touch of that, mostly we ask our fourth to be our fourth, a peer, and not, whatever. Tell me all about, the drive over, whatever the fuck people talk about. So Kwebbelkop fits in because he knows the show, and I like that, like Kyle was saying.
I do my research, I'm a professional, so...
Hey, you wanted the first topic. You want to talk about the YouTube glitch?
Yes, so...
So fill us in if we don't know anything about it.
Okay.
Pretend I'm totally ignorant about this whole thing.
Okay.
Imagine, if you will.
So yesterday, this is relevant to us recording this. YouTube, sorry, my cat just walking on my desk. YouTube reported a glitch, and people found out about this so-called glitch. Oh, my cat's jumping on my monitor. 1 second. So there was this YouTube glitch where if you would subscribe, you would gain 1 subscriber, as always. But now if you would press unsubscribe, you would lose 2 subscribers. Get out of here. Sorry. So you would lose 2 subscribers every time you unsubscribe. So what people would do is they would spam the subscribe and unsubscribe button. And I think PewDiePie lost 1 million subscribers. And some people went into negative subscribers yesterday. So everybody was panicking. And YouTube
is it
was
fixed now? I want to go around and look at the channels.
Yes, it's fixed. It's fixed.
And it happened right on the cusp of that iDubbbz versus who?
Yes.
Nana Trudeau or whatever.
Tana Mojo. So what you would see is she dropped, I think, 1.5 million subs.
And then she got 750,000 back, I suppose.
Oh, she got everything back.
Yeah.
She gained 1.5 million too, but.
Oh, what if a bunch of people just unsubscribed that day? Do they just get put back on those lists?
So YouTube tweeted about it, so I'm up to date. It was purely a display on the page kind of error. Like it wasn't that they were losing who was subbed and who wasn't. It was just that they decremented that number by 2 instead of 1, and that's all it was. So they just had to recount them and fix the number. I didn't pay much attention. I'm not. I don't know. I'm just not passionate about my sub count like I once was. It is what it is.
I remember back in the day, checking VidStatsX in 2011 and being like, 206 subscribers today. That's pretty good. Look at this guy, triple digits, not even barely in the triple digits, full force triple digits. And then fast forward to now, and I'll be like, God damn, I've lost thousands in the past 6 months. Oh well,
Well,
to be honest.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say if mine was going up, I might have more fun watching it. Whereas it is now, I'm just like, shit. I think it's pretty difficult to change the momentum of a channel. If you're doing well, you do well. You can sort of keep riding that out. If you're not doing well, it's hard. Especially, I think changing topics like I did is just not a recipe for success. So. That's where
I don't think we ever explained to our broader audience here. See, we forget that not everyone is privy to PKN. They're not all patrons because they haven't went down below and signed up. So they get the show, the video from Patreon and from PKN and all that stuff. So they don't know why me and Taylor are in new places. Me and Taylor are on a little vacation together out here in Colorado. We went with Kitty. It's her birthday week. And or maybe last day was her birthday week, and she wasn't able to celebrate it because of something conflicting. But this is when we're celebrating it. So we're here in Denver, having a interesting time. It's
been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun, yeah.
It's been great. The first thing I noticed
I didn't think it would
when
be.
I got picked up at the airport, and it's really obnoxious and it sounds piddling, is when you have almost all of your conversations with someone over digital mediums, their voice isn't exactly the same, to the point that when Kyle, because I've only ever talked to Chiz over headsets, and he sounded pretty much exactly the same, but there was something about Kyle's voice for like the first half hour where I was like almost expecting it to be like you turn around and I notice you're not blinking, and then I look over and I'm like, this Chiz isn't blinking either. Chiz isn't even moving. He's a doll. Who is this man that's picked me up from the airport? But no, it's, I don't know. It's just weird little things like that you notice.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it's been a real fun time. It's a nice little place. Sorry, I stepped on you. It's been a nice place here. I like the house we got. Went to the hockey game. We briefly touched on that during PKN. Kyle loved it. I watched him sign up for a men's league back in Georgia. He's doing it. He told me it's time for me to conquer this bitchy little ankle problem and just get it into line.
I'm getting a surgery, actually.
Yep.
Okay, I have to get a surgery for my ankles to buff them up so that I can play. But yeah, we're going full force, joining the men's league. It's going to be a lot of fun. And actually, though, we did go to a hockey game, and I don't know. We were buying these tickets online, and I don't know. We were all trying to decide like how much money do we want to spend on these tickets, I guess. And someone said I'd spend $150 a ticket, and then I was like, oh, but look, for $30 more, this other ticket is just excellent. It's so much better. And then someone goes, this $250. No, someone goes, this $300 ticket includes all the free beer and food a man can imbibe during a hockey game. And I was like, well, shit. How close
you
are
don't
we?
want to lose money on this deal.
And it's like, I was like, well, where are we sitting? Are these like food tickets, but we got to get up in some box? Because I don't feel like that's a legit experience. I guess that's the really fancy thing to do would be to get in a box, but I want to be close to the ice. That's the experience I wanted. And it's like, oh, yeah, you're sitting right behind the fucking Colorado Avalanche's bench. And I mean right behind it.
Could you smell them?
I could not
I'm sure
smell
you
them
could if you tried. Yeah.
because they didn't smell. I could smell them. No. But I could have like reached over and like poked the coach in the head if I'd wanted to. So we were in the second row that was available to even sit in, and there was only one seat in front of us, and no one occupied that row. So amazing seats and a pretty good hockey game. The Colorado Avalanche, from what I understand, is like the shittiest fucking team in the NHL, and yet with our presence in the building,
they were the best.
They found a new record win streak at 2, and I heard that
They've
either
since
tonight,
won a third.
3 in a row. That's their longest win streak of the year.
A lasting impact. I wish you'd go to a Flyers game.
And we need to talk about the Pepsi Center help
fiasco
there. So basically the way the tickets that we picked out, I had sat in seats just like that at Scott Trade Center, the arena in St. Louis. And the way it works there is you're not right down next to the ice. You're the section right above, but they deliver stuff to you and like booze and food. And you just say, I want fries and a swirly and whatever, and they'll bring it to you. Swirly, that's in the toilet. That's not a tasty beverage. Whatever you get.
Sounds good.
And it was like that. And so I anticipated it being kind of like that. And so I get there. We all are walking in with the tickets. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't see where we should go, so I'm going to go talk to this gentleman. And so I found an old-looking guy who seems like he knew his way around the Pepsi Center. And I asked him, like, do you know where we're supposed to go to get our food and drinks? I know where we can find our seats. And he was like, he had a thick accent. It was like, you wait right here. You speak to him right over there. And then we go to, and immediately I look over at Kyle, and Kyle goes, and we just turn away, like very politely though, like, thank you very much, thank you. Yep, gotcha, for sure, definitely enjoy that game. From here though, all right, see ya. And then I found someone else, another old guy, and I thought, like, this guy's old, he's worked here for a long time. Walked up to him, even less helpful than the foreign gentleman. He knew nothing. I said,
he literally
where do we
said
go for our drinks and food?
Oh, he acted like he knew. He was like, oh, just go around that corner there, and there's a big vestibule, and you go under there, and there's a fella, and you talk to him, and that'll get your problem solved. And I was like, so you have no fucking clue. You're passing us off to a further person. You don't know how our tickets work.
He had no idea. And he told us, go over here and go up the escalator. And it turns out if we had gone over there and gone down the escalator, we would have immediately found where we were supposed to be. We went up the escalator to a different club section, and I basically...
a much better club section.
It was a very elite club section where it's really expensive to get in, and we didn't have tickets for that. And there were two elderly gentlemen guarding the door.
$300 does not get you one of these tickets.
No, not into these. And I walked in there, and with such frustration and I guess some kind of aggravated confidence that I was like, I got these tickets. I spoke to two gentlemen downstairs and they instructed me to come up here. So we're going to go in there, and they like checked the tickets, and clearly like it wasn't the right kind of ticket, but I just walked in, and Kyle walked in, and Chiz walked in, and I had to go back and grab Katie from the fucking ticket guys because they weren't having that. They got their confidence back and were like,
oh yeah, she's in too. She's in too.
Yeah. And then we got him through, and I walk up to the guy who's in the counter way past it so I could talk to this concierge, the club concierge guy. If he doesn't know, we've gone to the top, and there's no one else to speak to. And so I give this guy the tickets, and I was like, I explained the situation. I bought these online. I get free booze and food. Tell me where to go and get my free booze and food. And he was like, bought these online, did you? Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but... there's one of them born every minute, and you probably got scammed here. And I was in my head about to make a scene until I had the image of this is the first day of the trip, and I'm like, they're all gonna judge you so hard if you lose it on an old.
I wanted you to come unglued. I was like,
no, I'm not gonna do that.
Let the hate flow through you.
This is where you guys need me. I will put the help in line.
See, that guy needed to be put in line because I was fucking furious. We went back down there.
What did he say about his grandma? No, he said he had two comments. He said something about his grandma's dead, so everybody's got problems, right?
No, wait, that was it. He goes, I was like, yeah, here, where's my ticket? And he's like, yeah, it sucks. You might have, there's one born every minute. You might have got scammed. Basically calling me a sucker for those of you who aren't putting two together. And then he was like, well, my mom died, and so, that sucks too. And I wanted to be like, well, at least she has a spot in the Guinness Book of World Records because you're 82, so there's no fucking way your mom just died.
82-year-old fucking ticket taker.
If an 82-year-old person bitches to me about their parent dying, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Oh, your parents, you made it to 82 and then your dad or your mom died? You know how many people don't make it at all? Like, oh, fuck you. This has nothing to do with my tickets. By the way, we're at a hockey game. And then I was furious, feeling scammed. And so we went back down and we found someone.
No. Finish. Tell the mistake that we made in between this. Like first of all, that guy who was a smartass to Taylor, completely fucking wrong. We should have went and found him and be like, hey, you're a fucking asshole, dummy. Like see this? This is the Lexus Club. This is where we go. We should have done that, but we had too much beer in our hands to be angry. But we go down there and we were like, oh man, we got to pay for our own food and drinks. So we all pay for food and drinks. I spent $24 on 6 chicken tenders. It was, they were disgusting. And then, Taylor bought us a round of beer as some sort of apology for misreading the tickets. And we're all drinking our beers, kind of sad. And then some lady comes down.
Bought you a round of free beer though.
Well, he had to purchase it because we couldn't figure out these tickets
at this point because this is immediately after asshole concierge.
4 people have shut us down at this point.
I thought you went from asshole concierge to proper place. There was
no. 4 people have shut us down with these tickets at this point. So we just buy booze, we buy food, we get in our seats, and Taylor and Chiz go to get more beer, another round for each of them. And some lady comes down and she says, hi, have you been to the Lexus Club yet? And I'm like, I don't know. And she's like, if you had been, you would know. She's like, here, take this card. And it's instructions, literal walking instructions and on how to get to the place and the rules and regulations for it. So they come back with God knows what they spent on 2 beers each, another $30.
$30, yeah.
Yes. 24 ounces and $30 later, they show up. And I'm like, hey, look, we get free everything. We just got to go to this other place. And so we found the place and the rule. Yeah, you pick up there.
Yeah. So basically, that's when I started, I felt so fucking bad about it, up until we found out that we were correct the whole time. And when he finally was like, you go here, I had a serious, quandary being like, all right, well, I want to go back up and have another conversation with the concierge man up there show him my Lexus Club thing and be like, you were an asshole. Can I talk to your superior? You weren't helpful to a high-paying
Do
customer.
you like apples? How you like these apples?
Yeah, how you like them apples? You fuck. You'll be joining your mother soon, you old codger.
Oh,
but
okay, carry on.
I wouldn't say that, probably. But I didn't go upstairs because I didn't have tickets there, and it was amazing that I barged in the first time, so I couldn't get back. But it just felt so good to be vindicated there, to go into the Lexus Club and be like, yes, I wasn't rused out of it. There was no ruseman on the other side of my ticket buying, cackling away, thinking, there's no Lexus Club at the Toyota Center, or whatever fucking
Pepsi.
thing. But Pepsi Center, yeah, it was overall, got much better after that. The abs ended up winning, which was nice. We got to see a couple of huge hits, which was great. Some really aggressive play. Nobody got hit by the puck, which was a very big
we were
concern.
fucking vigilant. Like he mentioned it, and I recalled, like, oh yeah, you have to be wary of the puck, and sure enough, about like 30 seconds later, maybe 2 minutes later, whatever, a puck into the fucking crowd and like hits somebody in the second row, and I'm like, shit, we're in like the fourth row. If there were rows in front of us instead of players, like god damn, we really got to be vigilant here. 3 pucks went in the crowd in that game, and I don't think anyone got injured, but it would really suck to eat that fucking puck in the teeth or something. That would ruin your day.
That would be worse than never even finding out about the Lexus Club. Actually, you know what? I'd rather one of you get hit than me not find out about the Lexus Club. And I need that validation. I would have felt like such an asshole if it was just useless tickets that some guy charged 5 times.
I honestly didn't think it was that big of a deal that there was no free beer and food. Like when you felt so bad. You were like, I think you felt like we thought that you were stupid. Like you should have been able to look closer somewhere and see through this. But you also just felt really bummed out that we'd all spent so much money on the tickets and we didn't get what we wanted. Like, God damn,
they spent way too much money on this.
And I didn't care. I honestly didn't care. I was like, just the seat alone is worth the price because they really were so excellent that like you could see the spray of ice, coming off. Every now and then they would pass the puck and it would be midair right next to us, fluttering, and we'd see it go. We were excellent seats. Like you said, you've never had seats that good, right?
I've never sat that close to the bench before, like to the player's bench. Or I don't even think that close to the ice because it was literally 2 rows. Well, Woody, you know how it is. Like those first 2 rows right up next to the ice aren't always that great, but the 2 that are right by the bench are elevated a little bit, so you get better vision down. But yeah, those were great seats. I've never had seats.
Yeah, so I went to a Stanley Cup game actually, and it was the Canes against the Red Wings.
Awesome.
I sat behind. There was the Red Wings, people, and then me, and it was a long game. Maybe like double overtime or triple overtime. And as it went on, it was like, God, like the Red Wings really stink. Now that they're not bad at hockey, they just smelled bad. Like all their equipment smelled bad. It's like, don't they have equipment managers to like handle this? And their BO was wafting throughout like the crowd and everything. And that's why I asked, because it really made an impression on me just how bad an NHL team smells a few overtimes in.
That's exactly what you said. It's 2 rows behind. And something else that's a little annoying is seeing all of the athletes right there, all the players, is you can't hide behind the feeling anymore. Like if you're up in the stands a bit, you can be like, look at, Landeskog right there carrying the puck. He's what a man, what an adult guy, surely older than I.
Can I interrupt this because I want to sort of examine what this feeling that you have that you're about to get at comes from, because I think it's that you're getting a little bit older, getting a little bit longer in the tooth, because I don't notice the things that you keep pointing this out, and to me it's just like, yeah, that's how old professional athletes are, but to you it's like, shit, those professional athletes are younger than me. As a matter of fact, that one looks like a child. He doesn't even have a man's beard.
You know what there is?
Remember
in the Odyssey, like. In the Odyssey, Odysseus' son was a man when he could grow a beard. Like that hockey player wouldn't even qualify to like fight to be. He couldn't even challenge for Odysseus' seat. He doesn't even have a man's beard. Like they're literally like high school kids out there with like multi-$100,000, maybe multi-million-dollar contracts, fucking skating around so goddamn fast at the highest level with like. But then I see this guy who had like a bent nose, like it like immediately crooked down. Who like he was like 40 out there,
Jerome
and he was getting a
McGinley.
ton of minutes. Like, he was out there all the time. And I noticed when he would come back, he would never be out of breath. It was crazy. He was never out of breath. He never came back like
Taylor.
A lot of the guys would come back so winded.
Is it your recognition that you're not going to be a pro athlete? Like, is that part of it? Because I remember that stage in my life.
I never thought I'd be in my heart of hearts, I never thought I'd be a professional athlete, really.
Right.
And so I don't think it's that. It's more just realizing, like, holy shit, like, these people have done a lot with their lives by the time they're 22 or whatever. It's like, that guy is 23 years old, a few years younger than me, and he's played 350 games in the NHL. And it's like, God damn it, I'm not even going to play one game in the NHL.
I had a different... So when I talk about swimming a lot. It was a big part of my young life, but I didn't actually do it that long. I started swimming my senior year in high school. And in the first day of practice, they put me in what they called the squid lane. It was with all the people. They really sucked, right? Like fat kids who had never swam before. Like, I didn't know anything. I'm at swim practice. My shorts have pockets in them and shit. Like, I had no idea, like, anything. And I don't know, maybe 6 weeks later, I'm the fastest guy on the team. And by the end of the season in high school, I had 2 school records, right? So, like, I took to it really, really quickly. And then by the end of my freshman college year, I had a school record in college, too. And, like, I used to daydream about being an Olympic swimmer. It was probably towards the end of my freshman year that I realized, like, you know what? Like, you're doing well, but you're not tracking toward Olympian, there is a huge gap between what I had accomplished and what Olympians accomplished by the time they're 19, 20. And it was like, well, this kind of sucks. I'm just not hitting that goal. And I thought maybe Taylor was going through the same thing. Like, oh, I'm 25 and score's kind of posted. Never going there.
Yeah, it's a little of that. And then it's more just that it's hammered home how young they are. Because if it's a whole team of young guys, it's kind of like, all right, I probably look about their age. Like, maybe. And in some cases, even younger. Because some of those guys, like, I'll look at their ESPN picture, and it'll be a guy with, like, a big scar on his face and, like, a full beard. And it'll say,
crooked nose.
Igor Vasilevsky from Moscow, Russia. And I'll be like, man, this guy, he looks like a tough motherfucker. And I'll check, and it'll be like, born December 5th, 1999. Like, no, that can't be true. Like, no, I am a 90s kid. Or whatever he would say. But yeah, it was more seeing Jerome McGinley out there, who's almost 40 years old, the guy Kyle was referring to, next to the young guys. Because it's like, that's Jerome McGinley. He's a guy that I knew growing up watching the league, and I always thought about him. And now it's like, that guy's like fucking old as shit. Like, he's a guy I just would see at the bank. Or if I went to the dentist, I'd like look down and be like, oh, I hope I don't have to wait behind that guy. Like, I wouldn't even look like an athlete anymore.
I like old hockey players. They're like, the thing about old hockey players is they use their energy at the right moments in the game to still be effective. Like, I watched Brett Hull towards the end of his career. He played for St. Louis for a long time.
Oh yeah.
And at the end of his career as a Red Wing, like, he was still scoring a ton. He was a really effective player. He was obviously hitting the Hall of Fame, but he wasn't buzzing up and down the ice with every gosh darn play. He was like, you know what? This is a situation where the winger doesn't really have to get there right now. I'll be right there. I'm saving my energy for the third period. And they were just smart that way. Chris Chelios, he played till what, 47 years old? Does that sound right to you?
Not 40, or actually, yeah, it might have been 47. Because he played till he was retardedly old.
Yeah.
And hockey time is over.
Still very effective.
That's a full... way too fucking long.
All right. I'll take it. Anyway, I think it's neat to watch the older players play smarter.
So I would open this up if anyone has. I have a topic, unless no one else has another one. I was going to talk about.
I have a bunch, but I like it when other people bring topics. So I'll say mine.
We drove some When did we do go karts? Yesterday. We went to this go-kart place called Unser Racing. If anyone wants to look it up and like see what this place is, it's UNSER. This isn't a plug or anything. But we went to this place called Unser Racing and did some go-kart racing. And it was so extreme. It was I think it was $60 for 3 races. It was so extreme that my girlfriend got knocked out not unconscious, but she was knocked out of the racing.
She was knocked silly.
She got hit and it like jostled her. and so she had a terrible headache. But then I think she said the combination of the fumes, because they're gasoline indoor, and the tight turns was making her dizzy. So she's like ready to throw up, and like she checked the fuck out. They refunded her ticket price, but the rest of us, those were the fastest go-karts I've ever been on. I've never been on go-karts that fast. They were going.
I didn't think it was going to be that fun going into it, because I'd only ridden go-karts that you see like next to the bumper boats pool and adjacent to the mini golf, and I kind of pictured it like that. And these like immediately accelerating, like my modus operandi in go-karts is, what's a brake? Why do I need a brake? This thing's not going to go fast enough that I could get hurt. It's inconceivable. And so like the first real lap, I was playing by those rules and these gas carts, to the point that I was like going so fast around a corner. I was like, are other people doing this? Like, there's no way. Like, this is fucking scary. Like, I'm just like skipping out to the side as the wheels stutter.
Yeah.
Like I hit Chiz so fucking hard in the side of his car. It was totally an accident. But I thought he was going to jump out and want to fist fight me, because he was taking a turn and I was taking a turn, and I've been following him. I was tracking my prey, and I was like, Chiz tends to take big, sweeping kind of Tokyo drifting turns. And I was like, I bet I can get right tied in around that corner and whip it real quick, get away from him and take the lead. And so I tried that, and Chiz must have noticed me, because at the last second he cut his turn sharper, and I completely T-boned him, going whatever speed those go if you haven't touched the brake in
40.
a minute, in like a solid minute. And I hit him so hard that his whole thing tipped up and then came back down, and I ran into my belt so hard that my collarbone area is bruised. I it was so hard. And he looked over at me, and I could only see through his eyes like this amount, just the fury that he felt at me in that moment was like, I fucking hate you. I wish you were dead. I wish you broke your neck in this collision. Like, he was so mad, but he took it well in the end.
We did
it was a blast.
We did the same thing for like the Woodycraft team building thing, and same experience. Like, immediately you recognize, like, holy smokes, these are dangerous. I had no idea there'd be any danger involved. You know, I thought you could just lay on the gas the whole way. Worst case scenario is you just sort of gently slide into a wall. No. Like, there were people not in our group, not that worked for me, but in another group, because like we'd go and then they'd go and we'd alternate. Guy flipped upside down, landed on his head in like the tires, because there'd be like the track is defined, and then in between the curves were just all these like old tires. He's upside down, hanging from his 5-point harness with his head in a tire. Like, the fuck, you know? Like, and yeah, he hit the side of the wall and like launched into the Did
they refund his money? Because if I didn't get like a token or something, I'd be pretty upset.
Because he kept going.
Me some tokens.
Yeah, they got his car. They put it back in. They like go and yeah. So that's what they did. But I was surprised how dangerous it was. And the other thing was, in our group anyway, it seemed like who did the best had a lot to do with weight. And I don't know if you guys found the same thing. Like, you know,
it wasn't
Heather Gamertag.
Not as big of a difference as I would have thought.
She crushed everybody because she weighs like 85 pounds. She has had the hardest time. And the only, like, some of the guys that were close were me, and we had a light guy. He was like 16, but he didn't drive. So he had like not much talent. And whereas I drive every day and I was heavier, so we were close. And, but yeah, so anyway, but it was too weight dependent. That was the one thing I wish
I didn't find that to be the case here. Our times were all fairly similar. I think Taylor had the best average time, maybe, but like it's like the record for all time at that place was like a 29.3 lap, and we were all run. Our best laps were all around 33 seconds. So we were like a full 3 to 4 seconds behind like the track record.
When we were waiting to go on our last run, they were having like a championship run or something where the previous people who had won their little events came out there and they had their racing. And it became apparent, like when you watch them get set up, it's like, oh, woohoo, like championship. I bet this is just like when you take the all-star laser tag squad.
Right.
Like, it's not going to matter. They started out and immediately you could tell whoever this fucking guy was that earned his spot into first place, like, Like, he got there for a reason. He must come back every day for championship time.
He's got his own helmet and fireproof suit.
Are these the 7 guys today? Are these the 7 guys? All right, nice to meet you guys. Won't see you tomorrow. All right. And then he gets there, and it was a boring race to watch because he took so much of a lead. He was lapping people by the end.
When he won, he did a lap with the checkered flag, and he was really proud. He was waving that thing like Richard Petty out there or something. He was loving it. I found it interesting that like the championship thing, like when we race, a guy like kicks open a gate and he's like, all right, go, don't go too fast because you need to let the whole field get in and you don't want to crash into anybody. Go. And like they don't care. But with their thing, they did like a NASCAR like rolling start where everyone was lined up in the middle of the track in a certain formation, and they all got going slower, and then they got faster and faster. And the flags were confusing to me because I didn't pay attention at all in the class that took place before. All I cued in on was don't hit people because they said it so many times and they threatened you legally so much that I was terrified of hitting someone. And so on my first lap, maybe 2 laps, I was going like 0 contact. Like whatever, if it meant I lost a place, so be it, not touching anybody. And then I saw somebody get nailed so goddamn hard that they spun twice and nobody said shit. And then I bumped somebody, and it was really advantageous to me. I boxed them out, yeah. and it even seemed to I could, you can feel your momentum. It felt like I took a little of their momentum with me, and I was like, I ramped it up, lap after lap, the amount of contact that I was comfortable with on that particular racetrack until they were like waving these like warning flags and signs that said no contact and pointing at me. They're like, you, no contact, because I just gave no shits.
It's because you went from like courteous driver to just totally wacky races, like over the course of like 15 minutes to where you were, running into people in the side, boxing them out. They didn't. I think we both. Now, other people besides us got black flagged. They said the black flag was So first of all, anyone out there who has a go-kart place and you're making a series of flags that have meanings, you can't have 7 different colors of flags and expect us to remember.
So many flags.
That's like, it was in the orientation. She started taking these flags out and was like, this is the white flag. When this is waved, it means that you are, or this is the yellow flag. We'll wave this at the beginning, telling you it's a slow lap. When the white one goes, yes, it's 7 flags. I wasn't exaggerating. See, and by the end, like the first time they wave a black flag at me, I'm like, oh shit, like, is that a congratulations? Is that a don't do what you just did? Is that a final lap? I don't know. Just keep going and see what happens.
Black flag means stop, right?
No, black flag means, hey, you watch it. Like, don't bump into people. At one point, Kyle was in front of me, and they pointed at him to stop running into people, but they also held the sign that said, let people pass. Because there was a new flag that they would wave.
Make your mind up, asshole.
Pass, because like apparently they're frown upon one guy just like mean mugging everybody else. Just and so they'd wave the flag pass thing, and Kyle was fucking not having any of it. And it was a little funnier because I was the guy they were waving the flag, and I was gonna be like, yeah, Kyle, come on, let me pass. But they waved that, and they had to hold 2 dry erase signs at the same time towards Kyle as they pointed at him that said like, don't hit other people and let him pass. And it's like,
I was pushing it as far to the edge and to the limit of what was allowed at that track for maximum fun. I had so much fun. Like there were a couple of characters out there who seemed to be driving really aggressively. Now I was driving aggressive, but mostly on my own. Like the main card I got was stop sliding out. They said it like 4 times in a row, and I just kept sliding out because I wanted to. Because I'm trying to find the optimum way to take this turn, and so like I'm pushing it to the limit of what I could think it can do, and it spins out every single time. And after 4 spin outs, I found a perfection in the 5th, but I lost my train of thought.
You were having a good time. Other people were more aggressive.
I hit people hard. Yeah, there were a couple guys who were actually driving aggressively, and I swear to God, it was the Asian guy. The Asian guy was so bad at fucking driving. He spun out, and all he had to do, Woody, was turn the wheel this much. Like all right, this is straight. This is like straight ahead. He had to go and push the gas, and his car would have went and left and gotten the fuck out of my way. But I'm screaming at him, turn the wheel and go! Turn the wheel and go! And I'm 6 feet away from this guy. He's like right in front of me, and he's going, until someone comes and manually drags him out of my fucking way. And I felt like I was doing well at that point because we're racing for time. We're all trying to beat that tiny little Tanya chick who weighs 120 pounds and is a good driver.
It's the weight. Heather weighed like 85 pounds, and she's a good driver, but I felt like she just completely denied that weight played any role in it. Like if you stacked how fast everybody was, you could also stack them by weight and get the same answers.
Yeah.
And Heather was so much lighter, and it made such a difference in these little go-karts. But she was like, no, it's because I'm good. It's because I'm really good. You're 85 pounds. You're 85 pounds. You know, like I can see all your ribs through your shirt.
Through your skin. You're translucent. So yeah, go-karts were fucking fun. It was a little shame that my girlfriend got just absolutely destroyed and had to like sit there and watch all teary-eyed while we raced because she was so shaken up by the ordeal. But we got our money back, you know, for her races, and she told me that I was like credited like some free races. So maybe if I come back, I get to do that because I really enjoyed that. Those are the coolest go-karts I've ever been on.
You can try those. I mean, you don't live near here, but maybe you can try those tokens at Dave & Buster's.
I don't think that they will work there. I don't think that's how that works.
There's one out in Wildwood. I'm pretty sure that it'll work.
No,
never mind.
I don't know. Why don't you
let's get
let go of this
Kwebbelkop in
concept?
it a bit. I know
Yeah,
we're talking a lot about our own stuff.
It's fine. It's fine. You guys do your
Kwebbelkop, do you play Magic?
Do I know Magic?
Do you play
Magic? The game Magic the Gathering?
The Gathering?
Oh, no. But
we'll talk about that later.
I'm familiar with it.
We'll talk about that later.
A little bit.
All right, well,
or we could talk about it now.
Oh my god!
I'm kidding.
You don't have to
guys
go
be
for
furious. Now, what's new with you, Kwebbelkop?
A lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff, but
Is
also
that a new
some really bad news.
Oh.
So, okay, so do you want me to start with the good news or with the really bad news?
The bad news, really bad news.
Okay,
no, start with the good news.
The bad
really
news.
bad
I vote bad news outvoted.
I vote bad news. I vote bad news. So, unfortunately, 3 days ago, my dad passed away.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
Oh my god! I thought the bad news would be way funnier.
Oh, I thought it was much funnier.
It is really bad
terrible.
news.
Oh, I'm so sorry, man. That's
really sorry to hear.
Like you had a complex relationship with your father, right?
Yes. I remember. I don't know if it was the last time I was on the show or the one before that. We watched the video where I went to see him again, and
you
3 days
seen him
ago,
in a long time, right? Like
I hadn't seen him in 7 years. And then about 14 months ago, I went to see him again, and I filmed everything, and I went with my sister. And he had something in his brain, pretty much. He was paralyzed, and he had to learn to walk again. So he kind of got better. He wasn't the same dad as before, you know. I'd say he was a 5 out of 10, as in like how I remembered my dad before that.
No, what do you mean by that? Was he nicer, like, meaner, not?
No.
Sharp?
As in he wasn't there anymore, right? He was confused. He wasn't able to talk properly. He wasn't able to walk properly.
You just didn't feel like it was your dad. Like,
well, I still knew it was my dad, but he was just he like I saw he was sick, right? I saw he wasn't functioning properly. So. He eventually got a lot better, still not perfect. And then he went back to Cambodia, the country where he was for the past 6-7 years, where he has a new family or had a new family. And then he got another brain thing. So he wasn't able to walk anymore. He wasn't able to, hold his pee anymore.
It was sicker. He got another brain tumor.
Yes. Well, it wasn't a tumor. It was like a bleeding or
another
like
brain bleed.
It's like a vein in your
it's
head.
An aneurysm, right?
Aneurysm. I think that's the correct word. I'm not familiar with the English one.
That's
so he got a second one or a third one, but it was like really, really bad. So like obviously we were talking to him when he was over there, and I said, you know what, like in Cambodia healthcare is terrible. We're gonna fly you out to the Netherlands, right? Because that's where the healthcare is really good in the Netherlands. So we got a doctor to fly him out to the Netherlands, which for some reason is really expensive if you want to get a doctor to fly a patient out. So we flew him out to the Netherlands, where he got hospitalized again, and turns out he had like a wound on his lower back and some other things going on with him. And then I went to see him again. I made a YouTube video about it, and that was 4 months ago. And then in the past 4 months, his health got really, really bad. Like he wasn't able to talk anymore. He was very, very confused. He barely recognized my sister, who went to see him, I think, on a weekly basis. I moved to Spain, which is the good news, which I'll get into in a second.
Hey.
And then I think 6 days ago, I got a call from my sister, and she said, like our dad's health is just declining. It's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. He's not going to live much longer. On top of that, he's pretty much this close to going into a coma. He's not able to communicate with the outside world anymore. So the doctor suggested that we would pretty much, end it there. So obviously, me and my sister, we talked about it with my dad back when he was still able to talk. We said, like, what do you want us to do when you're in a position where you're not able to, make the decision yourself anymore if you want to live? And unfortunately, me and my sister, we had to go and green light the doctor's advice, which was to pretty much overdose him on morphine, and then in the next day or two he would not get any food anymore, not be hydrated enough to live, and he passed away 3 days ago. And yesterday this morning actually, he got cremated. I think that's a correct word. Mm-hmm.
I'm really
sorry.
sorry.
That's fucking terrible. Hang on.
Can I just jump in here for a moment? Yeah.
This is the heaviest I've ever gotten.
You came in and you're like, good news, bad news, guys. And then we're just like, well, bad news first. Let's get that out of the way. And you're like, well, wow, didn't expect you to drop that on us. That is terrible. So
I was sincerely expecting like bad news. Accidentally ate a couple more cookies. I
meant real bad.
How long did you know that he was terminal? Like, did you know 6 months ago that he was probably going to continue in one direction?
Or was it just 6 days ago?
So 14 months ago-ish, 15 months ago, when I was talking to my dad, we were just having a full-on open conversation. He used to be a doctor himself, and he said, I'm super lucky that I managed to survive this first wave. But if it's going to happen again, it's going to be terminal. It's going to end, and that's going to be the end. So we were kind of prepared for it, but obviously it's still really hard. And then you're like, oh, he's starting to talk again. Maybe he's going to make it.
Was there, when you spoke to him, or you said you spoke to him with your sister in the past about, what he would want done if, euthanasia or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Was when you were talking about that with them, were you like totally okay just being like, all right, I respect what you want? Or were you kind of feeling almost like, well, no, like I don't want to be put in that position a little bit?
No, I was totally okay with it. Obviously, my dad was a doctor himself, and he knew, like, if it happens again, it's not gonna, like, he just wants to go.
Yeah. Well, the fact that he was a doctor, he probably had a way more realistic view of it, as opposed to someone who's not a doctor, who could be like, hey, hope's coming back, but
let's all pray and maybe he'll make it, right?
Yeah, but he's a doctor, and so he's like, no, I see the writing on the wall.
As a family member, what do you think is tougher to live through? Like the long, slow decline that he had, or the one day you wake up and he's gone?
Well, so I think the very long, slow decline, which I think a year and a half is pretty long, pretty much a year and a half. It was very hard for me, but right now I'm super relieved that it's over. Like I'm super relieved that.
What do you think the optimum amount of warning that a loved one is going to die would be? You know what I mean? There's got to be a sweet spot where
I'd
it's
say
not
2
so
weeks.
long. There's got to be a sweet spot where there's enough time left to tie up all the loose ends and like, yeah, Dad, you've never seen the Grand Canyon or Grandma.
Oh, okay.
Don't you want to go back to where you and Grandpa met on, at back after the war ended in New York? Like, don't you want to go there one more time? That you could do shit like that. I feel like at least a month, right? If you had a month and a half, maybe 2 weeks to plan and a month to do it, and then it's all over.
Yeah,
This is, of course, assuming that this isn't a disease that, when there's 2 weeks left to go, you're not in the mood to be enjoying any, vacations or bucket list stuff. I guess that's what I'm talking about, is fulfilling bucket list items. Ah, man, that's some heavy shit, man.
Sorry
How
about
dare
that,
you
man.
drop that on us?
It's genuine. Thanks, guys.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
no,
But
like,
it makes sense what you're saying when you said you feel relief too, because it's the relief for yourself in that it's all finally over. You've had this looming over your head, and the relief for him that he wasn't enjoying his quality of life there. Like if you're a doctor and you still have all your same mental faculties, but you can't talk and you can't do that stuff anymore, that's got to be just horrible. Not just if you're a doctor, if you're anyone.
Well, exactly. He was so far gone that we couldn't even ask him the question of, do you want to be euthanized, or however you say that.
You nailed it.
And like when a doctor is that far gone, right? Then pretty much the only option is to end it for him. And especially because he told me and my sister about it, we were very relieved that we didn't have to make the choice without being able to talk about him with it, because of course we said, okay, let's do it. But at first we were like, are we making the right decision?
Oh, of course.
Are we pretty much murdering someone, or are we helping him? And everybody so far who went to visit him said, you guys made the right decision. You put him out of his misery pretty much. And like I said, I feel relief, because the biggest problem was to see him get worse and worse and worse. And for him to pop back into my life and to think, oh, he can be gone next week, right? So many times I've had where I was like, okay, I'm super sad now, and then finally I'm over it, and then a month later, more bad news comes in and stuff. So right now I'm super happy.
A friend of mine just went through the same process, but with his mother. And in America, we don't have euthanasia like that. I don't think so anyway. Maybe some states.
Some states do.
Yeah. But
I think Washington has it.
Yeah, maybe
or
Washington.
It's Oregon. Maybe it's Oregon.
But I would say throughout most of America, we don't have that kind of nice OD on morphine. What we have is pull the plug and they get a really rough ride on
they starve to death.
Which was the same with my dad, but they gave him morphine to go into a coma pretty much, and then you're not in a dream state, and then you just pass away. That's how it went.
They were doing something. Is it? It's not hostess or hostel. Maybe it's hostel.
Hospice.
Hospice. Thank you. That's what I'm going for. They were doing hospice at his house, and they had a nurse come by, and they give the family a tray of drugs, and they're like, this is for this and this is for that, and they were injecting her and stuff, like if she was having a particularly tough time, but they laid it out for them in code how to euthanize her. They're like, look, this is the morphine. You see this? And there's 16 vials of morphine or something ridiculous. Mm-hmm. They're like, we don't inventory the morphine. We really don't pay attention to how, if things get rough or if you decide that, it's time, this is where the morphine is. And we don't pay attention to how much of it you use. And just in code, they laid out that the family could do exactly what your doctors did.
Yeah. So what a lot of people also do, they go on a trip to Switzerland, and then there it's legal to do it. And then you can end it there.
Have you ever heard Doug Stanhope's whole bit about euthanasia and his mother?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Where the statute of limitations. Yeah.
You might remember. Yeah, it's a hilarious bit. So if you've never heard it, just go listen to it right now and then pause this, go listen to it, come back. Doug Stanhope, mother, euthanasia. That'll get you there. Basically, what Doug Stanhope tells a comedic story about is his mother is dying, and they decide when to kill her. He's like having she's at home in hospice. It's that sort of hospice care where she's at home and someone comes to her, and they have the dose, the death dose there. They actually had like way more than needed, and they decided like when they would do it, and he was like, oh, you don't want to ruin football, so don't do it on that day. Yeah. And so they worked it all out, and basically, his mother did one after another, and I think she was drinking the vials. She just drank the morphine because you can just drink it too rather than shoot it. So she just drank like many vials of morphine, the way I recall it. She drifts off, she dies. It's very beautiful the way he explains it. And then he reveals that he used all of her credit cards to like he maxed them all the fuck out, and all the like ridiculous shit he bought just for himself. And he goes, you know what the best part of that is? Statute of limitations, motherfuckers. It was a long time before I could tell this joke.
Yeah, that was the end of the joke. He's like, 5 years for credit card fraud. Statute of limitations.
Very good, very good.
Well,
yeah, that's you had good news.
Of course. Well, I was waiting to share the good news.
Yes.
So the good news is, well, last time I spoke about my girlfriend, now ex-girlfriend, and you guys said, well, you can get better. You can do better, Jordi. You can do better, Kwebbelkop, right?
So no way I said that.
Yeah, yes, you guys did. So I went out. Well, I ended up breaking up with the lady for various reasons. And I went to LA E3, and I met this gorgeous girl who I'm now living together with, who is 10 out of 10, just saying. So,
is she Spanish? You're in Spain.
No, she is Macedonian, who lives who's born and raised in Canada.
How exotic.
Wait, what's a Macedonian?
That's like, you remember studying the fucking Crescent
the
in the Middle
Israelites
East?
hated them.
Many wars.
I think they got a real beef with the Hebrews, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
The Canaanites, that's who you don't want to mess with. The Macedonians are okay, though.
Yeah.
Woody's Googling
That's awesome,
it.
Dude.
I am.
That is great news.
Yeah,
Living with the 10 out of
congratulations.
10. Macedonian.
Yes.
That's
hey,
rare.
I'll link it. I'm bragging, full on bragging over here. You know how pretty my girlfriend is. And on top of that, okay, so I have to say, I went to a party. You see a beautiful girl there. It's a 21-year-old single, ready to mingle. You know what I mean? So I started talking to her, and then I realized, oh wait, she's not just pretty. She's actually really smart too. She has she did university, got her chemistry degree or something. Did 1 year of med school. Has her own YouTube channel, and then I was like, you know what? Let me use my charms, ask her out on a date.
She has excellent charms, from what I can see.
Yes.
Yeah, she looks great in a bikini.
Yes, she does.
Oh wait, I didn't see that one.
You just click load more.
Just click load more.
Can I share this on the show, or is this a private link?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
No, there's pictures of Kwebbelkop on here.
Yeah. So it's been good, and well, eventually it was a long distance thing, and I said, hey, do you want to come to Spain with me? Because I was moving to Spain for 6 months. I said, you can come over and you can leave whenever you want to leave. So far it's been 4 months, and she's decided she doesn't want to leave, so that's all good.
Because of the implication.
So that's been going great. And I've been living here for 4 months now in a really big villa in Spain, 4,500 square feet. I had to convert
Goodness
it.
gracious, that's a big.
Jeez.
You are rolling in dough.
How is it different than your home? Are you liking it more, less, or just too different to even compare?
It's way too different. The first thing I really like is, of course, having a really big house. It's nice. And the weather is it's always super nice weather. So that was the reason I wanted to go here, to be able to, first of all, get away from all the fans that came to my house, or that were on the streets in general. And now right here, I'm just a low key, nobody knows me, which I kind of like, with blending into the Spanish culture. And no fans come to the house, which is also nice. It's just really relaxing, because I've never had a holiday in the past 4 years that I've done YouTube. So I was like, I'm just going to go on a 6-month holiday and work my ass off.
Do you go on a 6-month holiday and just work?
Yeah.
4,500 square feet, right? So I live in a big place too. Do you have a separate closet, like, just to have? We have a closet.
I can fit a bike in there. Yes, I can, and I can drive circles. Finally,
nice. We have a closet that's closer to the kitchen with socks and hoodies and stuff that you might grab later. Just because walking all the way to the other closet, like that's exercise.
We have a contingency
living
closet.
Yeah, we do. We're like, because I don't wear socks like all over the house and everything. And when I'm ready to go outside, it's like we have like a sock and hoodie and hat and stuff like that.
I should do that. I should just have socks in every room. Mm-hmm. So if my feet get cold, I'll just grab some socks. But yeah, like I said, we have 2 living rooms. I don't know why you would need 2 living rooms.
Oh.
We're renting this place, by the way. So I didn't design it or anything.
Any chance you're gonna stay in Spain, or are you for sure going back?
So the plan now is to go back to Amsterdam for 4 months and to then maybe go to Toronto, where my girlfriend's from for like 2 months. And then we go back to Spain as soon as it gets cold. But we'll get a different place. So
just live in Canada until it gets cold and then back to Spain.
That's it. Amsterdam, Canada, or Netherlands, Canada, and then back to a warm country.
That's
living the life. Yes,
Yeah.
of course. And on top of that, more good news. The YouTube channel still going great.
Mm-hmm.
Had my best month ever in December. View-wise, I think 135 million views.
Oh my God.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yes. So I've been really grinding it out. I have a second channel now with 1 million subscribers, which is also good. What else? I think I bought 5 houses, and then I managed to sell 3 and flip them, which is also great.
I think.
5 houses.
Yeah,
it sounds like we're playing Monopoly right now. I think I bought 5 houses right now.
Monopoly in the
give me my
Netherlands.
hotel.
Yes. And I'm now looking to buy. I'm saving up and waiting for the project to go live so I can buy 10 or 15 apartments in this really big skyscraper.
I just did the math on 135 million views as to what I think your profits are.
Oh, in December.
Dude. That's real money.
Yes. It was the most amount of money I ever made in my life in 1 month.
Until next month.
No, it's January. Now last month was January.
The CPMs are down. Yeah, I haven't even uploaded a video like this year.
So yeah, really quick for everybody that doesn't know how it works. In December on YouTube, you get paid pretty much 2 to 3 times as much as a regular month, and then in January, it's about half of what a regular average month is. So that's
January through March, right? Pick up in the next quarter.
Yeah, January, February spikes up because of the Super Bowl, and then March it starts to go up again. So that was really good. And like I said, I was probably going to buy 10 apartments in this really big building, and I released my first game.
You do good news, bad news better than anyone ever.
Yes.
You're like,
I know.
Bad news, my father died. As a matter of fact, I had to euthanize him. Good news, I made several $100,000 last month. Bought about I'm not sure how many homes, half a dozen, let's call it. I got my own video game. This is my new beautiful girlfriend. I've moved her in. Very exotic, if you haven't noticed. And I'm renting a villa here in Spain. So
I was feeling
good news, bad news better than anyone I've ever seen in my life. That tops it.
You took me from feeling bad for you to immediately jealous and resentful in like,
You're like, would I trade my father
like maybe
for that
7.5 minutes. You took me from this poor curly-headed fuck to God damn it! Like, what am I doing? You know how many houses I bought last month? Not a single one.
Would you euthanize your father in exchange for the others for the good news? That's the question.
Do I get 5 houses? Do I get Kwebbelkop's girlfriend?
I bet if I ran this by my dad's such a pragmatist. I'd be like, look, Dad, here's the choice I've been given. I rub you out. I get 5 houses. Let's call it $500,000. And my own video game, who knows what that is, and I get this Macedonian girlfriend tacked on top for my also a Spanish villa.
Come on, Dad, take one for the team.
Big deal. He'd be like, Jesus. He'd be like, how big are the houses?
I'm gonna sleep on it.
Yeah, you do what you got to do, son. Do what you got to do.
I
don't want to see it coming though.
That's awesome.
one of the things. That's one of the things. Like, I think I'm in an amazing position to go through something like this. I'm still very young. Well, 21 years old. Wow. Obviously, to lose your dad when you're 21 years old, or a parent in general, is very tough. But then again, like, I'm still living the life. I have my family supporting me, my girlfriend supporting me with all this stuff. And I always say, if I read a mean comment on YouTube, like, "Oh, Jordi, you're clickbaiting again, you're fucking shit, stop yelling, blah, blah, blah," I just walk into my girlfriend's office, give her a kiss, walk 5 minutes until I hit the kitchen, and then grab myself a little slice of pizza, and then I sit down at the pool, and I go and I read the comment again. I go like, whatever, So I'm like, I'm in an amazing position. Whatever happens, I'm still gonna kill it. I'm only more motivated now. I always say I'm gonna make my dad proud. Even I don't believe in the afterlife or anything, but I'm still like, I think it's a nice symbolic thing to do or to say.
Yeah, to honor him by doing things that would make him proud. Well, this seems like a good segue, the euthanasia, that is, into 1-800-Flowers. There's a lot of options when it comes to buying flowers for Valentine's or a funeral or whatever, but there's only one Rose Authority, and that's why every year we keep coming back to 1-800-Flowers.com. 1-800-Flowers never fails to wow my girlfriend with their elegant and stunning bouquets. And right now, when you order a dozen multicolored roses for only $29.99, 1-800-Flowers will give you another dozen plus a vase absolutely free. That's 50% off the entire price. The original price, I should say. These breathtaking roses from 1-800-Flowers are picked at their peak and shipped overnight to ensure freshness and your loved one's amazement. Buy one, get one free bouquet plus a vase is an amazing Valentine's offer, but it's only available while supplies last. Every bouquet is backed by 1-800-Flowers' 100% smile guarantee, and if you or your loved one has any issues, call 1-800-Flowers will make it right. When it comes to Valentine's season, we don't settle for anything less than my Rose Authority, 1-800-Flowers.com. So to order a dozen multicolored roses plus an extra bouquet and vase for just $29.99, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/PKA. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/PKA. Why wait to wow? Order right now with 1-800-Flowers.com. Valentine's Day is approaching very quickly. If you haven't done anything yet, you really need to pull the trigger on this right now. Just do it, and it's done. You won't have to procrastinate. You won't forget. Just do it, and it's done. And everybody likes flowers. They smell nice, except for Woody. Everybody likes flowers. They smell wonderful. They're festive. They make you feel better. Studies have shown that people with flowers in their home are healthier. They have higher brain chemical levels that make them happier. Yeah, Chiz told me that yesterday. Chiz looked at me like, that's not true.
Oh, look at those flowers.
Oh, who has those?
Gorgeous.
I don't know if I missed the 1-800-Flowers ad. It took a minute.
You hit it perfectly. Right on the fucking head.
Yep, right on the nose.
Yeah. Here the flowers are.
We keep our flowers outside on the porch, which is nice, and but they do look great. Oh, they're really after me at this place.
Take it, Woody. Take a.
I mean, you can't understate the quality of these flowers. These are, and another thing with flowers, that's not just for girlfriends or wives that you've got out there. For Valentine's Day, you send your mom or your grandma some flowers. They won't expect it, so a million times more. And the next stupid thing they want you to do with them, get out of jail free. They won't even ask you to it, guaranteed. That's so sweet, him, And then if you say I'm busy, they'll say, well, he still sent me flowers. There you go. Do that, even if you're not in a relationship.
I'm allergic to high quality and low prices.
Yeah, you're walk into a Walmart and have a seizure. Everyday low prices.
All right, so that's 1-800-Flowers. Check them out. It really is a great service. I love services like that just totally take care of a holiday for you with one little click, and that's them.
Yep.
And while we're at it, let me tell everyone a bit about MeUndies. Now, I got the panties the other day. It was time for us all to get some more merch.
I had a feeling about you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've seen me wear those panties before. Yeah. And And I thought this time it would be good to get something for my girlfriend because I have so many pairs of MeUndies that I just didn't need it anymore. And they sent her the Valentine's Day like set, so that stuff is really cool. And it feels, if it's even possible, it feels better than the boxers. They feel really, really soft and smooth. Yeah, MeUndies are great. Think about it. Underwear is the first thing you put on and the last thing you take off. So why settle for anything less than the best feeling underwear on the planet? MeUndies focuses solely on producing the most comfortable underwear you've ever experienced. My friends at MeUndies sent me a few pairs a while back, and now I can't imagine wearing anything else, really. It just makes every day feel that much better. For the price of 2 cocktails, which I love, apparently, MeUndies will deliver your new pair of underwear right to your doorstep. Better day guaranteed. Try them on, and if they aren't the most comfortable, best feeling undies you've ever had, they'll refund you and let you get your first pair for free. They don't want that used underwear back. Included in the price is this sweet touch of modal, a special fabric made by the best in-class raw materials that are scientifically proven to be 3 times softer than cotton. These uber cozy undies are sold exclusively at MeUndies' website, where you'll enjoy free shipping in the United States and Canada. And for a limited time, everyone in our audience here gets 20% off your first order, but you have to use our special URL, MeUndies.com/PKA. With MeUndies' Better Day Guarantee, you have nothing to lose, so don't wait any longer. Go to MeUndies.com/PKA right now. 20% off your first order. That's MeUndies.com/PKA.
Check them out.
It's gotten very dark in your room, Taylor, I noticed.
I say it every time. MeUndies take your junk, lift it, put it on display, make you look like the best version of you.
Yeah, it's wonderful. You know, every great instrument had something to hold it. You think about Excalibur in that rock. This underwear is the rock that holds Excalibur in its place. That's what that underwear does for you. It's excellent. You get those flowers hooked up, you display your package with those underwear, you are definitely having a good Valentine's Day.
Yes. Yeah, this is actually an effect. It's a 1-2 punch.
Exactly. And we will tell you exactly how all the other sponsors tonight are perfect for Valentine's Day. Yeah. All right.
Good Lord.
So any more emotional roller coasters to take us on?
Well, actually, no, I adopted a cat. I just wanted to say that.
Queb's like, I just got a text message. My girlfriend is dead.
It seems she ate the way too many cookies.
She's like,
overdosed on weed.
Yeah,
yes.
How's the language barrier living in Spain? Like, is that an issue?
So,
that's a good question.
I did. I followed Spanish at high school for a few years. And living here, like I know French, pretty decent. I know German, Dutch, English, and a little bit of Italian. So learning Spanish really isn't that hard. So I can almost fluently understand Spanish right now after 4 months, and I know the basic. I can communicate a little bit, say, straightforward, left, right, into the taxi drivers, or say, you can keep the tip, or this is my house, the basic stuff, and no complicated conversations. Plus, almost everybody speaks English, and if we really can't figure it out, I just grab my phone and I Google Translate it. So it's actually it's going pretty good.
That's cool.
No problem so far.
I know you said it. Where in Spain are you? Like
all the way in the south. It's called Marbella, which is used to be the criminal city of Spain. But it's I can pretty much swim to Morocco or North Africa.
Wow!
Literally,
take a day trip.
I wouldn't do it.
Africa.
I wouldn't do it. A lot of people have tried it, but it's I could get a boat and go there. Unless I'll probably get fucking stopped by border patrol or some shit. But it's really close to many nice places, which is nice.
Is that where the Rock of Gibraltar is? Right?
Yes. Yes. It's an hour away. Yeah.
Yeah,
me too. It was pretty cool with the monkeys. Have you seen the monkeys?
Yeah, they grabbed my wife and daughter's boobs. They
love tits.
They were big fans. Yeah, they just would not behave themselves.
Well, it was beautiful last time I went there. So that's pretty much where I live right now.
Yeah,
which is nice. Awesome. I like it.
Just in a paradise with a new girl with a new cat.
Yes. His name is Zorro.
It works.
You know,
Somehow
Zorro.
Black Cat, Zorro.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
I'll
Oh, you
kinda
saw
do
him
pussy
playing
in
in the
Kwebbelkop's
background all
life,
the
yeah.
time. So yeah, I've been pretty much going and looking. Okay, what can I upgrade? You know, let's get the best girlfriend. Let's get the best this. Get the best that. Right? You know what I mean?
What's next on the list? You got to get the best.
He needs a
what?
boat.
Well, I have a really nice watch already. So I was thinking maybe a car, but I'm like I'm not gonna waste $100,000 on a Ferrari or something. I'd much rather buy houses. So I'm just gonna buy houses until I'm like, okay, let's get a car.
That's
Or
what I
maybe-
like about you. Like,
Just gonna keep buying
I
houses.
did the
until you're
math
like, I
on
need a
your
car.
December, and then just made
Yeah.
some wild ass guesses about the video game and stuff like that. And I'm like, he doesn't even need my lecture on how to do money management. This guy is just
I
wired
have
right.
watched the videos. I have watched your videos, and obviously I do my research all the time. When I'm not making YouTube videos, I just go into YouTube because that's what I love about YouTube is that you can learn so much from YouTube, and obviously the sources around it. So I've been looking at all my options. Okay, well, you did how to become a millionaire in 21 years. I was like, okay, 21 years, you know.
Well, you're on the accelerated
Been there,
schedule.
done
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So,
But,
I've been looking in alternative ways to.
You're like, I
make
did it
all-
in my first 21 years.
Yeah.
I started
Yeah,
at
right.
0.
He's. I would
Yeah.
guess 1 million is not accurate.
And
But
no, it's well, everybody knows that YouTubers make a lot of money.
the big ones do.
Yeah, well, I got 2 billion views, right? Even if it's $1 per 1,000 views, and then taxes, right? Do the math.
Yeah.
It's $1 million.
Yeah, but I'm like, okay, $1 million's cool and all. I want to go for $1 billion, you know? And I know X-Jaws has said this on the show too.
Yeah.
Are you two
You know,
will
If
you
you-
make this pledge now, Kwebbelkop? If you become
I
a
have.
multi-billionaire,
I have.
will you donate
Yeah.
99% of your worth to me?
Actually, what it was,
Forget the charity.
he had to
No,
make-
that charity was silly.
he had to make
need
500
that
million
money.
in 1 year. It was 500 million in 1 year, and he would give 98% of that 500 million to charity. You know, but of
Fuck
course,
that.
if he makes like 400 million, he keeps it all, right? It's not like
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
giving 98. But if he breaks the $500 million, and $500 million, dude, like, you know, like Warren Buffett doesn't
Those are
have many
Donald Trump
billion-dollar
numbers.
years, right? Like Warren Buffett's, I'm going to make up numbers. I think he's worth about 50 billion, something like that, 60 billion, and he's like 80 years old. It's not as if he's having a lot of multi-billion-dollar years. Yeah, so for X-Jaws to say he was going to have a $500 million year, you know what? I'll take the pledge. Fuck it. If I make a $500 million, I'll do it too. What the fuck? It's not happening.
If I make $500 million in a year, I'll give all of it away to whoever, whatever, and I'll keep 2 million. Like that's all I would need.
That's
no,
what he
make
was-
it 10 million. At that amount of money, fuck it.
What
keep
about
10.
the taxes?
This is after all the taxes. Like this is
Okay,
post-tax.
okay.
Yeah,
10
$10 million
I think if you donate it
post-tax.
to charity, you don't even have to pay taxes over
That'll
it.
just write off.
There's a
$500
cap
million
on how much you
in
can
charity.
donate. You can't just.
I wouldn't
yeah.
know. I'm not a big charity guy. I do charity every now and then, obviously, but no millions into charity, not at all. Maybe a few thousand a year.
Well, if you ever make $1 billion in a year and I don't get fucking something, I'm gonna be upset.
I'll come and go watch some hockey shit with you guys.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know
I
if you're
just
still
want
watching.
a shitty little house. You know?
Yeah.
You know who's doing well? So Kwebbelkop and I talked to him offline sometimes. The Sailing the Vagabond guys seem to be doing well. Like
I saw.
They got-
his,
they're growing
signing,
well. They got that $1 million yacht that I think I think he's currently like sailing his like personal yacht into a different place so that they can switch, and they're making almost daily videos lately. They hired a videographer to come on the yacht with them and like, you know, help with some of the filming and editing. So, because it seems like it'd be easy to make daily videos, but it actually consumes your life to document your whole day like that. And I see Chiz. Anyway, those guys are doing super well. And I just mentioned it because Kwebbelkop, like they asked for some YouTube advice. And I was like, you know, I'm going to bring in Kwebbelkop to like, because I just felt more comfortable having a YouTube like.
Well, I'm glad it
megastar.
worked out for them, you know,
Yeah.
because it doesn't like I give loads of people advice because I just love to talk about stuff. But 99% of the people, first of all, they don't listen to the advice, and then the other people they try it but they can't succeed or they give up. But it's nice to see that maybe I sparked something or helped them at least to go into the right direction for them to then pick it up and make it accelerate, which is always good.
Do you foresee yourself at all with your channel kind of going in a, like, because you see this, like, you've already started branching out into real estate you know, you're kind of already know, like, in 10 years, that's going to be my main means of income, not YouTube videos. Have you thought at all about how, you know, over some course of time, you're going to go from your 2 daily uploads or what you're doing now to kind of like 1 every couple days and then 1 a week and kind of wean it off? Or...
I think I'll pull a Woody where I start a Minecraft server or something like that, you know? But like, everybody knows your career is not going to last forever. I'm 4 years in, still doing great. I think maybe it's going to last 8 years, maybe 10 years, right? So I'm halfway there, and I'm in a great position right now to start loads of new businesses, to invest my money wisely. That's why I'm doing the real estate, to have a little bit of money safe. Then I do some other stuff, and then I also have the game company, which I'm starting soon. Well, we already released a game, so hopefully at least one of those things will be able to generate enough income for me to be able to live the life I live right now, you know, where I can say, okay, I'm going to go to America next month, or I'm going to live in a nice Spanish villa for the entire summer. But I definitely think in 10 years time, well, I'm going to do YouTube until I'm super done with it, or until my channel dies, or
nobody
until
leaves
something
completely.
Right.
Like,
no.
I haven't seen anyone who's had a lot of success on YouTube, right? Of course, people who get up to like 30,000 might completely quit.
Like 5 million plus. I've never seen someone go, okay, bye.
Even 1 million. I haven't looked lately, but I bet Shay Carl still makes a video now and then. I bet, who's the black musician we had on PKA early on?
Black musician.
No,
Yeah.
Will.i.am.
Oh, I wouldn't.
No, it was like they show. I know.
Will.i.am.
I should
Kyle
know.
used to compete with him for a front
Kanye
page
West.
spot. He's like, I own like tutorials on.
What's that guy? No, it's
We didn't get rapper
with
Drake. We got
Pepsi.
Degrassi Drake.
Yeah. I can't think of it. It's been too long.
I can't remember his name anyway, but I know he still makes videos now and then. You know, Justine, like her channel actually had something of a resurgence.
Well, so with Justine, it's her channel's doing decent. I'm a YouTuber known by Tyler Oakley. He's not really aimed towards you guys. He's more aimed towards like the 14-year-old girls. But what he's done is he's pretty much not really abandoned his YouTube channel, but he still does YouTube videos, 1 a week or 2 a week. But he's totally gone into becoming a presenter for MTV, and he hosts all these award shows and stuff. And he's still, according to Forbes, one of the highest paid YouTubers out there, even though his YouTube channel isn't making like anywhere close to interesting figures. But because he established that brand, he's managed to branch out, which is also a really nice thing. That can happen if you do YouTube channel. And Justine did the same, I'm pretty sure. Where most of our revenue would come from outside sources instead of just YouTube AdSense, exactly, yeah, or referral links.
You know, AdSense, like even if you took the money out of it completely, there's something about YouTube, like I'm not really uploading videos for money so much. More is always welcome, but you know, really, I'll just make a vlog of me. I have a uncut footage of me. I found an abandoned castle in North Carolina. I rode my motorcycle to and vlogged it. And I'll put it up there just because, I don't know, it's kind of fun to communicate. Like there's a...
that's what it all started off with, right? Everybody going like, oh, I hit this crazy sniper kill in Call of Duty 4. Let's make a montage. That's how I started off.
Mine started off...
and then I saw you guys doing commentaries and shit. I was like, I'm going to do this too, you know?
I wanted to play with Hutch. That was the whole thing. I would leave nice comments on Hutch's videos. like all the time, and he wouldn't notice me, right? Because everybody did.
Yeah.
And I was like, I need to be his
there.
peer. I need to somehow be his peer. If I'm going to get into a game with him, then he needs to notice me. So it was all like a big calculated effort because I thought if Hutch and I played together, we'd never lose, and that's what I wanted. I was like, we'd win all night long. With him getting 40 kills per game with an A40 or whatever it is, ACOG, and me doing my thing. Like
that was before the realization of how he got gameplays sunk in, where you're like, this guy's KD must be fucking 9.
Yes,
with a sniper rifle.
But it's like,
it's
oh no, it's not every game. Yeah, I had the same with with Wings of Redemption.
Yeah,
I told this story I think last time where I was like, oh man, the PKA squad and help it shit. I gotta play with Wings, and then one day it was on Twitter and he tweeted out playing with you guys, and I jumped in, and then we lost, and he got really mad, and I was like, he deleted me off his friends list, blocked communication. I totally lost time, and then I was like, okay, well, there's still so many more YouTubers that I used to watch back in the day, and now me as a really big YouTuber, one of the top 200 YouTubers, I'm able to meet these guys, right?
Right.
So I go to parties all the time, and I meet these YouTubers all the time, and 90% of them are super, super nice and exactly how I imagine them to be. But then there's this 10% where, for example, Hutch, I walked up to him, I would go like, yo, what's up? You're Hutch, right? Like, I loved your videos back in the day. I really watch him like every day and stuff. And he's just standing there like, and I'm like, okay, thanks, bye. And he didn't say a word. He probably thought I was some crazy fan who managed to sneak backstage or something, right? But I'm like, I'm trying to start a conversation, and
it was just quiet, and you just kind of went like, all right, well, see ya, and just
yeah, pretty much. I was like, this was so awkward, and I've had that with many other YouTubers. It's not like he's the only one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Might have been he might have just been tired at the moment, or whatever. But obviously,
he's very racist. He saw your hair and he immediately made a snap judgment.
This guy.
Most people know that about him. Very close-minded, very staunch conservative. If you follow him on Twitter, you'll see.
One of the coolest things about being somebody on YouTube, and I'm not as big as you. I'm not even as big as I once was, but there's still something there. And I was watching a live podcast with these moto vloggers. There's a whole motorcycle vlogging community. And I'm typing in the chat, and whatever, I get recognized like crazy. All the moto vloggers used to watch my videos. They invite me into their podcast on the spot, and I hung out with them for a few hours. And it's like, that's one of the coolest benefits of like having done a thing on YouTube, that you get access.
Yeah, no, like same with me being on the show. Back in the day, I used to watch PKA all the time, and one of my friends, I told him, who pretty sure he still watches the show. He used to send me links to to PKA early, like, because I'm not like a Patreon supporter or whatever.
That doesn't even exist.
You should be be the maximum contributor.
I'll start donating.
How dare you? You should be our
house
monthly hangouts. Yeah.
So me and him used to watch. And then I was like, I'm a YouTuber now, got 10,000 subs. Just mark my words. One day I'll be on the show, right? And it's pretty much the only podcast I go on to, and I've had many requests for me to be on podcasts. But I'm like, I don't really feel the connection with these guys. Like I would just be there. I had no clue. They have like 200 episodes. I have no clue what's going on. I don't even know the hosts. So how am I going to be able to talk about shit, right?
I think that your life is so interesting that would sort of be what being on their show would be like. It would be them pulling out of you all the interesting,
and then I would have to do the same interview over and over, right?
Yeah,
it would like, tell us about your girlfriend, and and now here I can join in, and you guys start talking about politics and shit, and I'm like, yeah.
I want to talk about Grubhub.
Becoming educated.
Grubhub.
I want to talk about Grubhub because Taylor has gotten
Oh my God! I need to talk about
into how Chiz and I live. He has seen it with his own eyes. I talked about it many times about how poorly I eat, and I don't think it really sank in with Taylor the amount of meals that there were or how shitty they were. So go ahead.
Amount of like, and this isn't. I'll preface it. None of this is a bad thing at all. It's just I've never ever been with people who order meals like this and do it like this with Grubhub. I hadn't used Grubhub before I came on this trip, so that could also add to it. I don't know how people do it. But the first night, we're all sitting there, and, Kyle orders something off Grubhub. Chiz orders something off Grubhub, and I was like, oh, this is neat. I pull up my phone, and I order something off Grubhub. I'm going to get some Buffalo Wild Wings, whatever the fuck I order. A little bit later, the people start showing up, and you get it, and I'm like, this is an awesome service. Like, this is fucking great. They just show up with your food. This is restaurant quality food right in front of me. I eat it all. I'm full. I want to go back to playing Magic the Gathering. I look over, and Kyle's food and Chiz's food, it's been dabbled with a bit. It's been poked about. It's been, no, thank you. And there's like one fry and one bite missing from both meals. Maybe a couple bites, and they're both on their computer again. And I'm like, "What are you guys doing? Let's play Magic. We just ate. We were waiting to eat so we could play Magic." And you're like, "Oh no, I'm ordering dinner." And I was like, "We just ate. Do you not see? You have your plates sitting right next to you. All the food is here. We've eaten already." And you said, "No, this is second dinner." And I was like, okay, this is a little goofy. They're just being silly. It's vacation, second dinner, whatever. That food arrives. And before that food
it's a Lord of the Rings
arrived,
things you wouldn't understand.
Before second dinner on the first night had arrived, both of them had decided that they needed an ice cream treat, I believe, and a coffee. And so there were 3 people driving around Denver, grabbing things for Chiz and Kyle, bringing them there. And then when Kyle gets food from Grubhub, I've been using the comparison of he eats like Robert Baratheon, where he just sits back in his chair, food splayed out before him. Hand me a turkey leg. I grow weary of this turkey leg. Hurls it to the side, and then, pot pie, and pecans. And you get it, and I won't even try that. Take it away. Sushi. Spice is disgusting. Order it again. It was that level of thing. I was sitting there, and then I feel almost guilted into it because Albert Chiz would be like, "Hey, we're ordering third dinner." That's a term I've learned. We're ordering third dinner. Do you want to order anything? And I'm like, God, no. I'm not hungry at all. One of the nights.
But you will be.
I will be because, and then you guys, you handle it in the most hilarious little back and forth. When both of you know that you shouldn't order Grubhub anymore, one of you will say something like,
enabling.
"Man, ice cream sandwich sounds great right now." And then whoever heard it would go, "Oh yeah, it would. Man, I love it when they have chocolate and chocolate chips on there." And it's between the I bet they delivered that this time of night. And Kyle will be like, "Well, I'm sure there's a place." And then he'll look it up. And before you know it, you're like, 4 ice cream sandwiches on the way. It's 4, 2, just in case. You don't know how many you're going to melt.
3 services we use. We use Grubhub, we use Postmates, and we use DoorDash. And the combination of those 3 means that at any time, they'll just bring you churros. They'll just bring you can I have one of these? Oh my God. What is this to dip them in? Oh, chocolate? Oh no, it's some sort of, it's melted honey or something. I don't know what it is.
It's melted.
Sweet and sour sauce or something is what it looks like.
No, it's just honey.
Sweet and sour.
Just honey.
That would be awesome.
Just right to your door. Anything.
It is. It's very convenient, and it's a really cool service. It's just incredible watching an adult man order all of that stuff. What'd you? Oh, a churro.
Would you like churros?
I'm straight on churros. Thank you.
You want one of those churros? These are the good churros, not like last night.
I didn't realize those were fresh churros. I thought you were eating this disgusting. You guys have ordered. See, perfect point. Churros have been ordered to the house twice in the last 14 hours.
They just got here.
I know, but you ordered churros last night, and you said they were gross.
Shitty churros. That was a different churro place. This is brand new churros.
Well, regardless, the way that they eat on vacation, you know how, I admire it in a way. If it were an everyday thing, it'd be not good. But these 2 know exactly how to enjoy meals on vacation. With you take one bite of something, and if it isn't exactly what you wanted it to be, not this is pretty good. No, Kyle will put that down and be like, "That's not what I wanted," and then order a whole new meal just because that bite wasn't enough.
I'm very particular about my meals. Each one has to be a celebration of life. All right. We went to a restaurant, and someone had bought out the whole restaurant, and so the only seating was these high-backed bar chairs where you're perched. And I was like, that's going to hurt my back. I refuse to eat dinner here. I would like my car back. Like, that was it. That was it. It was a whole planned evening out. But if I don't get to sit in like a booth, preferably like at Morton's, where they slide the table out and you sit down in a cushy booth, like the low-lit room, and they bring you hundreds of dollars worth of food, then I don't want to do it. I'm not going to perch over there by a loud-ass bar in that chair, like with my back aching. So we just left.
I was thinking about it more because at the time I was like, we just drove to this fucking place and we're not going to sit down because it's too close to the bar and too loud. But then the more you think about it, this was supposed to be like the Wagyu beef or whatever, like where you spend what, $40 an ounce or something bananas.
The steak was $130 just for the steak, and that's before you do anything else like sides and drinks and appetizers.
And you are right that if I'm going to spend that amount on a meal at a steakhouse, I don't want to be like perched up like I'm at B-dubs with like wings, you know, with a lot of people around me at the bar, standing, TV on, loud. Like, it's just not a good environment for that kind of eating. So I guess it's for the best. And I'm still not convinced Wagyu beef isn't a scam.
Yeah, I'm not either. But yeah, the whole Grubhub, the food delivery game is incredible now. If you live in a metro area where you could take advantage of at least one of those things, Postmates, Grubhub, or DoorDash, I open all three and we scan from left to right all of the wonderful things that we can eat. They will deliver McDonald's right to your door, hot and fresh. Like, they're fast. If you order McDonald's, some dude immediately gets notification. Get McDonald's.
What is it called? Grubhub?
Grubhub, DoorDash, and Postmates. They all are slightly different. Grubhub is more of a it's like it brings together all the restaurants that kind of already would deliver like pizza, wings, burgers, and subs. But Postmates, it just contacts this guy who like will go and get you anything you want. I feel like you could type into the special instructions, you know, get me a pack of smokes while you're at it, or like get me a bottle of beer on your way past the 7-Eleven. He totally
get some weed.
Yeah. Hey, in Colorado,
I saw a video. I saw a video where they did that, where they used one of these apps and they went like, I'll pay you this much money extra if you can give me some weed, and then they went and delivered.
Yeah, I bet the Grubhub guy.
Now I know how to get it.
Yeah.
Mystery solved. Grubhub.
Or you just ask me. I can hook you up too. You know.
I like the way
really far away.
Chiz, they handle like the finding of the food by like the way that I search for stuff if I'm ordering is like, I want this. Oh, they don't have that available. All right, I'll find something else. Like, you guys will sit there with your laptops open like you're in, you know, the sex cryptic crime unit in CSI, like searching for things, and you'll be like, Italian place, Don Favato's, 3 miles away. They do have toasted ravioli. They don't have linguine. And Chiz will be like, all right, I'm triangulating around that location. I have found Fasano's north. We can order from there. The appetizers, entrees from here. That's going to work great. You'll be like, all right, we're both going to hit the button at the same time to make sure the same Grubhub man delivers with food. And then that's something they actually did. I thought you were joking. You guys were all sitting around like ready to order and like, yeah.
Separate orders, same
Click.
service. He gets it all in the same bag if it's prudent to do so. He won't leave your shit getting cold somewhere, but he will, if it's prudent, combine the orders into one bag, only one man. Everybody gets their food at the same time from different places. It's amazing. And you could get you're probably, if someone might be thinking, oh, it's wasteful. Yes, it is wasteful, but here's the real bonus. You can get delivery from places like McDonald's and Subway, which is kind of the bottom tier. Last night, I ordered, my girlfriend was starving, and there weren't many places open, and she didn't want pizza or wings again. I ordered a filet mignon and like garlic mashed potatoes and roasted garlic bread. And like they show up 20 minutes later with a hot like filet mignon wrapped in aluminum foil, and she's over there like, yeah, fucking filet mignon delivered. It's amazing. I almost got raw oysters delivered one time. They had raw oysters for delivery. The place was like 6 miles away. I was like, how did raw oysters get in Colorado? Nah, I don't think I want to risk it. I doubt they flew those in last night.
Those are Rocky Mountain
I envy those diets, man. I looked at the scale. I was unhappy with my number, and this is just like 3 days ago.
Do you want to say your number publicly, or we'll keep that on the down low?
It's 214. I hit 214 as my high. I don't like that number. And
is that a new high?
I think so. I think that might be the highest I've ever weighed. It's down
186.
Are you? Good for you. Yeah, so I want to lose 10 and then maybe more from there. But I've just cleaned up my diet recently. I've switched over to water. I've eaten better stuff. And I hear you guys, and it's like, that'd be nice. But it's I don't want to point to the age thing, but it's a little. It's easier to pack on pounds.
I think that when I get back, the memories of this trip are going to be a real motivator for me to like get my creatine going and get my cardio going every day, because this has been a punishing trip as far as caloric intake goes. I mean, it has been brutal. At least 3 meals a day, every single day, and they were all big. And I normally eat like 1 or 2 maybe. We've been really killing it.
And your deep frying treats?
I got the deep fryer out, I use this other service called Instacart, and they bring your groceries to you. They bring your goddamn groceries to you, and the first order is free at Instacart. These aren't sponsors. They're just amazing. And I'm like, clickety-click. Next thing I know, some peanut oil, some batter, and a bunch of candy is all showing up at the door. And that night, I froze all the candy hard, froze some cheesecake bites hard, battered them, and deep fried them. They're fucking delicious. We're going to deep fry some Oreos tonight after the show. I get them all frozen. Mega stuffed Oreos. And while you guys were sleeping, I cracked them all open, combined the mega stuffs, and made double mega stuff.
Well, that will certainly be something to witness later on.
It's coming.
That sounds delicious.
Or you did a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh yeah, I made
that was way better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, deep fried peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, you don't even have to batter them because of the consistency of white bread. You just take a measuring cup, a metal one, or one of those like biscuit cutters, and cut out the center of the bread, and you make your own Uncrustable. Basically, if you've ever had that product, you take peanut butter and jelly and put a little dollop in the middle, and then you pinch around the corners. They're called pinch pies. That YouTuber I like a lot, he had a recipe for them, and you just throw them right in the oil and fry them at like 170 degrees. They're delicious. I didn't do a very good job of it. I haven't been doing a good job of cooking them because the oil's always either too hot or they're going in there too long. But I mean, it's melted chocolate covered in like a funnel
pancakes.
Cake. So yeah, pancakes. So it's delicious no matter what.
Lately, I've been like, I point around, I'm like, like cigarettes, Adderall. These things are all great for your metabolism. They make you skinny. I'm like, the rest of this fucking world is cheaters. They're cheaters. They get it so easy.
You need to take up smoking.
I was about to say, why do you think I'm so skinny? I don't. I just do cocaine and water. So
cocaine?
Just cocaine.
I'm not gonna not do the coke.
You've got a real cocaine and water physique. Yeah.
Let me interject with an ad here. Slide this right on in here. When was the last time that you ordered clothes online and got to try them on before paying for them? Of course, never. Right? Well, that's exactly what JackThreads.com does. With JackThreads, you get to try everything on and anything on at home for free, and you only pay for what you keep. Whether it's a big name brand or the JackThreads in-house line, you can be sure that you are 100% in love with the items you ordered before spending a cent. Instead of playing internet roulette and gambling on a new size or style, just use JackThreads.com. You'll have 7 days to decide if your new items are working for you. Try them on. Get a second opinion. Make sure you're thrilled. And if it's not a good fit, don't worry. JackThreads gives you everything you need to ship those things right back to them. Packing tape, prepaid shipping label, all completely for free. So go to JackThreads.com, enter offer code Painkiller when you submit your tryout for 20% off anything you keep. So yeah, use offer code Painkiller and you get 20% off any of the clothes that you decide to keep from your box. That's JackThreads.com, code Painkiller, to save 20% off anything you keep. Never buy before you try, ever again.
Never.
All right. And a quick word from Lyft. I'd like to tell you about a smart way to earn extra money and get an extra $500 bonus by driving for Lyft. Looking to put away more money in your kid's college fund, or you're going back to school to school yourself to get another degree, or your first one, or maybe you're looking for some extra cash, then drive for Lyft, the ride-sharing app that lets you be your own boss, pick your own hours, and earn up to $1,500 a week driving your car. There are other ride-sharing apps out there, but everything. Do
we need to change the font here?
No,
I think the font is
how do we
bad.
make it big? It's like control something to make it bigger.
Control A selects everything. Then there's probably like a plus or like a
Control
larger
plus.
A.
It's like Control Plus. It's so small on my laptop. I literally can't see it. Okay. That's so much better. There are other ride-sharing apps out there, but everyone likes driving for Lyft best. That's because they treat the drivers right. Lots of people started as customers and are now and they now drive for Lyft. It's a flexible way to make extra money anytime from anywhere. All you need is a car. Driving for Lyft pays up to $35 an hour. That's incredible.
Yes.
And getting started is fast and easy. You can drive mornings, nights, or weekends. Just flip into driver mode and start making some money. Plus, only Lyft drivers can earn tips from within the app. That's very important. I've done a little research about this. No one else lets you get those tips, and those tips add up fast. And you don't have to wait days or weeks to get paid. You can cash out instantly with Express Pay. It all adds up. It's super flexible. You keep your own tips, and you get paid when you need that extra cash. So sign up today at lyft.com/PKA. And right now, Lyft has a special offer for our listeners here. Get this, a $500 new driver bonus when you sign up using our show. Just go to lyft.com/PKA today so you can start making some extra money and get your $500 new driver bonus. That's lyft.com/PKA, lyft.com/PKA.
That's $500 is pretty awesome. Like, that's real money.
Yeah.
There are things I want that I say, nah, you shouldn't, that cost $500.
Yep. $500 of Cheez-Its. You can get that at Costco.
I don't even
A
want
month's
that.
supply.
A month supply.
I'm thinking about getting a new paramotor wing. Probably not interesting to the rest of the world, but I am completely invested. Just
Is it going to say something on it? Or
I
is it gonna
thought
be
about
custom?
that. I'm not sure. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
what should it say?
Right, I could put the WoodysGamertag logo on it. I could put something funny
Great
on there.
Squad Killers.
I was about to
Ooh,
say.
that's
I didn't even
horrible
think of
idea.
that. I thought about the PKA logo too, maybe with the big pill on it and stuff. But then it would have no resale value, and you have to wonder like if that matters to you or not. You know, you gonna wear this wing out, or are you gonna sell it halfway through? I don't know.
There's a very specific market for the Rape Squad Killers resale.
Yes,
Paramotor.
No
exactly.
one wants that.
But
And if you land in like somebody's field and you need help or something, they're not going to come out and want to help. They're going to be like, feller with a banner that said Rape Squad on it. He's in a Rape Squad. He was telling us, walk out there and find him. You know, shoot on sight. Oh, yeah. You know,
But
yeah.
getting a new wing can change your paramotor from a truck to a sports car and back. And I've been thinking about adding a wing to my collection.
I think you want a truck, though, right? Are you feeling the need for speed?
Mm-hmm.
Is this the point where you start transitioning into those guys who do the pendulum loop-de-loops and shit? Is that what you're feeling that you want to try? Yeah, it is.
It's
you're
happening
pushing
a little
the
bit.
envelope. Jackie
every
needs to
flight.
be notified. Chiz? Jackie doesn't know that you're pushing the envelope. She just thinks you're getting a little accessory. She thinks you're like going wireless or getting a smoother ride. No, you're going to sport mode without telling anyone.
Well, I've told you.
You told us, and I had to interpret. You're totally getting this. You're going from a truck to a sports car. That's what you're doing, huh?
Well, yeah. So the wing I got was
You're
like
gonna
a
walk the
beginner
razor's edge.
/ intermediate, and I'm looking at a wing that's for a more experienced pilot. And yeah, so I've been just turn a little harder, being a little, feeling some G forces up there, and
You'll feel them.
it's fun. It gets me a little sick sometimes, like you ride a roller coaster and you're like, oh yeah, like that was fun, but I wouldn't want to do that 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
I take paramotor rides like that, where you just fucking around, and then afterwards it's like, yeah, all right, let's go straight for a minute, get our head back on. It's pretty cool.
Well, that's interesting. I look forward to see what you do as for a style, because you definitely want to maximize resale value, I would imagine, but you also want to maybe personalize or get something that's you a little bit too at the same time. Maybe a crashing wave or something. I don't know what you want to do. What would your mana color be? Like what?
Sometimes what if I got like 2 eyes or something like that, and then they
No,
and then
The birds would
Not
attack
that.
now I know.
Not
Hard
that.
pass.
'cause I saw one with eyes, and it looked like it was glaring at you. Like
Yeah,
like
that sounds
it was
awful.
mean mugging you.
You want to be like a friendly sky, you want people to look up and go, "Oh, look, honey, it's the Sky Wizard." Yeah,
But I also want to
that's
be
cool.
me.
You don't want to see peering eyes.
I want them to look
staring
up
down.
and be like, oh, I've seen that guy before, right? Because most of the wings just have like a couple patterns with like, I don't know, like a W-shaped pattern, and it's yellow on one side, purple on the other, and green on one. I wanted to be like, that's the guy with the eyes. That's the guy, with like, they'll remember that wing. Like I want to have, so I don't know what it'll be, but I might get to be something.
Yeah, definitely not the eye thing.
Right,
I think
everyone
Kyle's
hates the eye thing.
insofar as you want to be the friendly flyman that comes into town. Nobody wants to look up and be like, who the hell is that guy and what's he doing? So something friendly.
Stop
Like
making
if
the
it
eyes
just said
happy.
like howdy or made you look or something like that's very disarming. So if you ever do need to nefariously
A yellow
land
smiley
somewhere.
face, like what if the old generic like yellow smiley face? Like I almost want that, like something friendly.
But what
I
if we
want to
did
look up
that,
and be like,
but with just like it shouldn't just be a smile on the wing. The whole wing could be yellow from the bottom with the two eyes and like a nose or something like that.
exactly, sure.
Or
could
one
look
that
like-
says call 911. That would also be fun.
Yeah.
Help! I'm stuck up here.
Help. That would
Next of kin
That's a
information
funny
printed on
idea.
Make
it.
it say you could probably make it shaped like a wing and like the off part like have it colored that color that's meant to blend in with like the blue sky so that it looks like you're flying like the bat you know how Batman has that bat plane that's shaped like
I
a flying
see.
bat wing. Yeah, like you would have that
So
design.
you'd have like virtually camo by making it like blue sky and then have something in the middle.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if that would even work.
No,
but
no,
that
either.
That sounds. There's
No.
probably lots of options for things you can do.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's a great topic, but it's dominating my thought process lately. Like, yeah, I think it'd be
They
neat
could
to
say
get it.
the night hawk. Right there. The night
Aquaman.
wing. I am the night.
yeah.
That's what's coming. I
Leave a
can't wait.
comment if you have a cool idea on what you do with the wing.
Yeah,
You know,
I think it should be I am the night. So we've been playing. I mentioned Mana because I was joking around. But we've been playing a lot of fucking Magic the Gathering. I mentioned last week that Taylor was bringing his Magic decks with him, and the first night I think we played for a solid 9-10 hours without stopping, like sitting in like one of these chairs at a table, like
It was
nine
all night. Yeah.
we played till 6 a.m, and we started rather early. And at this point, I've got a fairly good grasp on like how to play the game. It's just and I really really enjoy it. I think I'm gonna start playing online now, maybe. And I hope that that's as enjoyable. But I'm really digging Magic. It's a lot of fun, and it's fairly simple to pick up.
Yeah.
It
It's not
seems
as complicated.
It
It's
does
a
seem
steep-
complicated.
It's a steep learning curve. So it's like from the start, like you don't know shit. Like it's like this is all so confusing. I don't know what any of these words mean, but just, couple hours in, you've already figured out a lot of the keywords, a lot of how stuff works, and from that point, if you read something you don't know, you can kind of finagle it and context clues it together and be like, okay, yeah, I get what this does.
Just learning the order of play and the protocol and the order that you do things when it is your turn. Like, oh, it's your turn, Kyle, and knowing that, okay, I'm going to draw a card. I'm going to play one land card. I'm going to flip all my mana and all my creatures back to like activated, and now I'm going to scan to see what I can play. And what order do I want to play this buff? Oh, it's an instant, so I'll play this card. Oh, it has trample, he can attack. I won't tell him about the instant. I'll let him pick his blocker, and now flip my mana and I'll buff my card, and it's got trample, and he picked the wrong blocker, so 7 damage to your life, good sir. And it takes about 2 or 3 days of playing a shit fucking load of that game to know all of that, and that protocol that happens every single turn. But what you do, it's a lot of fun.
It's been like a crash course of Magic in a lot of ways. We've been playing so much.
So many cards.
Yeah, we have so many cards.
We went to Walmart. Like we started off with his dual decks, and basically that means that he's got like a suitcase full of cards, and each person, like, okay, you get the blue deck and you get the red deck, and they're made to fight against each other. But that wasn't good enough after a while, so we went to Walmart and just bought huge quantities of cards and had a draft where we pick the cards that we want and like assemble our own decks after having.
Do they have value? Because I know that Magic can be expensive and sometimes you hit it big, or are you just playing with a bunch of commons?
No, you don't get. So every pack you get has at least one rare in there. So maybe you get something that's really rare and worth a lot. Like I don't know as much about what is big in Magic now as I used to when I played it more. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe we opened a really rare card. I have no idea. I haven't looked up the prices on them. But like you can't go into it. Like I've talked to people who are super into Magic who will say stuff like, yeah, like I just put a bunch of money into Magic cards and I've actually made money on it in the long run. And it's like, no, you haven't at all. You've had just potential capital sitting in your closet doing nothing, as you have to spritz it with things to make sure they don't rot away, because it is cardboard and ink at the end of the day. But yeah, you have to go into it knowing that like this is the price of the activity. Like if I buy $80 or $60 worth of the packs so we can draft, it's almost like, all right, I'm not going to make any money back on this, but this is what you need to play this activity.
I'm trying to find out how much. We were wondering how much the cards might cost. I looked up that Sheath Dragon that I have. It's like $50.
$50.
So he's made money.
He's on top. You know,
I'm reading that wrong.
I'm glad that Kyle and Chiz like it so much because it's a ton of fun to play, and it's a fun game to get new people into because you can just see the gears turning as they play and they get it more. And yeah, Chiz obviously picked it up real quick because he's played Yu-Gi-Oh before, which I've never played, but apparently they have similar mechanics.
I think I was wrong about that Sheath Dragon. I think he's like 15 cents or something like that.
So it's somewhere between 15 cents and
I was looking
$50.
at an older, it's the generation thing. I was looking at like an older generation Sheath Dragon, and that one was worth much more. I think if I'm reading that right. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it as a card game. It's a lot of fun. And like you said, we're saying like Chiz's former Yu-Gi-Oh experience made him pick it up really quickly. So it's been fun. I like it a lot. It's definitely it's not gonna become an obsession, I think, because I don't have people to play with in real life, and it's really satisfying to play the real cards and shuffle a deck and all that stuff.
It is.
But I'm going to attempt to play the online version. There's an Xbox game and there's a PC game. The Xbox is free.
If we have any Magic fans out there, leave a comment or tweet me or something about whether or not you like Magic the Gathering Online, MTG Go, or whatever it's called, because I've watched YouTube videos of it being played. I've never got into it, and I don't like the idea of I have a fuck ton of cards, and if I want to remake that deck, I'm gonna have to buy all those cards online again. Like that's enough to deter me. So I think that the way to do it is just play it on Xbox, as far as me and Kyle's needs to play, and that makes it a lot easier too. You don't have to spend any money on Xbox, but the cards you use are worse, so that's kind of shitty. So you're a little hamstrung there.
Yeah, we'll see. I just like the game mechanics. I like how the game is played. If it's a level playing field, then I don't care. Some of those crazy overpowered cards are just scary anyway. Some guy like builds a base and then he plays that card and it's like, oh well, I didn't see that coming. Game over. So yeah, we'll see. I dig the game though. I'm glad you brought that stuff. I wasn't sure I was gonna like it because I'd never played a game like that before. I had no experience with that sort of game, but it's really fun and it's simple. It's like a video game. It's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm liking that a lot. I haven't played Total War Warhammer at all recently and that's for the best too. Because if you had gotten into Total War Warhammer, well, I can't be this into Total War Warhammer and Magic at the same time. Something's got to give. So,
and it's your professional life. You just won't go to work. Yeah, I can be
really passionate about this group of ghouls and goblins and trolls, or this group of ghouls and goblins and wizards and trolls. I can't split it. Gotta pay
little green ghouls.
Yeah, little green ghouls. But
my PC parts came in.
Let's talk about.
I was wondering
if
you'd have it assembled.
I was curious about which. I know you got like. Go ahead.
The case came in late. The case came in today. So, like, the hard drive and the memory and a bunch of things had arrived in advance. But without the case, it seemed like it was hard to, like, even step one seems to be put shit in the case. So, I haven't done anything with them yet. But I got a new computer. And it's not like most people do gaming builds and they buy a bunch of, consumer level stuff and whatever. I really wanted a reliable computer. Like, I wanted never for PKA to quit midway. And, I had a couple of CPUs that I used at WoodyCraft, and my server had like 1,000 days uptime. Yeah, I think so. And that's a lot. It ran Linux. I don't think you're going to get that on Windows, but that's what you get when you have error correcting memory and you have Xeon class CPUs and stuff. So I was like, I'm going to do that in my home PC, and so the parts just came in. I think I'll just swap over my old school Titan CPU. And use that for whatever year until the
GPU.
My mistake.
GPU,
GPU. And then, even when the 1180 comes out or a 1080 Ti, or I decide I want something better, I'll just buy something new. Yeah. So the idea is I'm going to have a really reliable, like, enterprise class machine.
Well, I'm happy about that. I think we all are, because, like, it really deflates our balloons big time when, like, we're 2 hours into this and we feel really good about, like currently. We're about 2 hours in. I feel really good about the 2 hours we've got under our belt. Good quality stuff. Had a few laughs. It's been great. Queb's on here. Yeah, a few tears, a few last few tears. You know, we had a little fun. We
you can't get it back. You can't get it back.
Can't get it back.
Yep.
If you don't record it, and it's very upsetting. And also, you know, you're like, oh, I guess I'm sitting here in this chair for 7 hours straight now today. I'm trying to act like I enjoy it.
Yeah,
I've had like 2 hour, 3 hour long recordings, and you're like, done, time to wrap it up, and then it's like, oh, my computer just blue screened, or my camera, my SD card crashed, well, most of the time I have a backup for everything, but sometimes you can't get a backup. Like I can't get 2 streams to record my gameplay, and it's like me and my friends, we do a 2-3 hour long session. Everybody's okay, and then one guy just fails, and then it's like, fuck, now we have to do the same thing or similar for the other person, right? So I know the feeling.
Yeah, it's not like it's happening a lot or anything. I don't think the computer's ever crashed during PKA. One time OBS crashed, and I'm not sure if a new computer would have helped that, or sometimes that's going to happen. I don't know.
So what
this is making me nervous, us even talking.
Right.
Yeah, we should move on.
Like, start recording now?
I used to have, there was this like really religious Christian lady that was a friend of mine's mom, and she was like of the belief that like you could speak things into being, you know? And so like if you said, like, oh man, hope we don't get in a car accident on the way to dinner, you know, that'd ruin our plans. She'd like slap your hand to your leg or like poke you or something or pinch you and be like, don't you speak that into reality. Don't you say those words. And it's like, this, all right, like you really think that Jesus is sitting up there being like, oh, this guy doesn't want to get in a car crash.
I find that so annoying.
Great.
It bothers me. And like, I don't know, this like, stop it. Oh my God, do you know what you did? Do you know how crazy you are? You know, like I didn't do anything. It's not.
Yeah, you didn't summon a spell or hex anybody.
Don't you do that? Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby?
Yes. Basically.
I'm so sick.
Oh man. Oh, are you?
Oh, why was it?
So how? Well, you were sick on Tuesday.
I was. I am definitely on the improvement swing. Tuesday, the 1 hour PKN, it was hard for me to get through. This I feel better, but I've been sick for a week now, and I'm just. I don't know, slow to get better, I guess.
You don't look sick.
So I'm faking it. Yeah, I pulled like a full-on Hillary Clinton. Like right before the show, I dumped some ibuprofen, some Mucilix, some caffeine. We're going to get 4 hours of look like I'm healthy Woody, and then I'm going to crash afterwards. This in my head is how she did the debates.
Oh, you've got like your alarm set for 4 hours exactly, like you're like a submarine pilot, like and record. And all right, see, I'm gonna go vomit and pass out.
I watched the new M. Night Shyamalan movie called Split with is it James McAvoy, the guy who plays young Professor Xavier in the new X-Men movies, if that helps anyone. And it is very good. I thought I really liked it.
I heard so. Yeah.
I really liked it. His performance is top tier. The ending is not your usual Shyamalan like twist, like roll your eyes roll. I liked the ending a lot, and I don't want to spoil it at all. But I will say that McAvoy's performance top fucking notch. It's really cool, and the subject matter that they deal with in general, which is multiple personality disorder. That's not that's clear from the trailers and even the poster. The level that they take it to is genius, and I loved everything about it, and I loved all that stuff that happens. I'm speaking to those who have seen it or maybe will see it. Everything that happens, like at the end, is great, and it really made like I'm at the halfway through the film, I was like, this is okay, this is an okay movie. But once I finished, I was like, oh, I'm glad I watched this. I'm glad I saw all that. I'm glad this is part of my like film history that gets plugged in now. I'm glad I saw it. Great movie.
My opinion of it has gotten better as I understood more, because it was just I don't want to spell anything either. It was just the ending of the final, Shyamalan twist, where you're kind of just like for me, it wasn't like oh shit. It was like come on, like that kind of reaction. And, I don't know, but now realizing that it's in a superhero world.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
No spoilers.
Oh, okay.
What reality is it in?
It's I don't think that one exists. Really it's in a Shyamalan variety. I think a lot of his movies,
land.
A Shyamalan reality. I think all of his films are in some sort of closely linked reality in one way or another because they're just kind of kooky in the same way.
Overall, though, like it wasn't something to write home about, and if I definitely wouldn't have a ton of positive things to say if it wasn't for how good McAvoy was as the lead. Like he's the reason that I think people are raving about it. Like he had an excellent performance.
I think it was the end. I disagree. I think it's 50-50. His performance was as good and it intrigued me as much as the ending twist did. And we can probably leave it at that. I really don't want to spoil it for anyone. And it's not the sort of thing that you're going to be like putting together in your head. It's not like, he was dead the whole time, like in The Sixth Sense or something.
You have to finish the puzzle.
Yeah, it's oh my God. Let's talk. I can't wait to talk about that. All right, so listen to we should wait for Woody to get back
for that.
Explain that.
Oh, he's coming back. There we
go.
Great.
Yeah, we'll let him get on mic. So Woody, have you ever seen one of those puzzle rooms?
Yeah, we've done them.
Oh, you have?
Yeah. I brought the WoodyCraft team building thing. I paid for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Did they have like difficulty levels of puzzle rooms?
They did.
Was there like easy, medium, hard?
There were 2 of them, and I think there were 2 of them, and they weren't meant to be more difficult. They were just like, hey, history tells us that this one gets solved more often or less often.
Well, we decided to go do one of these things, and we picked the hardest one possible that only 20% of applicants solve. And we did not finish, spoiler alert, but we almost did. And very, very close. He came in there at the end, and he was like, you want to go ahead and finish up? And we were all like, I look at my girlfriend, and she's like faint. She's literally faint. She's so hungry. And I'm just like, why don't you just show us how it finishes? And he's like, oh, we just do this and that, and now you can finish. And we're, okay, so we're crawling through a hole and like filling out a cipher. And finally we got to the end of it, and it was over. But it was an hour of being in a room going through puzzles and unlocking boxes and turning key locks and like doing Simon Says with buttons that were on the wall. And in one of the cases, we unlocked an Allen wrench, and we took the panel off the wall and ripped it out, and we crawled through the hole that's created into a room that's just black, and you've got a flashlight, and you're reading the wall with the flashlight. Yep. Well, it took us forever to find the goddamn light switch in that room. So we're playing in the dark for a while. I think if we had
keep in mind, this whole time, so it's at this point, it was just me, you, and Chiz in that room trying to find shit on the walls. And meanwhile, your girlfriend is still in the light room. And when I'm like peeking back through to be like, hey, hand me that prop or whatever the fuck thing we think might help. Like, hand me that box, hand me that. Like, I just see her face, and it's just the face of someone who's like, I am so not in the mood to watch you guys, prance around in there going like, oh, this could be a clue. Like, it's trying to figure stuff out. And meanwhile, having to like hand us stuff, and we're, playing with the locks. Like, maybe it's just these 4 codes that are written on the wall. Nope, turns out that's not it. Would have made it a real boring puzzle, right? It was way more fun than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit silly, and it was for a second. One of the things they made you do, which I think was their like filler thing just to get it to a long enough test, is they played Simon on the wall, where it was like, red, blue, green, yellow, or whatever, and you have to hit it in the same tonal order. And they were playing other shit on the loudspeakers or the radio while this is all happening. So there's like some fake guy on the radio being like, Delta, 7, 10, Alpha, Beta. And then like every 20 seconds he resays that, and meanwhile you're trying to follow like the beep boop beep 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 boop beep. And Chiz was over there fucking around with the lockbox, and I was saying to Kyle, because it starts off easy and it gets harder, because me and Kyle were handling it on our own. And saying like, all right, you get the first 5, I'll get the next 5. And that's how we were doing it. And eventually they got way too long.
Yeah, I got like 12 or 14.
I got the first 5, Kyle, you get the next 5. And I was like, I got the first 5, and I watch it keeps ticking. And then I look to you and you're like, yeah, that was like 9. I have no idea which ones it is. So we had to figure that out. We eventually got all of that solved when Chiz jumped back in and saved us. And so that was good.
Ours was interesting. Like, so with ours, it wasn't just my group. It was like half WoodyCraft staff and half total strangers. And with the total strangers, like, and out of the gate, you don't know what you're dealing with. I don't have a vibe for how good they're going to be at this. And it was fun to see things unfold. Like, all right, that girl, she is going to be an asset on this team. that guy, he will never solve anything. If he gives any ideas or clues, disregard them immediately. Yeah, that guy is functionally an idiot. That is it. And we went through, and the way I remember it, like that, I solved a couple of the cool thing, like the harder ones myself. And there was one that stumped a lot of people that for what it had to do with a bunch of playing cards, I kind of figured out. And the oversight people were like, oh my God, like we've got ringers on this team. They're going to be able to solve it. But we got stuck on something for a long time and we didn't beat it. But it was fun. Yeah, I really liked it.
Have you ever done one of those, Kwebbelkop?
Nope. I have, however, been to this haunted house thing it was in New York City, which kind of reminds me of it, but it's not really a puzzle solver. It's more of a show, a theater show, which you just get sent into this dark maze, and all of a sudden you're in a 5-story building with people running around, and it's really creepy. But it's more of a haunted house where you don't really have to solve puzzles, but to beat it. But it's like you can solve the puzzles to understand the story of what's actually going on, because sometimes a naked lady would run across you, like full naked, jump into a bathtub, and you're like, what the fuck am I looking at right now?
The Taylor's sounded like it was better than mine. Like I remember a lot of ours being like a chest holding a lockbox, holding a smaller lockbox, holding a key. And it's like, well, that's kind of low budget, isn't it? Like,
yeah, this is just like 30 minutes at Home Depot. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like, and there were some cool things. Like there was a closet that you unlocked, and then you had like a black light, and there were clues and stuff that you could only see if you had gotten the black light out of the chest inside the thing, out of the side of it. But they're neat. They're a good time. We were hot. It was super hot that day, and that played a role in it too. Yeah.
Ours was and the other bullshit thing. So when the guy came back in to relieve us at the end of the hour and tell us like, oh, you didn't quite get it. Here's how close you were. We were like I expected him to be like, oh, you still had to finish this and then unlock the code to go into the next room, and that's where you start the light puzzle or whatever the fuck he said. But he was like, oh man, you guys are one step away. You guys are like right here. You're right here. And I was like, oh, man, what a shame. Well, see ya. And then the guy was like, no, you guys got to stay and finish it. Like, just finish it up real quick. I see you got the ciphers started. Like, just finish it up. Like, I'll go in the other room and restart your clock so that you can finish it and get the credit. And I was just like, no, it's fine. Like, we're okay. Like, just show us how it ends, and it's going to be all right. Just show us how this ends. And the guy must have been a salesman, because he would not take a no. I gave him 2 no's, and he said, no, seriously. And he was doing that thing where, like at the moment, we're all in this dark room, and the only opening is a little cat door behind him, and he's just going like this as he's backing up, and we're all standing around the puzzle pieces, and he's going, no, you guys can finish it. Just finish it up. I'm gonna go back through this door, and I'm gonna restart your thing. All right, you're gonna do it, right? And we're like, all right, I guess we'll fucking finish the puzzle, because you're making us feel bad about it. But
I
Kyle
have a rude thing
I'm
say.
I'm talking to him about the guy who wouldn't let us leave the puzzle room, who did not take no for an answer. Hijacked us.
This is my thing that I do. I've used this line like half a dozen times. They don't take no. They don't take no. You can just do this. You can just do this. And I'm like, listen, man, you have just witnessed the making of a decision, and they're just like, oh, well, I guess that's that then. It has just happened. You've witnessed the making of a decision, and there we have it. Let's act on it. And no one ever goes like, no. It's like, oh, decision's been made.
Yeah, if it was still like if he was rude or curt.
Your mic's off.
Do you know that your mic is muted? Oh.
I can hear him screaming.
What was he saying?
He said, "Ah!" That's all that I heard.
He's still muted, it would seem.
Yeah, he's still muted.
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, he's back. All right, but you were saying something about the wouldn't take no for an answer guy.
Something about a witness. I don't know. It was a joke, but it's gone now. It's gone.
Okay.
Timing's important.
He was
that's why I went because the joke's ruined.
He was very kind about it, though. Like, he seemed like a guy who wanted to see us finish the puzzle because he's a man who works at a puzzle factory. And so to him, puzzles are like, you know, you solve it and you go home that night like, God damn. Fucking
Bobby had
puzzle. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so fucking into puzzles. Oh, I get like getting lost in new cities. You know, a city is just a puzzle to be solved, you know, or whatever the fuck this guy would say. But he was so nice about it that I wanted to go back and finish the puzzle. And so we did. And in the end, all that happens is we killed the robot. I don't mind spoiling that because none of you are going to.
We actually didn't kill it. I think we stopped the meltdown. I think the robot was friendly. She didn't want to melt down. We were trying to help her.
Oh, I didn't pay attention to the narrative. I guess I was looking at things like.
Was it a friendly robot or an evil robot? It was an evil robot. It's been confirmed.
There we go. Like it was, you know, when they were saying before we went in, they're like, "Do not kick, bite, smash, or destroy any materials you come across. Everything you need to solve it is in the room. Do not tear things off the wall. Do not bring tools from home and unscrew light fixtures." Like, it's saying things that people have clearly done. Where they're like, "Oh, I know how to solve it. It's under the fluorescent lights. Take them out, and you bring your own lights, and then you put them up there, and you can see all the lemon juice scribblings on the bottom." And then I go in and I was like, who would try to do this? Like, at the very least, if you break a lock, like, you've ruined the fun of the puzzle, because now it's just like okay, well, fuck. Like it's out of order.
Picking it, you know.
And then I realized immediately why that's a rule, because I picked up that first lock that had our cards in it, and I picked it up by the lock, and I almost tore that thing in half. It was the cheapest lock on the cheapest I've ever felt. If I had pulled it this hard, we would have skipped that whole step. That whole step of the puzzle. I could have. If I had dropped it a little aggressively, it might have popped.
That would have been a sweet mercy if you had done that for us, because I think I enjoyed the puzzle room less than anyone. I was in once we got past the Simon Says, like I just didn't really enjoy it that much. I was happy to see everyone else enjoying themselves, but
I liked it more after Simon Says.
Oh man, I didn't like Simon Says. It was at that point when I was like, this is just doing some pretty simple stuff that.
In the beginning, the robot says the first thing, and it's like, whatever you do, don't hit the doomsday button. And there's like, aside from the fucking colored buttons that you have to remember for the patterns, there's a clear button that says doomsday. And so we just were standing around for like 3 or 4 minutes of our hour, just looking at shit, being like, all right, well, when is this thing going to tell us what to do? Until eventually, I think it was Chiz was like, just someone hit the doomsday button. And so I hit it, and it started the game. And so it was like,
kept going.
Shit, this is garbage. We just lost 5 minutes. And then we lost so much time on Simon, which was embarrassing, because you know those guys sitting watching the camera room are like, look at these 4 adults not be able to figure this out.
4 adults who can't solve Simon Says. Yeah,
it was. Beep, beep, boop. God damn it, I can't figure. You take the first 5. You take the next 5. I guess we're delegating Simon Says work. But,
yeah, I didn't think I was going to have as much fun this trip, but I definitely have. I really enjoyed the magic, and our activities, such as they have been interesting. Taylor keeps trying to make me drink alcohol to justify his own alcoholism, but
when you do that to him with Grubhub.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm bringing him into my my
deep
race
fried.
toward diabetes.
I need
deep fried ice cream sandwiches.
To Kyle, fourth meal is not a Taco Bell slogan.
It's a lifestyle.
It is a meal of the day.
Yeah, on a vacation, I really just, it's like, all right, everything to the max. Like all the sliders go to the max on vacation. Like everything. So like, I have not. Have I eaten today? I don't think I have. I eat food? Yeah, I haven't eaten food today. There's gonna be
on the show.
There's gonna be a churro.
Just
was like a toothpick. That was like when you accidentally swallow a piece of toothpick. That was nothing.
A piece of toothpick.
That doesn't count as sustenance. I barely even dipped it in the honey. All right, just one dip. Please.
My bad.
After this show, there is going to be a reckoning. I'm gonna pull up all 3: Grubhub, Postmates, everything, and there's gonna be a real ordering that comes down. I'm getting sushi. I'm getting some sort of sandwich, some sort of like fancy hamburger, some French fries with like some green chili on them. I'm gonna get some cool stuff. Desserts coming. Tiramisu. It's gonna be good. Last night.
Jesus Christ! Like we recognize the Grubhub people now, and there's lots of.
This Asian guy was like, "Wasn't I here earlier?" And I was like, "I don't know." Fucking you all.
Yeah, I've been here twice. This is on my GPS favorites now. You know,
I don't fucking
Most
know.
visit-
We order 8 meals a day from you people. Odds are probably so. And maybe you're one of the 3 people who brought Chiz coffee today.
Oh yeah.
All right,
that
this seems like a good
ordering
moment to
coffee.
slip in an ad for CeeSo.
Oh.
You see, CeeSo is the place for comedy. They won't tell you how amazing they are, but we will. CeeSo is amazing. It's comedy for comedy nerds by comedy nerds. CeeSo, spelled SEESO, is the new ad-free streaming service bringing you hilarious original series, hand-picked classics, weeks of stand-up specials, and more. Bingeable comedy anytime, anywhere. CeeSo. Every episode of Saturday Night Live ever, including the recent ones where they make fun of Donald Trump, and those are so good. Alec Baldwin's doing a great job. They had Melissa McCarthy doing Sean Spicer recently. It's incredible. It's an amazing performance. They made her look that much like him. So, including new episodes the day after they air, The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, The Late Show with Seth Meyers, the day after they air, and they even have classics like 30 Rock, Parks and Rec, and Saved by the Bell. Even British comedies like The Original Office with Ricky Gervais, the entire Monty Python catalog, which I love, The It Crowd, or is it that's the IT Crowd, and Steve Coogan as Alan Partridge as well. Critically acclaimed originals and exclusive content like Harmon Quest and Funny as Hell. If you're serious about comedy, you got to try CeeSo. Stream it anywhere, anytime, on virtually any device. CeeSo is ad-free and just $3.99 per month. That's less than you pay for that latte or that artesian cold brewed coffee you're holding right now. And right now, our listeners here get to try CeeSo for free for 2 months when you try promo code PKA at checkout. So just go to CeeSo, that's SEESO.com right now, and sign up for 2 months free with promo code PKA at checkout. That's CeeSo.com, promo code PKA. If you don't use our code, you're only going to get 1 month for free. What a scam that is. So make sure you use promo code PKA and get your 2 free months at CeeSo.com. I use CeeSo. I like it a lot. Every now and then, you know, there's a movie that we decide we want to watch, and I can just click search on that movie, and it shows me the myriad of ways that I can watch it. Mm-hmm. And it's like, do you want to pay Amazon $4? Do you want to like sign up for Stars and watch it for free? And usually CeeSo has like a lot of those oddball comedy movies that I like seeing. So definitely try that out. It's worth having for sure. And while we're at it, let me tell you about Dollar Shave Club. Dollar Shave Club, it's no secret we love their razors. We always get a close, smooth shave, and you can't beat the convenience or the price. We used to choose between settling for a cheap bag of disposables or paying out the nose for a razor with a laser pointer and 17 blades. Awful. Then Dollar Shave Club broke onto the scene with a smarter choice. Before Dollar Shave Club, there was no middle ground. It was either save money and get a painful shave from a disposable like the ones they give away for free at the gym, which felt like shaving with a piece of glass, or pay a fortune for the latest shaving breakthrough that I didn't need, like a laser chin detector or dozens more blades. Dollar Shave Club is the best of both worlds. You get the premium shave quality at the disposable shave price. So if you haven't tried Dollar Shave Club yet, you are missing out. It's an amazing shave at an affordable price. There are no smarter choices on the market. And right now, they're giving away a month free trial with any of their razors for just $1 with free shipping. And after that, it's just a few dollars a month. There's no long-term commitments, no hidden fees, and you can cancel whenever you want. So get your $1 trial at dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. That's very important. dollarshave.com/PKA.
Dollar Shave Club, CeeSo, both amazing products. Links in the description. Pick the one you want.
Yeah.
Check it out. I feel, you know, when you hear someone's voice and they clearly are having some problems, like they're like just like that, or you can hear the phlegm, like that's how you're sounding right now.
I am powering through on this thing. I am not complaining.
You got it. You can do it.
I'm doing everything I can. Fuck it. I'm going to will myself into energetic performance.
Well, you know, 45 minutes down the hatch, that's 3 hours, and then Taylor and I can go to the titty bar. They have full nude clubs here. Full nude. We're getting pussy, baby. They're getting it all out there. Yeah. They'll show you all.
That's mandatory in Europe.
I'm bringing objects.
It's mandatory. If they try and put on a bottom, they say no.
Like if a woman tries to dance with a bottom, she's immediately beaten in strips.
Yep.
Ah, well, there you go.
So one of the things PKA told me and totally sold me after I was convinced. I'm just gonna grab it real quick. Just 1 second.
I don't know what this could possibly be.
It could be an auto blow.
Ooh, that's a good guess.
I bet it's gonna be that.
It's not a dildo this time. They're baby
was
wipes.
Oh, that's
go.
my influence, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I have enough money.
They have a bidet.
I have enough money.
I have
for
enough
5
money,
houses
you know.
and some baby wipes.
I gotta step up my lifestyle a little bit. So I'm not like I'll buy expensive cars or fly private jets or whatever, right? I'm there in the store. Yes, I'm there in the store. I go, I'm gonna spend a little bit more money and I'm gonna buy baby wipes. And it has been wow.
So you want to take it one more
Wow.
level higher and get a portable bidet, and you take that thing with you everywhere. Yeah.
I didn't know portable
like
bidets
it, baby.
existed.
I
Oh
like the baby
yeah,
wipes.
yeah. You just set that bad boy up. You're good to go.
That's a huge waste of money. Just put your ass in
You
the
just hook
sink.
it up to the hose outside and like you run it in through the house.
You're like, all right, let me turn it on.
It's
Clean, all right.
a true revolution.
They're
No
outstanding.
more.
Do you have a bidet
it's-
too? Do you have?
I don't. No, we're in
Oh.
the house. No, I think they got removed because we do have the
Savage.
streaming stuff.
We have a bidet, and that's kind of cool too. Like it's basically warm water with remarkable aim, and just you wouldn't know
I'd
it.
be the operator down there. Like, all right, little.
Is that you know how they say in America? I don't know if they say other places where they're like, "Hey, if you shake more than 3 times, you're playing with yourself." Mm-hmm. Like in Europe, is it like Hans? If you sit on the bidet for more than a few minutes, you're just playing with your asshole, and then you have to like come in there and get them off. Where it's like, "Hey, how long have you been cleaning your ass?" You know,
Dude,
not
He's
too
like
long.
back
Just clean
sitting on the
It's
pool
the
bed.
cleanest butt ever. Like you can clean your
Yes.
butt in the shower, but you're not. I mean, typically getting like direct jets on your butt. This
You
is.
get that detachable line.
Yeah,
You
I
go to-
know. I was thinking
you
that
go where
too.
you want to
I,
go.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
always do a handstand in the shower to fix that. problem.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, there's workarounds. I
Get your asshole as close as possible in the shower head. You know?
but yeah, the bidet is pretty good. The wet wipes are good too, though. They're outstanding. That's
They get everything. Like with paper, it's like you said.
you know in
if
your
you stick
heart
your
it's
hand
not
in
clean,
shit,
clean, right?
right? If you
If
stick your hand in
someone-
shit, you don't go, "Hey, it's clean."
No, you wouldn't.
If somebody got a little bit of shit, of your human shit, on your arm, you wouldn't be like, give me a paper towel.
And it'd be like, it's
I
fine.
need to go take a full shower and scour the filth from my body.
Right.
Like if you get used to a baby wipe feeling ass, and then you have to take a public shit, and you realize you've got one ply.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. So
just-
now when I go traveling, I bring baby wipes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have
So
to.
yeah, it's. I was like, I had to use regular toilet paper again. I was like, no,
Yeah,
I'm not doing this. Plus, you can be precise. Sometimes one wipe,
Mm-hmm.
right? Sometimes 2, 3. With toilet paper, it's like, oh, and
It
it's
could be
coming,
5
and
or
it's
It's
coming.
like you're
something,
wiping
right.
And you're
like the
still
tip of a
going.
marker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's 5 like patches, not just five slices, but it's like you're going. Whoosh,
Each slice
and
is
then rip
5
it out.
slices. It's 25
Like, I mean,
slices. Yeah.
You get like five wipes, and it's not never one piece of paper because that's too thin. So
Nobody ever uses toilet paper with like one square or 2
you're like, oh,
squares at a time. That's bananas.
yeah.
You should be more frugal. I take 1 square and then split the plies.
You split it.
Now there are 2.
And then rip it apart.
Put it back together then. Yeah.
Yeah, wet wipes are the bomb. I keep a pack in my truck, and if I ever have to go in the woods, I can leave the woods cleaner than most people leave their bathrooms.
When's the last time you guys all shat in the woods?
It's been a while, but
Or just out in the wilderness? Wilderness, woods.
I think 5 years ago when I was on a road trip, had some. I didn't know I was lactose intolerant, so I just had some running diarrhea, and I was like, I need to have a shit, and I just ran out, pulled my pants down, started shitting, and obviously all my mates were like, let's take pictures. So in the middle of the night, I went on their shit, deleted everything. So it was
Wait, their phones
no
weren't
proof of
locked?
shit. Well, it was on the computer. They were like ready to share it and shit.
Oh, they're on the cloud. Yeah.
They like uploaded it.
Somewhere
and-
out there are those Kwebbelkop shitting pics.
Nah, it's all
Hopefully on
gone. I made
TMZ
sure
any
it's
day
all
now.
removed.
It's all gone.
That's funny.
I was going shooting with someone or a couple people. This was like a while back, and it was like just a small hill. No forest, no trees close by, just desert and small tufts of plants. And I realized, like, I don't know, a mile into this wilderness, it's like I need to take a shit, and it is not going to last until I get back home. Like, it's not, there's no chance. It's not a maybe I can hold it. It's not a perhaps I can ask them to pull off on a gas station after we're done shooting. Keep in mind, this is the middle of the day of shooting. This isn't like we're wrapping it up. Like, we still got hours ahead. I was just like, I'm gonna have to take a shit. I don't have any supplies to use, and I don't have anywhere to go because this is mainly a large flat area, and there's not many places to hide. But where we ended up shooting the clays for the next time, we were at the bottom of the hill, or the bottom of a very small slope. Truck was there, and we were shooting off this way, and the slope came up about this much, a tiny little slope, like you wouldn't even hardly notice it. And so I had to, I was like, I have to go to the bathroom. And what I would usually do is turn around where I was standing and pee where I felt, because whatever, it's fine. But if you start running away after you say I have to go to the bathroom, people are like, yes, take a shit. And so I have to go to the bathroom, and so I start doing like the quick walk, which very quickly becomes a slow jog, all the way up that incline and then down like probably 80 yards the other way on the other side of that slope, because I had to go so fucking far to make sure that they couldn't just see right over it, like the horizon. And I just squatted, took both my socks off, and used my socks on my hands like that.
You put them on your hands.
Yeah, I put them on my hands, and then I used it like that, and then I would go like this. I go, all right, this side's ruined, but I don't have enough faith in myself to finish the job on that other sock. Who knows what kind of carnage is back there? So you flip the hand and kind of like a little like that.
Yeah.
Taylor, it was not great.
Something unhealthy about either your colon or your diet? I don't have
Taylor
this
takes
many.
So many shits.
Like emergency shits and problem shits and
Taylor, how many times have you pooped today?
Once.
How often do you guys poop?
I usually am once a day, and last week has been mayhem. Complete mayhem. I didn't shit the first, I think, 3 days I was here. I think it was at least like the first 2 days I didn't shit. It was to the point where I was eating all that food. I'm like, this is just worrisome. This is like something's got to give.
Just like packing more wadding in a musket, just shove it.
Just continue. Maybe if I put more chicken wings on top of it, it'll push it through. Speaking of, oh no, never mind.
I have a pretty funny shit story.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if I told it last time, but I got my tonsils removed, and they gave me painkillers. So for 2 weeks, I had to get these crazy, super strong, almost morphine painkillers every single day. And so I didn't have any pain, right? So I would take the painkillers and then start having a super weird diet, because I couldn't eat much, because there's pretty much like it's all open in your throat. You can hardly swallow stuff. And I'm eating baby food and stuff. And a week in, I realized I hadn't taken a shit. 7 days in.
Painkillers.
And obviously, the first thing I think about is it's because I've had a shit diet, a terrible diet. I've been eating baby food and it's just smoothies all day. And then I realized, what if it's the painkillers suppressing the fact that I have to go for a shit? So I decided, okay, how about I sit through the pain for a second one night, and I wait until the painkillers wear off a little bit. So I did, and all of a sudden I can literally just feel it, like here, like there's just a shit there, right? So I'm like, what the fuck do I do now? Because obviously, if you hold a shit for a week, it becomes really, really hard. So at one point, I decided, okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet. Was your grandmother
around?
No, my mom, but she was passed out because this was back when I was still living at home.
This is good. So, you don't want her remembering.
No. I know about that story. So I'm there on the toilet trying to take a shit for about an hour. Nothing. Right? This is, I compared
You're
it to
going to blow
King
out an
Kong's-
O-ring. Carry on.
King Kong's little finger, his pinky finger trying to come out of your ass. And eventually at one point I was like, fuck it, right? And I just pushed as hard as I could. And I was scared she was gonna, because
You're just gonna drop out.
Yeah.
stuff can happen
like a
push
badly
too hard.
bagged grocery. Just
And eventually I took a shit, and for some reason I swear this has to be some stuff in my subconscious. I was proud of it. I was proud that I took such a big shit. It's like I delivered a baby. It's legit.
at least.
I took pictures of it, okay, and I still have these pictures.
I
I
told
can
you
share them.
Kwebbelkop shit
But
pictures were
I'll hold
coming
them
out.
back. It was this big, like this big of a shit, like a really solid, hard shit.
Compare it to an object that we would see in the day-to-day world.
Okay. Well, microphone, like the bottle. It was that long.
No!
This long, but
You shit a
obviously,
24-ounce bottle?
obviously the width of my.
All right, well, what kind of girth are
my
we talking
asshole.
about?
Obviously, the width of my
I'd
Three
say a
fingers.
banana. The
Okay.
thickness of the banana.
That's
And
a
it was
powerful poop.
hard. And that's, I don't know, I was super proud of it, took a picture, and then I was like, okay, Jordi, I'm pretty sure you're not into men. Because I went through that pain. I was like, never again,
were you able to just get it all out at once, or was it like you forced it and it was so
solid.
thick?
It's
Oh.
solid. It was like it was hanging, It didn't break. It was just one piece. Just
one
came
thing.
out.
So you didn't have to do like the bolt cutter asshole thing where you're like, you give it a wig and you're like, this isn't coming. And then you,
Rocking back
It was
and forth.
everything
Like,
you
come
want,
on!
Yeah. So that was my embarrassing.
You have to
kind of
kick him
fun
loose! Kick him loose!
Of course I can't do it, but every so often when I get like an exceptional poop, like that looks like there's half a liter in volume there. I want to weigh it. The weight is what I really want to, like, how much lighter did I just get? There has to be.
You just weigh yourself before you do it.
Well, if I knew that the poop was going to be that extraordinary, that would be the way
you
to
do it
go.
every time, and you take very, very detailed notes, like the rest of us do.
post Thanksgiving shit. Like
Read my blog.
my first shit after Thanksgiving.
Measurements.
My first shit after Thanksgiving. I always feel like I could I could jump higher.
Right?
Like I got so much weight off that it's like, man, I really didn't think I ate 4 pounds of turkey and ham, but I did.
There's a picture, guys.
You just think that's a piece of your shit.
Oh my god!
And I'm
Why
not
am I
joking.
opening it?
Well,
I'm
just
not
shows a picture
joking.
of a huge turd in a toilet.
Dude, that is
It's enormous. It looks.
It is.
It looks like at first glance, I was like, "Oh, there's a snake in your toilet." Ah! Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible.
I was like, I guess poop sleuthing when I was
Yeah?
a little kid, and we were in elementary school. And I remember going into the bathroom at one point to go pee or whatever. And I went into one of the stalls, and there was a shit that was so big sitting in that bowl that it couldn't even submerge under the water all the way. It was like part of it was peeking out like an iceberg, and it was as big as this can of Monster Energy. Almost. It was so girthy that I was like shocked as a kid. I was like, what? What could this? I was maybe 9, 10. And there was a friend.
Was it an elephant?
I never thought of it after that. I was just like, that is the biggest fucking shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Where's the man's body? Who laid that?
No, I
Couldn't have
couldn't
survived.
imagine. I thought for the 2 or 3 years that it had to be the janitor at our school. And of course, it ended up not being the case. 2 or 3 years later, I'm over at a friend's house and I have to take a shit. And I go into their bathroom in the basement, and there is an unflushed shit sitting in the toilet at my friend's house. And I was like, that's disgusting. And I look at it, and it's the same size shit to a T. It is the only shit that size. And I realized that my friend, he was the one who has these enormous girthy shits. I never brought it up because it's not something that you do in good company. But interesting to be like, anyone could be a big shitter.
I forget what it was. My father's had some poop-related health issue or whatever. And my brother, as a kid, didn't flush reliably, right? And he's a grown man now, I'm sure he does. But as a kid growing up, like sometimes he'd forget. And it just came up. My father was like, I can tell that Pat is healthy. He does not have any problems in this category because he was laying some logs out there. And I'm like, am I okay? And he's like, I don't know. You always flush. If you'd stop flushing, I'd know. And that was a little moment from my childhood. There you go.
Yep. We've all had a nice poop moment or two. Or a great poop moment in Queb's case. There. Thank you.
I deleted it. You know, I'm like, I don't want to be looking at this for the next hour or so.
I showed it to the fans, so.
And here's a couple of poops I took after a couple of you know?
I have a new topic. It's a different kind of topic. Yeah. If you guys are down. Wait,
so
Kyle,
the neighbors behind this house are having a loud outdoor argument, and it's going like, you don't fucking say that to me. You're going to jail. You're going to jail right fucking now. He's like, I don't fucking care. Let's go to jail. Oh, they're fighting? They're having a fight in the backyard, like a fist fight. It's too dark, I think, for you guys to see.
Are they two guys?
It's a whole group of people. They're having a real white trash throwdown. It's pretty extreme. I wish I could go out there and film it or like mic it up or something, but they're like, we've got a fenced backyard.
Can you open that window behind you?
I can hear them from here.
Would it help if you open that window behind you?
I'm going to take you with me. We're going outside.
I'm very excited about this.
This is really cool.
I like the determination. He would just like, you know what? I'm taking you with me. We're going outside. Like, this is going to happen.
Outside, I'll kill that bitch.
Come outside, I'll kill that bitch. That's the word. That's what they're saying now. Hang on, we're going.
It sounds like a guy wants to beat up a girl.
Nah. We're loose.
Mostly.
I don't know where they're staying, so, you know.
Denver somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Is that like a white trash place?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Is it a big place?
Yeah, Denver. I don't even know what it would be. I would guess it's one of the 10 biggest cities in the U.S.
Oh, okay.
So.
Well, I know it by name, but I've never been there.
Wow.
This is actually happening.
I'm pretty excited about this.
You should just set up right next to them.
If there's more to see, I'll like change the layout.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yes. So there, over there, near where that light is, I'm going to try to give you a view.
Oh, wait. If I can.
So they're over there. I don't know if... We're going low. We're sneaking. We're sneaking in.
Just don't get robbed. How good is his Wi-Fi there?
I don't know. I'm going to try and change this so all you see is Kyle. I know people, all you see is me right now, but hang in there.
There's a lot of curses and threats being thrown around. Do you really want to do this? Do you really want to do this? We can do this right now.
I want to see blood.
This is great. I'm going to pop off an ear so I can hear.
All right. So it's hard to see much because it's so dark, but Kyle is full screen. There, you can see Kyle better right now. Yeah, so this is good. I've modified the layout, Kyle, so you own the whole screen.
Where are you going? Where the fuck you going? This is my house. That motherfucker right there is fake. All right, I think we should probably go in. I don't think
this is great.
Really? You think it's good radio?
I'm on the edge of my seat.
We're on location here on Grape Street, Denver, Colorado, where a disturbance of white trash proportions has broken out next door.
What do you hear?
Someone just sped away. I think he might have been part of the posse over there. But yeah, over...
Those people are
over
upset.
there is where it's happened. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, I can hear
that. Get
them.
out of my face. What do you say?
Earlier they were yelling, "I'll fucking kill you! I'll fucking kill you!"
Yeah.
At someone.
That would be a good viral video, Woody. You know, views easy.
Now going live to Kyle Myers in Ferguson. No. Kyle, tell us the kind of thing you're seeing there.
Well, next door, the neighbors have broken into a bit of a row. It seems that DeAndre...
No, don't do it like David Attenborough. That's strangely racist. The neighbors seem to have trouble getting along.
Seems to be.
This is common in nature, you know. As competition is impossible to break free from.
And the male has secured mating rights for the season.
And the
white.
standard
Can't be
mating
racist.
law of intimidation of fuck you, I'll kill you.
Are they saying anything else?
They're still cursing and stuff, but it seems to have toned down to some degree.
Is it as loud as it was when I was out there a second ago?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, well then it's just not getting picked up because it is loud.
I feel like
it's loud enough that
then
if
I'm
you
going to become part of the scene too, because of we're much closer than it appears on camera. Like I could hit those people with a rock.
Yeah, we're
if they
20
listen
yards
carefully,
away.
they'd hear me right now. It's only because they're so angry that they weren't hearing like our whole conversation about what assholes they are. Oh no!
Oh. Well, see, look, a little bit of live fun. Check the Denver news tomorrow. Maybe we broke the story.
It was
There
fun.
you go.
Get a bit of a tangle here.
Yep. It's always very uncomfortable seeing things like that go down in public. For one, because I know for a fact there is not any reality in which I am standing on someone else's lawn screaming, "I will fucking kill you! I will fucking kill you!" Like, because I know that you catch more flies with honey.
I did that last survival trip. There's a reality where that could happen to me.
Perhaps. I guess until you're in that situation, we don't know what's going on over there. But they were furious enough that it had to be something serious. We'll see. We'll have our lowly correspondent Chiz keep watch out there and update us with any more. Can you relay that to him, Kyle? He cannot hear us. He's fucking around with stuff.
Yeah, I wonder if he knows he can't hear us.
He just gave a look of kind of I don't know.
He just doesn't care.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, could you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Could you hear us the whole time?
No, because a step away from being sat down, I dropped everything, and everything came unplugged, except for the computer. Chiz is recording what's going on now with his phone, so if we get any actual action, we'll do something with it.
Awesome.
But there are two women screaming at each other right now. It seems to be, it has devolved to a cat fight scenario.
Those are never good. Yeah, sometimes they're good. Maybe I'm wrong.
Get some footage, but I also hope that people aren't fighting in public 20 yards from me.
No, I would have the opposite opinion. I very much want people to fight 20 yards from me. That sounds entertaining.
Yeah,
might be the best part of that day.
You see,
if two people got into a wild fight 20 yards from me, first of all, it would soon be 3 yards because I would go there. Second, I would come home and be like, honey, the coolest thing happened. I saw the fight. I love that would be cool.
I saw some blood.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the concern of these people are so irate. It's kind of like you piss off someone and they just direct their anger at something new. So I feel like if I'm out there watching this fight and I'm like, oh, and someone gets hit really hard, I'm one step away from the guy doing the punch and being like, I'll fucking kill you too. I'm like, oh, hey, settle down, man. I'm behind this wooden fence. And this other
I think I might have stepped in some of that dog shit that people have been throwing into our yard.
Just people just throwing dog shit behind the house.
Yeah, they throw dog shit in our yard. That's what they do.
Because you're not allowed to leave dog shit where the dog puts it on the ground. You have to keep it with you. And so these people are just picking it up and throwing it in other people's yards.
Oh,
Unless there is a very clever, stealthy dog.
Chiz, come smell my foot. I'm not sure.
Dude,
it might just be dirt.
I didn't do it, but I very much wanted to do that when I lived in Apex. So we had dogs, and on either side of us, because the lots weren't that large, they were outdoorsy. They were both into gardening. They were both into like landscaping and stuff like that. It seemed like every day they'd come home from work and like do shit in their backyards, which is, of course, they're right. You know, it's their backyard. But my dogs are freaking out. I felt like we couldn't let them outside because they would bark over the fence and stuff. Like suddenly I didn't have a backyard because they were always outside in theirs. I don't know. Like I never had privacy because they were always right next to my backyard. And my daydream, my fantasy of getting even was just throwing the dog shit over in the landscaping they carefully maintained. But I didn't do it.
Sure. They would know where it came from with those turds. If you really wanted to get them, you'd have to go somewhere and find some like normal fucking dog shit. Because they see those dino turds in their yard, they're gonna come right to your door. With them.
They assumed it was my turd.
They're gonna be like, "Did you leave this in my yard?"
We know that you told your daughter. Yeah, that would be disgusting. We know you're having your children shit in our yard at night. But we don't know. There's no way that came from an animal. You know?
That was the thing too. Like if my dogs bark, we're out there like lickety split handling it. Their dogs would bark for like 20 fucking minutes, and I just want to be like, if those are the rules, then we could all follow those rules. Like I'm down with those rules. I'll have my dogs with their paws on the fence, just barking like maniacs at you for 20 minutes.
The eye for the same height.
Yeah. I just like, why do you think it's okay for your dog to be on like your little back porch snapping away because they're tiny little shit dogs?
Like if your car alarm is going off right out front of your house and you don't immediately go like, oh, oops, tick, tick, you're an asshole. You don't go like, well, I'm going to finish preparing the chicken part of the dinner and then get this garnish done and then I'll go over there and take care of that. Like, yeah, that's shitty.
I don't even, in that neighborhood, I felt like using the car alarm was impolite. Like just, dude, like there's never been a robbery in that neighborhood since the neighborhood was founded 20 years ago.
And there's never been a robbery foiled by a car alarm. So
yeah, right? So
who among us hears a car alarm in a parking lot and is like, oh dear, trouble's about.
Like I don't even know what mine. I realized the other day I was somewhere and a car alarm started going off, and it probably was like 8-10 minutes of it, a ludicrous amount of time to where the point where it almost becomes background noise.
Right.
Because you get used to it. And I was just kind of realizing like, that could be my car. I have no idea what mine sounds like because I've never paid attention and I've never set it off. But your first thought is always just like this, some asshole is being inconsiderate when it should be. Someone could be being robbed, you know? Could be. But it never is, right? If you're good enough to steal a car, you're smart enough to turn that off right away, right?
I had it with my my neighbor's house over here. The alarm went off for 2 days straight.
2 days?
Whatever danger it was alarming them of, they are long dead.
That may be why the alarm is still going off.
Yeah, so we were like, did they get murdered? So I kept calling the guy that owns this place or the guy that takes care of it. I'm like, yeah, the alarm has been going off the entire day. He's like, oh, yeah, but we don't work on Sundays, right? So the next morning I call again. He's like, it's been going off all night. We're getting pretty crazy over here. He's like, okay, I'll send someone over. He'll take care of it. So the next day, finally, they turned it off. Turns out the house is for sale. Nobody lives there. Probably a tree or a bird or a cat set off the alarm. But we were like, at one point,
if you want to rob your neighbor.
Oh, it's a pretty nice house, you know.
Lead time.
Yeah. Like they won't even check. Like the alarm went off, nobody came. Nobody was. I assume if my alarm goes off, I'm like panicking. I'm grabbing the remote. I'm like, oh no, it's a mistake.
Run away! They took the cop for sure.
I don't want the police to come over after like it going off for 10 seconds. This alarm goes off for 2 days. Nobody gives a fuck, right? So it's pretty useless.
That's a long time. I would go crazy too.
No joke. When I'm saying 2 days, it legit went down 2 days. But yeah, the property is pretty big. So when we were in the bedroom, we could barely hear it. And sometimes it would go quiet, but it was crazy.
New topic?
Yeah, you got
Yes.
something?
I have, well, we could do the Trump stuff that we always do, but I had a different idea. So I don't know if this will work. Sometimes you try something new, it works, doesn't. Sex needs a new metaphor. right? So this is the concept that we're working with. Right now, we have baseball. We all know first base, second base, third, and then the home run is typically sex. I've heard fifth base described as anal. What if we were to come up with a new metaphor for the different sex things to describe what you got? Work it out. We're going to this as a team.
Hard.
Yeah, right?
Does it have to be sports things?
It doesn't have
Maybe
to be anything.
You could treat downs like getting laid. You could be like, you know how if you have to be like, hey, let's have sex. She's like, oh, I'm not in the mood or whatever. That's your first down. Your first down. You talk to her maybe an hour later. You've given her a little bit of a foot rub. Hey, let's maybe move away into no, you know? And she gives you, she gives that like fake neck rub of like, I'm not interested and I don't want to be honest about it.
I got
and then you go, damn it, second down. And then you for every down, and then if you get to fourth down,
if you get to fourth down, either you give up and let her and on the whole thing, or you punt her,
you kick
her
it
real hard, and you just go for it, you catch her off guard. And there's of course that's the trick play, is what that is. That's a trick play where she thinks you're giving it away. But really, you come in and hit her real hard when she's not looking, and you just.
So this is a whole different kind of metaphor. Taylor's gone for the conversion is being. He's gone for the not getting anything, right? Whereas first base, second base is kissing up the shirt, etc. I had cars in my head. I don't know if this works, but like, what if first base was like a Honda? You know, she gave me a Civic, and second base could be I
got a Pagani last night.
Right. Never gonna
she
catch
gave me a nice sip.
I went from Ferrari straight to Aston Martin.
Man, we were Grand Marquising all over each other till the sun came up.
Right?
So
you know that she gave me a Mercury Sable, the likes of which you've never seen. Just some shit cars.
A quickie would be a Tesla, right?
Oh,
nice.
Had
a Tesla with her, you know. But what would anal be?
I'm trying to think of what a Cadillac would be. I'm headed in the other direction. Would a Cadillac be some sort of time-taking, all-night long Ford Probe?
Give her the Ford Probe. Come on, nobody.
I like it. I like it. What is the?
I met up with this girl once.
What would the Thunderbird
be?
I don't know.
Maybe like electric.
That's
nipple.
when you use bellows. Those old-timey bellows to fill her asshole up with a lot of air, and then you start fucking. And as you do, she's convulsive. She's impulsively farting. She can't stop it, and that is a Thunderbird.
A motorcycle with a sidecar? Would that somehow be toys involved? Would a 5-point harness be bondage?
A 5-point? No, they already have bondage.
What?
Or I guess
bondage in cars. It worked.
Or we could go some whole other direction. I don't know.
I'm just trying to think of the sports stuff. But I think the reason they use baseball is because it works so much better than hockey, where it's like, hey, you just got another shot on net. You know, turned it away, but, you know, eventually you'll get something.
Well, football, you could do the yard lines and do something very similar, but with more detail, right? Like, so football is 100 yard lines. You could break it down by 10. Instead of just kiss up the shirt, down the pants, sex, which is the old school way. Now blowjobs are in there somehow.
Bowling.
Ah.
Again.
7-10 split.
Yeah, that's good.
What about a threesome? How would you describe a threesome?
That's when you fuck a chick with only one leg. And you get
triple play.
A conversion?
That's not available for a normal human.
Or you could have a touchdown, and a threesome would be 2-point conversion.
No, a threesome would be a field goal.
No, a 2-point conversion.
It does sound like a field goal. I was just trying to say better than a touchdown.
Better than see the problem with making up metaphors is that if I tell anyone like, yeah, you know, I thought we were getting along really well, but it took me till a third down to get anything done or whatever, they'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? What does that mean? And I'll be like, oh, see, I do a podcast and we made up a bunch of metaphors. And so let me now give you the backstory on the metaphors so you can know when I use it again.
Well, the presumption is that we are king and we are going to establish a new cultural norm.
Okay.
Yeah.
We already have a culture victory, and reestablishing all of urban.
The baseball thing really is lacking detail. It doesn't explain a lot of things that you might want to know. Hell,
I think it leaves plenty of
the
room in there.
Inconsistency in it. Where's a blowjob in baseball? Is that third base?
I thought that was third.
See, now when I was a kid, getting down her pants,
or maybe
was third.
it's second. I don't know.
Third.
No, it can't be second.
For me, it was second. Yeah.
Wait, a blowjob was second?
I've heard it as second
What could
or
third be?
Blowjob wasn't even incorporated into the bases. It was a kiss was first base, and then touching her boobs was second base, and touching her vagina was third base, and then fucking was home run. You don't incorporate things.
Those are the rules that I.
These are things that
by.
you do to her. That's how baseball works.
So how we did it? My age.
Mm-hmm.
First base was kissing. Second base was the fingers. Third base was like a blowjob or the other way around, and then home run would be having sex.
I think that is the new revised standard. Yeah, I think that's what the kids are doing now. At some point I was telling stories over gameplay, which, about sex, as you do. And I mentioned that I had gotten to third base at some very young age, like 12 or 13. And people were very impressed that, like, someone blew me, but that is not true. We just had a different base structure at the time.
The whole baseball thing, like, I don't know, it's weird because I've never heard anybody seriously say, yeah, I got to second base or we got to third base or anything. Like, it's only done in school. Tongue in cheek.
As adults, I don't say it at all. But like, when you were in, like, whatever, 9th grade at 14 years old, and you wanted to know, like, dude, what happened? What'd you get? You could say third base without, like, I don't know, being overly crude about it, right?
Yeah. That's true, because at that age, you could just say, got to third base, and they'd be like, oh, nice, and give you a little fist bump, instead of being like in the hallway loudly around the other girls, being like, yeah,
fuck her in the ass.
Where she put my penis in her mouth, and it was dope. Like, I didn't think she'd do it because it's kind of slowly, but awesome. Like,
and like I said, third base was not a blowjob when I was a kid. There was no base for that.
Are they still fighting out there, Kyle?
Someone
call the cops and report it. Call the cops and report it, and we'll get a show for this. You guys want to call the cops on the air and report this disturbance? I'll do the talking.
Yes. What's going on? Because I can't
find me the sheriff's department for this region.
You can just 911.
I came for the fucking best episode in PKA history. Okay, we're calling the cops. This is exciting.
Do you have to give the cops your name? I don't give them my phone number.
Dude, why
Let's
are you worried?
Let's do it from Skype.
They'll have your phone
because
number
then they
when
might come over here and start talking to me, and I don't want to be talked to. I'm not going to be a witness of any kind.
What if I end up having to report a crime? They're going to come ask you about it, I would think.
Yeah, they'll come talk to me.
Well, you can do anonymously, right?
Yeah, unless I use my fucking cell phone.
Well, you can call anonymously from your phone too.
I don't
track it. They can probably track it.
I would suggest finding the sheriff's department and then just call it from Skype, and then that way the audience gets to hear. Although we can't record the sheriff's.
That's an amazing idea.
I don't know if we can record a sheriff's department though.
I don't
think radio. Yeah, we record it.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
All right, give me the sheriff's department's number. Give me. Tell them that.
Okay, I'm gonna go for a piss.
I'm gonna have to get up in a second and go back out there because I can't hear any tomfoolery or
address?
hollering or anything from back there. It will be baffling if these people have not been reported for a disturbance already, because even if, like, you guys can't tell how loud it actually is, like, if we were 5 houses down the street, we'd be able to hear.
That intersection.
Like, maybe about 5. Yeah, sure, 5. Hyperbole. Fuck it. We'd be able to hear from a ways away. So
there's a road right back here. That would tell us. There's a road right behind the house. Give me the intersection of that.
I have it. I have the number.
All right. What's the name of the road that runs into Grape? That's 29th in the backyard. That's running into Grape. Okay, so it's between 29th and Glencoe. Okay.
So you guys are actually going to call the police?
Yeah.
Yes.
We'll get them out here, and hopefully we'll be able to film that.
Oh my God.
All right, Kyle, you'll do the talking?
Yeah. So it's between East 29th Avenue and Glencoe on Grape.
Are you allowed to do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It is a disturbance. I can hear them in the house, through the house, and through an open door. They're way down.
Right now, you're hearing them.
Yeah, like through my headset, I can hear they're that loud. They're yelling about being on a period or something.
I'm trying to call it. Somehow I don't know how to do this.
Between Glencoe and 29th Avenue.
Here, so I'm going to turn off people's video because I don't know what's going to show. And so I'm going to enter the phone number. Kyle, you ready?
Yes.
I've added them to the group call.
It's not ringing.
No, I don't hear it either. Give it a moment.
Does that look like a valid number? Did I make a mistake?
It should work.
You have reached the Metro Crime Stoppers tip line. Please stay on the line and the next available operator will be with you shortly.
Between Glencoe and 29th Street on Great.
About as close as you can get.
Okay, cool.
Unless you want to say it's service road.
They are screaming so loud.
You have reached the Metro Crime Stoppers tip line. Please stay on the line and the next available operator.
You think it's hard to get through at Walmart when you just want Call of Duty? Try to report a crime in Denver. They're stabbing. All right, now imagine right now that they're trying to kick my door in and I don't have a gun, and I'm just, I'm sure they'll answer any minute. This is why you need a gun in America.
Crime Stoppers.
Hi, I wanted to report a disturbance. I'm on Grape Street here in Denver between 29th Avenue and Glencoe. And there are people in the...
cross streets to make sure I have them correct?
Yeah, I'm on Grape Street, and between the intersections of Glencoe and 29th Avenue, there are people in the street, 3 to 4, and they're really screaming and creating a big disturbance. And it's been going on for maybe an hour. They're fighting, they're threatening each other.
Okay, sir. Look, I'll go ahead and take the information from you, and we'll forward it to the Denver Police Department, but this is not the phone number you call for incidents that are ongoing at the moment. This is primarily used for incidents that have happened and that are under investigation. So you just have to call either 911 for emergencies or the non-emergency phone number for the Denver.
Okay, but you'll forward it for me? I'm new here. I'm not from Denver. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we can forward the information over to them. I'll call them after we're done here. What's the phone number you're calling from?
I'm calling from Skype. I don't have a phone here, so...
Okay, and I know you said there's a disturbance going on, but tell me exactly what happened.
Just out, we can hear people screaming in the street. There's 3 to 4 people out there sort of pushing, shoving, threatening each other in the street. There looks like 2 females and a male that I see, but can't really tell what's going on. Just lots of screams. I can hear them from where I'm sitting in my house.
Okay.
So I just wanted to let you guys know because we're trying to get to sleep. Thank you.
Sir, can you actually see them from where you're at?
Yes, I can.
How many are involved?
It looks like 3 to me, but there's been a 4th individual that kind of cycles in and out, I think. It's dark. It's kind of hard to say for sure. But definitely 3. They're in the street, like by a car that's parked on the street.
Is it physical at all?
They've sort of shoved each other back and forth, but mostly threats so far. You know, threats of like, I'll call the police, and the other person saying, I'll beat you up this bad or that bad. Lots of physical threats. And then...
Any weapons involved?
Not that I've seen.
And you said you didn't see any weapons?
No, nothing like that. Just lots of threats and a little shoving and people in each other's faces. And it's mostly just they're being very, very loud.
All right. Any mention of drugs or alcohol?
Any mention of drugs or alcohol that you heard? No.
Okay. What color car are they next to?
What color car is that? It's like an Audi. It's like a dark-colored Audi, like a mid-sized Audi that's in the street. They're right there by it.
Okay. Can you see them well enough to get descriptions?
No, sir, I can't. I've honestly, I'm trying to get back to bed. I should let you go. I just really wanted to get to sleep.
Okay. And do you want the number to the Denver Police Department?
No, sir, not if you're going to forward this information on for me.
Okay. In the future, though, if something like this is going on, you have to contact him. Do you just want to write down the phone number?
I don't want to. No, I'm just visiting Denver. Won't be here tomorrow, so it won't come of consequence. I just want to get some sleep for my flight.
Sure. And your name?
Jim.
What's your last name, Jim?
Do I have to give you a real name? I really just want to do this anonymously, to be honest. Like, I just wanted to get some sleep. I don't want to be a party to anything.
That's okay.
Okay.
We've got the information, and we'll get it forwarded. And again, Crime Stoppers is for things that are under investigation.
I understand. It won't happen again. I won't bother you with this sort of thing again. But thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Good night.
Good night.
Okie dokie. Well, that's done. They're on the way.
Kyle's a real half-assed good Samaritan, isn't he? Like, what do they look like? I can't be bothered to step outside. How many are there? Yeah, it's dark. It's
a police their job, right? To go and check it out. You don't have to give them fucking your life story.
3 human adults wearing clothes, seems to be, standing under the night sky near a vehicle of sorts. Looks to be a car.
Decided to turn the lights off, so we'll do that.
You gave them the address, right? That's all they need.
The basic location.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's going to come of that.
They're probably just going to ignore it, right?
Actually, I don't know. They would have to, because that
coming.
dude would have. Yeah.
Yeah, you call, they come. That's how it works. They're coming.
Yeah, in an hour.
It may not.
I would bet it happens on this show. I bet
I'm staying until it happens, okay?
They're going to be there inside of 15, 20 minutes.
We'll see. Yeah. We'll get to test the response time of the Denver PD. So
okay.
Get that clock going.
I don't know if this is a totally fair response time, because we basically gave it to a dude to give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
should have said they had guns and loads of drugs. They would have been there faster.
That's a false police report. A crime is another way to put it in here in America. That's why I didn't want to. He was like, "We got to get your name," because then you end up being Then what happens is like something bad happens over there, and then I'm a witness in this like shooting that happened across the street, or stabbing, or police involved drug arrest, or whatever. I don't want to. I'm Jim. All right, I'm flying out tomorrow. I don't want to be a party to this. Just please quiet them down, or better yet, come with some flashing lights so that I can show up on my podcast.
I like how no mention of the fact that we're doing this on a podcast.
No.
This is taking prank calls to a whole new level.
I was thinking that.
Actually, if this
we're
were
swatting
prank,
people on stream, but we're the
idiots. We did not swat anyone. We gave 100% accurate information about a real disturbance.
That's true. I shouldn't have said
Keemstar lives there. Keemstar lives there, right?
Oh, God.
It really is. Like, that's one of the loudest public arguments I've heard.
It's
like usually a loud public argument,
like
you're outside of a bar, or you're outside of a restaurant, or outside somewhere where there's a lot of more people. Like, it's rare, I feel like, where you see just people in a yard screaming at each other. Like, if I hated someone enough that we were screaming and furious, I'd at least be like, all right, we'll come inside. We'll yell at each other in the dining room, because we're not complete pieces of shit who scream in the front yard. And it's like, hey, everyone within 5 houses of me, fuck you. I don't care. I don't care about you. I don't care if you don't want to hear our little bickering. I'm just going to keep yelling. So, I don't know. That's irritating. Have your fighting alone in your home, like an adult. And then you can, get away with your shoving and your pushing, those 2 ladies who are not keen on one another. Anyway, we'll see how it pans out. Any of you guys, do you guys have any public disturbances we can follow along?
I mean, I could start yelling at Jackie.
You start. All right, so we're on one side of the coin. Now, one of you needs to go decide who is going to start a public disturbance.
Okay, I'll take this for the team.
What would be the thing you would say in Spain to get a bunch of Spanish people like upset? Like, not like a racial epithet or whatever. I don't even know what that would be in Spain, but like
bullfighting was
soccer
wrong all
fucking
along.
Blows. Soccer is sucks dick, or like whatever. Like,
well, calling it soccer, then you would already,
you're off to a good start.
Many people.
Unintentional trolling. There we go. Yeah.
I don't know.
I hate that the English look down on you for calling it soccer, as if they didn't invent that word.
Yeah, I've never it seems like British people, even online, not just British, but people from other places, they just call it soccer a lot of the time now, because that's how Americans know it. And it's annoying to have to be like, hey, we were playing football. And they'd be like, American football or traditional football? And
they call it soccer. It's not as if Americans invented the word soccer. We got it from English because we speak English, and they came up with soccer.
When did they switch it back to football?
It was not long ago, like in the 90s or something.
Soccer, I bet.
Right? Yeah. As soon as America started doing well in the World Cup, that like one time we hosted it with all those international players on our team. Yeah, we hired a bunch of French people to help us win.
How many times has America won the European football competition? Does anyone know?
I'm thinking 0. Am I on target with that?
I have no idea. What does that mean? European football competition? Is that like
maybe like?
Do you mean the World Cup?
Twice? No, EU.
EU.
There's an EU competition?
I have no idea.
Yeah. How often?
Are we supposed to guess, or do you know?
Yeah, no, I know. You guys are supposed to guess.
0 times.
Are
What
we
about
in
you,
it?
Woody?
Or, I mean,
No,
like,
of course not.
right, that's the thing.
It's the European one.
I was like, can that even, like, you guys have yet to win a Super Bowl. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How many hockey teams from the Netherlands are doing well in Canada? It's like, 0, because all those fucking Canucks play all day. Like, same thing. Yeah, that's...
Yeah,
So-
everybody here calls it football, and then all my American friends say soccer, so I just switch it up a little bit. Same as
well, it's gonna be
bin
that
and
hard.
trash can.
I know, yeah. Throw it in the bin.
Or chips and fries.
Yeah, that one's stupid. Once chips became popular, like potato chips, they should have switched that to fries. It just makes more sense. That would have been helpful for everyone.
And
the bin
crisps.
versus trash can, I give it to them. I give them the point on that matchup because trash can, it's not
Sounds
it's not
so
happy
rough.
sounding. It sounds
No.
like, ugh, is that like grouchy and grimy and shitty? Bin is just, that's just where you put things. Throw it in the bin.
So when I imagine a bin, I imagine, you tossing a little piece of paper in the bin.
Yeah.
When I imagine a trash can, I'm thinking, oh, there goes the turkey,
Like, heaps of fish bones or whatever else you're dumping in there.
Kyle. Kyle can't hear us right now, but I asked for his advice on burning chicken feathers. Dude, I had so many feathers to burn. We had this big couch, and we decided not to use these, like, things on the back. So anyway, picture, like, 18 inches thick, maybe 2.5 feet tall, and 12, 14 feet wide. And we had that many, we had, like, cubic yards of feathers to burn. And sure enough, it smells like burnt human hair, but I did not care because that shit was out of my garage. And Jackie was like, no. And then she said to me what you wouldn't think you'd have to say, just because something can burn doesn't mean it's a good idea. And I was like, I talked to Kyle on this. He assured me that feathers burn just fine. And he's an expert in feather burning. He comes from a family he comes from a long line of chicken farmers. And I made that part up. Well, it's sort of right. A short line of chicken farmers.
Depends what you think is a long line.
So
yeah, they burn fine. I've burned pillows before with the flamethrower. And so I've seen them that like they just melt down. Like it's like animal matter of some guy's dead hair.
Each one of my pillows would be like 6 bed pillows, and I had 3 of them to burn. So it'd be like burning 18 pillows at one time. And it worked out great. They're all gone. So, fantastic.
Very nice.
It's just funny how
Pillows
easily you
destroyed.
can mention that you burned something or melted it with a flamethrower. Like, not that you ever would, Jordi, but what would you do? Like, if you had to get a gun, like if someone out there, like some crazy fan was like, you got like a scary, phone booth style.
I know
call.
mixed martial arts, first of all, so,
No, but you know that he says, I'm
shit.
coming for you, and I've got to... It's not Jesse Ventura, though. It's not Jesse Ventura who's coming to kill you. It's just some other guy. I've got a gun.
It's
I'm gonna
Mr.
fucking
T.
Find you. I don't even have to find you. I fucking know where you are. I'm going to get you. I'm going to be there tonight, motherfucker. And then
it's
you
not
would have to
too
be like,
hard
I need
to
to get a
find
gun
my place.
right now. Like, what would be first move? Like, is there any way to legally do it where you could go do like an express?
Here in Spain, yes, you can get hunting rifles. But I guess, I'm not a big gun guy, but I've seen some videos, probably just like a shotgun.
That'll do
when they pump, bam.
Yeah.
One that takes
That
like
works.
8 bullets.
You
You know,
should-
like what is it, Remington or I don't know. I
Sure.
play Call of Duty, so I know my guns a
That
little
works.
bit.
Yeah, get the 870, get the Mossberg 500.
Yeah, and then
What if you just go into the gun store and say you want the one that goes...
you want that Arnold has, right?
They'll know. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what you need right there.
Yeah. You kind of put that gun down, but that would be a first choice for a lot of people for home defense.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I would
Because
say that's
it's
probably the
aim.
best thing.
You don't even have to aim right.
a nice
for it.
spread.
You just aim somewhere. Maybe
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just aim at the door.
Got a good
Yeah.
spread. Got a good
And
spread.
the
That's
thing
what
about
you
it is,
want.
if you hit someone with it, it's not like getting shot with a pistol.
No.
It's so much more. Like they don't even measure the amount of like projectile that comes out of a shotgun and grains like they do everyone else. This weird term. Oh, it's 90 grain bullet. Like that doesn't mean anything to most people. It's ounces. It's shooting an ounce of lead at you at a time or more usually. It's a whole different.
Do you know how many
animal.
grains are in an ounce?
how many grains are in an ounce. It's like 1,600 or something. It's a whole bunch.
Convert
I don't know offhand,
grains to ounces.
1 grain converts to about 0.00229 ounces.
I really should have gone the other way.
Convert ounces to grains. No, but Woody, this is a simple math problem. Now just
Convert
multiply
ounces to
that.
grains. Oh, she
Let
has
me check on
grades.
that. Here's some information.
I totally think that the shotgun is the right approach for the home defense for someone who's never shot before. Definitely not a sniper. You don't want to kill the neighbor 3 houses down.
437.
They're dead anyways.
400
Oh yeah,
something.
there you go.
437.5.
37.5.
437.5.
Oh.
It's a whole bunch.
Maybe a handgun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Handgun, I wouldn't. They're so much harder to shoot. Kyle, you obviously have way more experience. If someone was like, I have no gun experience and I'm looking to defend my home, you would say shotgun for sure.
Shotgun,
right?
yeah. You want a nice spread. You want the shotgun, or maybe you want one of the pistols that is a shotgun. One of the ones that it can shoot towards him.
Judge.
Yeah, like the Judge or the what's the other one? I don't have the Judge. I've
Some
got the
people
other
don't
one.
like
Defender.
those. Some people feel like they don't penetrate, a pistol-based shotgun like the Judge.
I heard that too.
Well, it
and then
depends
I
what
read
kind of.
someone else who seemed, they were on Reddit, so who fucking knows? But it was on the guns one, and he was like, "Here's why everybody who says that this Defender or Taurus Judge isn't gonna kill you is an idiot." And then he broke down this huge thing, and by the end of it, I'm like, "Well, fuck, like maybe this is a good idea." And then, but who knows? Maybe he's just a sales rep for Taurus.
Kyle
yeah,
does
they're
that a
just
little
fine.
bit too, but with birdshot. There are people who are like, birdshot won't even shoot through a Carhartt. And Kyle's like, you ever shoot a tree with birdshot? Shit will fuck you up. So
Yeah, I've shot trees down with birdshot. Yeah, it just depends on the range. Range is so important with everything, obviously, because it's affecting the velocity. Up close, it's up close. It's an ounce. It doesn't matter that birdshot is 7.5, 8, 9 shot, really tiny pellets of lead, because it's all in one tight wad that weighs an ounce. That's moving 1,200 to 1,500 feet per second. And if it hits you within, close enough before that thing is spread out, then it just blows a hole through you that you can look through. That birdshot shoots through like steel plate and door locks and all that stuff. It's vicious. So out of that 410 pistol, I've shot buckshot, and it's not many. It's like 3 or 4 buckshot. I've also shot these rounds that are like the projectiles are cylindrical, but they stack on top of each other like perfectly.
Like pellets?
So like pellets that stack on top of each other and interlocked one into the other, like they plug into one another. And I've seen obviously rat shot and slugs, and they make slugs. But the main thing that you would do is the 45 long Colt, because it also shoots those 45 long Colts in the one I've got. I don't remember what that one's called. I haven't. It's loaned to my dad. He's had it in his bedroom for like 2 years or something.
But a shotgun get it done.
Yeah, 12 gauge will kill fucking anything, man. You can take that 12 gauge shotgun that you buy at Walmart and shoot like doves with it, or you could kill an elk with it, or you kill a bear with it. It does everything, as little or as much as you want. You can take the shotgun shells apart and put like fucking rock salt in them, or like dimes, or
put your
a
knives and forks in a
jawbreaker.
blender and then put that
Any
shit
of
in
that.
there.
What is, Kyle, I know you've done this like a ton. What is something that you put in there that you thought like this will be funny, like it'll just kind of like flutter out or do something like that, and then you shot it and it ended up being like devastating? Are there any examples of stuff like that?
The first time I put an arrow in a shotgun shell, I was shocked at how accurate it was and the penetration power it had. And all I did was, just load up a shotgun shell and put an arrow down the barrel into the open shotgun shell without any shot in it, just a packing. And it shot that goddamn arrow so fast, so accurate, so hard. Like I aimed at a mannequin's head and I hit him in the eye. Like it worked. So I was shocked by that. I bought these 20 gauge impact slugs one time, and the projectile was the fuse of a much larger artillery explosive. So it detonated on impact, and the projectile was the perfect size to fit in a 20 gauge shell. So I just went and bought a 20 gauge shotgun just to shoot this ammo that I had found, and when it impacted, huge explosion, really devastating. So those were fucking cool. That's kind of a homemade shotgun round, I guess.
Back when, my channel was kind of peaking and stuff, I made this video where I took apart, I took a big knife and I showed people what was inside a shotgun shell. Because most of my audience were gamers, and a lot of them were like 14 and stuff, and didn't really have experience with like what these rounds were like. So I showed them what was inside, and I just casually mentioned like, you could take these like buck out and put like an arrow here or other things and shoot whatever you want out of a shotgun. Well, CNN picked up the story and said, like, YouTuber teaches people how to make custom rounds, and isn't this irresponsible and stuff like that. And but it didn't hurt my feelings at the time. Some stuff would get under my skin. I was just like, more money, I don't care.
And what you want to say to them is, what you want to say to the person at CNN is, do you really think I came up with a more deadly round in my backyard than Remington was able to come up with? Do you think that that the people at Winchester are looking at my video going, we never considered shoving an aluminum arrow down there. What were we thinking, boys?
Oh,
That's
my
lethal.
God. You put your silverware in a blender and then... that beats what we do.
There's a whole boardroom at Federal Ammo right now with a guy just playing your video, looking at this boardroom of people being like, do you have any explanation for how we missed this? This guy's in his back fucking yard.
There was another one. I was at Kyle's house, and I was shooting Dragon's Breath, and I threw like spray paint in the air, and I actually hit the can, but it didn't do anything cool. So I threw it up again, and I shot it, and I hit it again. We put it in slow-mo. But then you look out in the field, and the Dragon's Breath had landed in like 8 different spots. So I had to go up there and stomp on it, and it was kind of growing at about the same rate I could stomp. So I wasn't making it. I don't know if I would have got it on my own or not, but Kyle came up and helped, and we put it in fast motion into some music or whatever. Glenn Beck picked that shit up and like wrote this thing about irresponsible gun ownership and all that. But again, I was like, more money,
Yeah,
I don't care.
Yeah, and nothing irresponsible about that. It's fucking cool as shit. I think I'm the only first person to ever do that shit. Just throwing those paint cans up there and shooting with the Dragon's Breath. They explode. It's great.
Sometimes.
To make it easy. Yeah, sometimes.
I don't know what I did differently than you. Maybe
it was further. It has to be close. There's some determining factors. Maybe the shot that's intermixed with your particular Dragon's Breath round wasn't the larger shot. Maybe you didn't hit it dead center. Maybe you're using a modified choke instead of a full choke. Maybe that's a hardy paint can. Maybe that paint can's rotation was to the bottom facing you rather than the side where the walls are thinner and more easily punctured. To get that every single time, you just tape a road flare, or even better, fuse. You just tape cannon fuse to the length of the can and light it and toss it up and hit it with a real bird shot. But you don't get the imagery of Dragon's Breath going up and hitting it and like 200, 300 frames per second. That shit looks so cool. It looks like magic. It looks like you just cast a Harry Potter style spell on the can.
Yeah. So that was fun when shit got picked up and ran with like that.
Yeah, so. I'm sure you getting electrocuted. This is the 3rd week in a row I'm going to plug Woody's video. It's called I'll Bark If I Want To, goddammit. It's him getting electroshocking himself with a dog collar. That one got picked up by a few people. I saw that around the web and the world, I suppose.
Yeah, we were talking a couple weeks ago about I've never had a 2 million view video. Like for all my videos, I've had a bunch at 1 million, but I have a pair of them at 1.9. So I guess Kyle's been using this show to get me a 2 million. I'm gonna have it someday.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Yeah. So go check that out.
Yeah.
Add a few more views to that.
That video got picked up by America's Funniest Home Videos. So every so often I get on TV.
Not one of the winners though, unfortunately.
No.
Remember when Bob Saget would do that $10,000 winner? I wonder if there was ever anyone who like faked some shit to like try to get on there. I'm not saying it's very unlikely they faked some shit and won, but we know some people faked some like funny videos in their backyards and like try to get Bob's 10 grand. How many failures and like ruined afternoons and like
nut shots
were the result of that?
Watch.
Yeah,
there's a lot of sterile men trying to get 10 grand.
Yeah, if you haven't watched in a long time, go back and watch the old Funniest Home Videos or whatever. Don't watch too much of it because it's not a great show, but watch a bit and it will jump out as so obvious which ones are fake. Because when that was a big show, YouTube wasn't out. It wasn't a thing. Like you didn't know, you didn't have this bullshit censor where you can watch a prank video that's professionally done with a guy who's a very compelling, charismatic host, and then he'll do one thing, like step a little too close to someone, like in a way that's not familiar that you wouldn't do with someone that you didn't already know, and people are like, boom, ha, 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 everyone, fake, it's not real. Like, but back then, if you saw something that was fake, you went, that is so fake. And then you kept watching it. like on TV. Like that was it. So I don't think that
I remember America's Funniest Home Videos. Like it seemed like show after show after show were people chopping down trees with a chainsaw, landing dead center on top of a car. Like oh my, who would have thought to guess where the tree should land? Yeah.
Thank God it landed on the car with no license plates.
Right. Yeah, we just happened to have like a 1984 Ford Fairmont laying here by the tree we're chopping down, and woe is me. So yeah, that nowadays, of course, your bullshit sensor is on peak performance.
Yeah, everybody's is. It's not. If you're like above 60, 70, maybe, you're more susceptible to it a little bit because you'll still get stuff.
That's why they watch Fox News.
Yeah. I'm more susceptible to stuff like, what was it? Like when my grandma told me about bath salts, like as a real concern, like don't you try bath salts? Because I was in college when that zombie thing happened a few years back. And I was like, I'm not going to do bath salts. It's not even a concern. Like, it's not even something. If you told me, Taylor, I need you to find bath salts for me, or someone you care about's in trouble, I'd be like, I have no idea. I don't know what to do. Like, who do I talk to?
That's how I feel with pot.
Do I find a normal drug dealer and then go, all right, so I know that you sell marijuana and whatever else you do. Do you have like a secret menu? Like you can go into Chipotle and ask for a quesarito and they'll begrudgingly make you something? But like this, you wouldn't know what to ask. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if Kyle, or if something happened with the fucking cop.
It sounded like he was trying to get in.
I saw
the police there? You saw lights?
No, I'm joking.
Is Kyle's window pointing lights toward the show? Towards the crazies?
Oh, there. We'll see. No, it's not pointing
to get some bad salts.
It wouldn't be the right side of the house.
No, it's a different side of the house.
So it's been 20 minutes. The police should be there around now. Kyle, did the police come?
It's a good thing that no one's like pounding my door down trying to get in because they'd have murdered me, raped my dead body, and then rifled through my belongings effectively and fled the scene and went to IHop by now. They'd be gone. Ooh. Oh, IHop. That reminds me. All right. So you want to tell the IHop story?
The IHop story. I'll let you spin the yarn.
About Chiz and how IHop affected him.
Oh, you go ahead.
All right, so we're playing Magic. We've been playing maybe 3 or 4 hours. This is a couple nights ago, and it was time for third, fourth meal. I'm not sure which. You lose count, and I wasn't that hungry, but I was like, "Oh, you're ordering? Yeah, sure. Give me one of these things and one of those things and a drink." And Chiz was gonna order IHop. That's the beauty of this. That like you get things delivered that don't normally get delivered. I probably got that across by now, but IHop delivered. And so I'm like, yeah, give me the sampler with the pancakes and the bacon and the eggs. And he's like, we're all figuring out how we want our eggs cooked, Everybody's getting the sampler platter. 20 minutes go by. He goes, they canceled the IHop order. They couldn't do it. It's too late. They canceled it. And I was like, oh, well, no big deal. I'll play my one mana. Okay. And Taylor's like, it's shucks. No breakfast. It was like Chiz's dog died. It was like something came over him. He was so drained and dejected when IHop was removed from his future. He had it all planned. He was like, got this, I got that, the Belgian waffle, the cream, the stuffed French toast, whatever he ordered. And then all of a sudden it was that idea was taken away. We were like, you want to come play Magic? He's like, no. And like didn't even turn his head like back to us. No, I don't want to play. I don't think I want to do anything anymore. I don't know that IHop's not an option.
Kwebbelkop, you thought you had bad news. Imagine what Chiz is going through.
Man, I feel bad for him now. I'll send him a message afterwards.
You should.
By the way, I am starving. What are we going to eat tonight? What meal should happen tonight? This is our last evening here. What should we eat?
What are you feeling? I'm not picky. I will eat whatever.
I kind of want IHop. I'm gonna admit I'm kind of wanting IHop, but I would be okay with ordering Qdoba and make sure that they or any burrito place. I want to actually get the quesadilla on the outside of the burrito. Get the quesarito. That would be cool. I'd do that. A chicken burrito. I'm up for options. We could do that sushi for two that you ate the other night by your fucking self. He talks about my eating habits. He ordered the order was called sushi for two. And he sat over there and ate the entire fucking thing. It came with a dollop of wasabi as big as a golf ball, and he finished the whole thing.
It was good,
impressive.
But,
Oh,
like,
it's so good. Yeah,
is a food that you can eat a ton of, and at the end you can pretend like it was good for you.
Healthy.
Like if it's just sashimi,
like you didn't just eat a pound of rice.
Yeah, exactly. You can be like, oh, it's like the rice doesn't even exist. It's hidden under this piece of healthy omega-3 salmon. Oh, yeah. Like, this at least negates that. But yeah.
Well, it is kind of healthy, though, right?
It is healthy. But if you get the kind that's got rice in it, you're just eating a ton of carbs anyway.
Yeah.
Which is why you need sashimi. Just the strips of meat.
But I like the nigiri. I want the rice. I want to like dip it in a little soy sauce and a little wasabi on there. Nom 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 nom.
Well, then let's do that. Sushi sounds good. Sushi
does sound good. I think we should order 2 meals each though, and mix things up a little bit. I think we should order sushi and a second option.
My 2 meals will be sushi for 2. You know.
Ooh,
make sure to order it all at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Ready, set, go.
You know? Yeah, ready, set, play. You know, is what we're doing.
So, according to RT Question More, 2 out of 3 Germans believe that racial profiling is necessary for effective police conduct. Are these Germans right or wrong? Is
They're
racial
right.
profiling? You think it's right?
Yeah, they're right. Racial profiling is necessary for good law enforcement. Sometimes it's not always. It depends on the racial makeup of your area and what the crime statistics are. These are all numbers that you take. They're hard data. They have nothing to do with racism or bigotry in any way. So if you go to one of these countries where like it's like 99% white people, like this doesn't even apply, of course. So no, it wouldn't help there at all. But if you go somewhere where you have a very specific group of people who are creating the vast majority of the crime in that area, then we should just put all bigotry and hatred and all these judgments aside and just look at the hard facts and the data and use that. So yeah, racial profiling should be used.
People do tend to group up by race and do stuff as the gang or whatever. Like if in my town.
So you're saying that the reason that a certain race commits more crime per capita is because gangs are more likely to be made up of one race. They're monochromatic. But the real issue is that one race is more likely to be in a gang than another.
Well,
because
like let's say hypothetically in this fabled town, white guys sold marijuana, black guys sold Adderall, and Spanish guys sold ecstasy. I just made that up. And
shift all that one over.
Okay. And so you're looking for a marijuana dealer. Then it's like, do you need to just like discard all the intelligence the police have gathered about who's doing what because it's not PC?
I think when you look at the hard data, that you're probably going to find that there's one black guy who's selling all 3 of those drugs.
Well, I guess I was just trying to say that now that's racist.
No, it would be race. No,
I was just saying racial profiling.
Industrious. That's all I'm saying. He's industrious. I didn't say anything bad.
He's a businessman, right?
The foolish white man
like
and the foolish Mexican man are selling one drug at a time. When this industrious black man is like, I'm selling all 3. Come get it all. It wasn't racist
Did
at all.
Jordi
No
stop
bigotry
buying
implied.
houses at 1 or 2?
No.
I'm a businessman. I buy everything. You want houses? Come over. Do you want poop pictures? I got you covered. You want weed brownies? Hey,
Wipes?
You know who to call.
He'll resell them.
Pictures.
Baby wipes. Hey, I got you.
But yeah, like maybe one, if graffiti was being done by one race, then you might look and say, this type of crime is likely committed by these guys. It's not about thinking that one race is less than another. It's just intelligence the police has gathered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if you look at the numbers, right, the numbers don't lie. The numbers don't care if it's a black or a white person committing the crime, but if all the numbers point towards
and we always go to black people, but let's say we're in San Francisco, like near a district that's predominantly Chinese. We should apply some racial profiling that looks at those triads over there who are creating all that mischief. Are triads Chinese or Japanese? I think it's
whatever. I think Chinese.
I think it's Japanese, so it doesn't really apply. Now that's racist.
Wait, what did you call it? Triad?
Yeah, the triads.
What does that mean?
We'll Google it. We'll
organized
Google
crime.
it.
It's a movie-based organized crime group in Japan, like the Yakuza.
Chinese.
We're getting really into the weeds here. Then I was right all along. It is the Triads. The Triads are Chinese. The Yakuza's
notably
No,
Shanghai,
Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Singapore.
Malaysia, Singapore, Chinatowns worldwide.
Yeah, so China. Yeah, okay.
But the territory goes all throughout Asia and the Western world.
But anyway, what I was getting at is, you would apply racial profiling to look at the Chinese people who are in that area, because the Triads don't let black people into their gang. They don't let Latinos into their gang. They don't let white people into their gang, I would imagine. Probably not in the San Francisco area near Chinatown, right? Probably some evil doings going on in there, like that X-Files episode where they were gambling and the loser had to donate all lost organs. Yeah.
What?
And did they were it was what was the name? It was like Hell Money.
I think the episode,
the episode is called Hell Money, I think. They were playing this thing where I think the way the game worked was a token is going to be pulled from a bag, and that person is the one who has to donate the organ. And it might be a kidney, so you survive. Might be a heart, so this is a death sentence. You don't know. And the more tokens you elect to put in that bag, the more reward you get back, regardless of whether your name is drawn or not. So this could be for your family, right? You could be 50 tokens, and you might die, but even if you die, it's like a life insurance policy. That was the premise of the episode, plus some spooky shit added on. Hell Money. Yeah.
All right, I have a new game.
Is there any, real quick, is there any update on the police showing up or anything?
I can still hear them screaming. He's talking about how much he loves his granny and how he'd do anything for her.
They're screaming right now? Still?
They are shouting loud enough that I can hear them 5 houses away, and I'm in the house. Well, you know where they are. I guess I'm saying that for the audience's benefit, but they're 5 houses away. I'm in the house through a door, and I can hear them quite clearly through these. So screaming, I would say. Still no cops.
All right.
Then, yeah, good call on calling the police when you did. Calling the guy who's going to call the police.
The game is called Sword or Sheath, and the objective is to figure out if this is a boy or a girl.
Oh, okay.
That's a boy. I don't even need to click it.
It's a boy.
Everyone's going boy. All right.
Yeah.
The truth is, this is... I think you're all wrong. This is a girl.
Oh, well, let me click it now.
Next. Come on.
Next.
Okay. I should have clicked it.
Next.
You assholes never clicked it?
I have a pretty good
it just looked like a boy.
I don't know.
Wait, how do you mean it looked like a... Oh, I'm sorry.
Because the throat.
Skype has a preview. I thought they literally just saw a URL and really gave a half-assed effort into my game.
No, we saw the thumbnail preview.
I'm like, oh, that's really not cool, man. I thought they were IJQPR2.
Like not playing your game.
Yeah, but it's a boy. Fuck off. Yeah, all right.
Damn it.
This was a trick one, though. You're starting off, and then you're just sending us.
They're all going to be trick ones.
I think they're all trick ones.
Oh, yeah, the idea is that it's very hard to tell, of course.
Okay.
Are these
We're ready now. This was just
people
a test.
submitting these themselves and saying, I'm pretty androgynous? And people go, well, you surely are.
I may have given the URL wrong the first time. All right.
So I would go with guy. But now, I know we're playing
the second one is... All right, the second one, I'm going to say guy. I'm going to say guy on the second one, this blonde individual. Oh, you sent it twice. It's a guy.
It's a guy?
I'd go for guy, too.
Male.
All right, everyone's going guy. I'll look in the comments. It is... Sorry.
It's called girl.
I'm doing my best to figure out what the scoop is.
It's got to be a guy.
The fuck?
You can see the beard.
Can you?
Bit.
Oh, you're right.
I looked at the brow. Look
at
the brow.
It's a guy.
It's a guy, yes.
It's the brow. This is more prominent than I would like it to be.
Yeah. And also men have larger, flatter foreheads, and women slope more.
Mm-hmm. It's very true. Very true.
Very
I
true.
feel like that one's too easy.
For headbutting.
Well, give us a couple of confidence builders.
Yeah, give it
right?
Maybe one where their genitals are out. Just really get us going.
That is a penis. I guarantee it.
That is a male. 1,000% sure.
Actually, false. He identifies as a woman.
Oh, yeah.
God damn it.
We're assuming genders all over the place.
Yeah.
All right.
You assumed
That's
that
a
the penis
girl.
meant it was a man. I'm
That's a
really.
girl.
So I'm immediately leaning toward girl. All right, but I need to
multiple pictures. Okay.
Also a girl from the 80s, like apparently.
Yeah, that's a girl.
Oh man.
Oh wait, no. Look at that! Look at that third picture. Look at that arm. That's like.
Yeah,
that does not look like a girl.
That's a man, baby.
That's a man.
This is a male.
This
Also,
is a male.
He's holding a TI-84, which is a calculator by Hewlett-Packard. Implies guy to me. All right.
Oh, I didn't even notice that wasn't a phone.
Let me see if we can figure out the...
Yeah, I'm convinced now.
It's a man, baby.
First picture looks very feminine.
Mm-hmm.
That's his best shot. That's his trap pick.
That's his...
That's how he sets up the politician black man. He sends him that one first.
It's a girl.
No, that's not true.
According to the spoiler, it is. It says she.
Lies. Don't believe that for a minute.
Well, everything was leaning the other way.
Fake news, people.
It says Sheath in the spoiler. This should be a girl.
All right. Well, okay. God damn it. Give us another one.
I thought that one was too easy, but
you did. No, that's hard.
But I got
if
it
was
wrong
only
too.
That top picture, it would be
see those
easy.
stompers?
The stompers. It was more the hands and the arm position there. I don't know.
The
like
hands
this one.
were very feminine.
Here you. Wait.
Are people posting these themselves?
No. Oftentimes they're found. Like, hey, I found this in streetwear, and they know the answer. So, this one's hard to me.
Because of the Photoshop.
That's a guy.
Well, they also, there's plastic surgery there on the lips.
No, that's just them sucking a bottle.
Probably, yeah. He's got that henna thing on the hand, right?
But look at that nose. That's, I'd say, a guy's nose.
Yeah, that's a very masculine nose.
I'm going girl.
I'm going girl too.
I'm going to go guy.
That hair's fabulous. That hair's fabulous.
Right.
That's a sloped forehead, a non-prominent brow. I say that's a woman.
I'm pretty sure.
Look at those eyebrows. It must be a guy.
It's a guy.
Her jaw, or his or her jaw.
It's a guy. I thought it was going to be a girl because I thought only henna went on the girl's hand, but.
Well, he's clearly pretending to be a woman. It's now one thing to be clear. Like this is not a man who is identifies as a man, right? Or at least not a straight man. This is someone who is going for a woman's look. He is trying to look like a woman. He's not just an androgynous person. So I think this is a cheater. So this person is like a lady boy. He's pretending. He's he's going for this look.
Is just a classmate of whoever submitted it.
Okay, well, I would go with guy, but then there is a reason this person wants to go and roast me.
Yes.
Probably with the description, yes,
if that's
I'm a
not
girl.
a guy, I would be shocked. I would be shocked if
Look at those arms. Look at those biceps.
Yeah.
That can't be a girl.
I would be shocked if this was not a guy.
I think that is definitely a guy.
Okay, I'm voting guy, but I'm hoping
if this isn't a guy, then I'm going to start believing that gender is a fluid thing. Because I'm going to buy in. Okay.
I vote guy too, or sword. That I think we're supposed to answer this, but let's see. Sword or sheath?
Sword.
It is.
It's a girl.
It has to be a girl because otherwise there's no reason to post this picture.
Yep. Trickery. That's totally. It's got to be a guy. It just has to be.
It's a sword. Sword.
Yeah.
Well, then there was no reason to even post that.
To trick us.
Hey, you wanted the confidence builder.
Okay, well,
this is not helping. We want to see genitals.
Yeah. That's a very easy test. Penis or vagina, and it's just a photo of one or the other.
All right.
See what it is.
They think that this is a hard one.
Oh, girl.
These are all very hard, I got to admit. Clearly, by my results, I don't think I've gotten one right yet. Maybe one?
Oh, no, wait.
I would say this is a girl. I
think girl also. Yeah.
Girl.
Because
what is Kwebbelkop doing?
I'm just, going from the chin up. You can see that's a girl. That's a girl at the start.
I think it's a girl. I'm 100.
All right.
I'm
See, but my feeling is like I think it's a girl.
We have
but
3
my
girls
gut
and
is
Taylor.
to go the opposite of it because this seems like an obvious girl.
Taylor,
right?
What are you going with?
I'm going to say guy.
All right, 3 girls and a guy. The correct answer is, drum roll, please. Girl. Yes. It was a Sheath was the right answer.
Damn.
Well,
Damn.
All right.
That all made us question sexuality a little bit. Glad we got that out of the way. A lot of those people are really hard to tell.
Yeah.
Do you remember the SNL character Pat?
Yes.
Dude,
I love her book. She wrote 2 books,
Pat?
actually.
What's her name?
Julia Sweeney, I think.
Yeah, I think that is it. Yeah, I liked her. I like that character more than anything.
She wrote a book, and it had a real cool kind of like understanding of where
let me get an
she
ad
is,
read in here.
her
Sorry to
career
interrupt
arc.
you.
Go on.
Yeah, let me get this ad read in. Sorry. Creature Quest. Yes, from legendary game designer John Van Canegum, creator of Heroes and Might and the Magic series, comes Creature Quest, an adventurous RPG that brings a new level of depth and strategy to mobile games. Creature Quest is an innovative blend of collectibles, RPG, and strategy. All roads lead to adventure as players embark on quests to explore new realms while encountering a variety of creatures and obstacles along the way. With over 500 creatures wielding powerful abilities to collect and upgrade, and addicting battles with lots of treasure to discover, players will constantly yearn for just one more battle. Creature Quest also boasts a unique PvP mode that allows players to use their creature collection to build their own dungeons and challenge other players for great rewards, in addition to guilds, chats, and much more. From fun and unique stories in each quest to hundreds of adventure-seeking creatures with upgradable abilities to strategic, fast-moving battles, Creature Quest will appeal to anyone who loves role-playing, collectibles, or strategy and fantasy games. Available on the App Store, Google Play, and at Amazon, download Creature Quest for free today and be part of the best turn-based collectible RPG. Your quest for creatures is paved with adventure. Quest on. Creature Quest. Yeah, check them out. Download it for free. Looks like a lot of fun.
Download it for free. That is a good purchase.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat that. Have we done all the ads now?
We have done all the ads.
Nice.
All of them.
So have you been following the news, the politics?
At least all the ones that we're aware of.
Mostly what we've been doing is Jesse Ventura impressions. No, we have not been following the news at all. Honestly, it's been a little refreshing. I heard like a little chatter that maybe, the federal judges are trying to stop Donald's immigration ban. And then he's saying that he's going to, he's saying that he's going to take them to court on it.
He just
and they're
lost
go back
in the appeals court.
He's appealing again or something So we'll see how that all goes down. I would rather talk about, honestly, I hope you didn't. I would rather talk about the Sean Spicer, Melissa McCarthy thing on SNL. Did you happen to catch that?
Oh, sure.
Melissa McCarthy, who I despise.
She was in Ghostbusters.
Which I refuse to even watch.
I thought she was really funny in The Heat or whatever that movie was. Or maybe it wasn't The Heat.
I have a personal vendetta against Melissa McCarthy. It has nothing to do with her talent and ability. I'm sure she's funny. She is funny. She is. I just don't like her. She's not my cup of tea, as one might say. But she killed it as Sean Spicer. Incredible performance. And the writing was so good. It was better than their usual writing. It was like she brought in her own people who write for her and was like, let's help out a little bit. It was very, very good scene for SNL. Good skit.
SNL as a property is having a resurgence. Like they've had the best ratings this year than they've had in like
they've
the
got
last
a
20
mockable
years.
president who's a conservative, right? They did not want to fuck with Obama. They just didn't. They didn't. The only time I've ever seen Obama mocked and like really mocked as like being a black man and like all the things that you would expect the black president to do there was a Funny or Die clip where like T.I., the rapper, was in prison at the time. He's like, just free T.I. And like T.I. comes out and they like do like a secret handshake and he's like, did that. And they're talking about like he just had killed Osama bin Laden. He's like, yeah, I got Osama bin Laden in the trunk. And the interviewer's like, you have Osama bin Laden's dead body. And he's like, in the trunk of the presidential limousine. Wow. And he's just going through like all the, he's like, I'm going to give you McDonald's breakfast all day. Why can't they make those biscuits all day? And he like breaks in like some like voter specific example of like Karen who works third shift and can't get her breakfast, and like now Karen can have her biscuits. They removed it. It's been purged from the fucking internet because it made fun of Obama in like this sort of semi-racist, racial tone video. Find it now, because it used to be out there and a thing, and now you cannot find the Funny or Die President Obama ripping on video. It just doesn't exist. Someone purged it from the internet, and SNL never went after him.
That's not.
They just purged it from the internet. That's like something that it's almost hard to believe.
Find it. In what?
I believe you that they got rid of it, but it's got to be out there.
Think back to SNL when they were making fun of Bush. I can remember specific skits of them making fun of his intelligence and having a lot of fun with it, and it was all in good fun and it was hilarious. I don't remember the Obama skits. Maybe I'm
they had a white guy that they painted up in like blackface that did Obama.
But that wasn't insulting. That was just they only had that was their best Obama guy.
They had black guys too. I don't know. I don't think Obama's as mockable as either Bush or Trump. I feel like it's
sure. Oh,
it's a little silly to pretend.
Obama just does his job.
Yeah.
No, I'm not pretending like the difference is that
like
Trump is
SNL
obviously
has
providing
an
more
agenda.
material. Yeah. Oh, they definitely do have an agenda as well.
Yeah, they have an agenda. They like had a fucking ceremony of, the laying down of the roses when Hillary lost, and they got so serious with that song
They had a
from
funeral
Shrek.
for Hillary Clinton's campaign.
Do you remember that?
They mocked Hillary hilariously.
What's the name of? Yeah, they made,
somebody.
Yeah.
Once told me this. Smash Mouth.
But the ending.
Well, the other Shrek song at the end.
No, they play that. It's Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Yes. They played that song like JFK just had gotten
They
shot
played
or
it
something.
in a way, like, if they had played it in a way where it's like, oh, we're so sad, like, we're so invested to us on our comedy show, like, it would have been funny. But they sincerely were playing it like soulfully, like, oh,
they played it for
this
real.
world.
It was not tongue in cheek. It was
embarrassing.
fully. And it is just as bad as if they had played "We Are the Champions" for Donald Trump victory. If it was like "We Are," and you like had the Donald Trump impersonator on a tank with an eagle perched and a machine gun, and you like really pam it up for like the Trump supporters, it would have been just as bad. But they had a funeral for Hillary Clinton's campaign. They literally did.
It sounds funny.
And they didn't make it funny.
Like a Trump victory parade. They would do it in a funny way.
It was heartfelt.
Yeah, I'll agree that SNL has a bias, undoubtedly. But in addition to that, Trump provides a lot of material. Trump himself with his tweets,
and he responds to them.
Yeah,
I can only imagine.
They did a routine that was all just Trump tweets, like real life reading of tweets, and replying to like kids in high school and shit like that.
You know what I like? When Steve Bannon comes out, the guy that got playing Steve Bannon.
Oh, I don't think I've seen it.
It's death. It's
that's right. I have seen that. Yeah.
It's a
close-footed
figure with a skeleton. I like that.
It wasn't funny to me.
Because you have to go there to like get to the level of evil that the news media tells us that Steve Bannon is. I don't know anything about Steve Bannon. He seems like a shady guy a bit, and they're naming him the power behind the throne, the puppet master.
They did that to W too. But it was Cheney. Yeah.
I think it was more earned with W, but we're going to find out. I think right now what we might be having is like maybe Donald Trump doesn't know the protocol and like the way to do things. So he's having to he's having to look over to this guy and be like, how do I make this happen? And he's like, oh, well, first you play this card and then you have to declare your sorcery, but that you have to do that before the round of attacks. There's a protocol to like doing things as president, and he doesn't fucking know it. But I don't think he's being played as a puppet. Trump, that is. If he ever thought he was being played as a puppet, he would lop heads off, figuratively speaking.
Yeah, I don't think he's being played as a puppet either. My theory is always that he'll get tired of being president. Like it might even be 90 days in where he's like, all right, you guys handle like
mission accomplished
90% of the shit. And he just sort of I don't know. Like I could see him getting tired of it early.
I feel that in my first 100 days, I've done more than any president has ever done in their full term. And so therefore, now that I have steered the country in the right direction, I'm going to leave it in the strong, capable, and informed hands of my vice president, Mike Pence.
We will have no president for the next 7 years. I have achieved everything I needed to achieve.
Everyone talks like Trump's done all this stuff. He hasn't done shit, though.
I was making fun of like the idea of him leaving in 100 days. Like,
yeah, I hear it a lot. Like, oh my God, there's so much happening every day. There's a new thing, etc. And I'm like, but like, as far as doing stuff. He signed some executive. He's undone some Obama
It's almost
things.
like some media figures are overplaying their hand and dialing it up to 11 when they really shouldn't be. They should be
like Fox News
like,
over exaggerating his accomplishments, because that's what I was talking about. Like they act like he's done more than any other president in all this time.
Sure. That's fine too. I'm talking about the negative and the positive. Don't act like he's been some hero so far, and also don't act like, oh my God, the rights of everyone. We're one step from internment camps like FDR, the renowned Republican, did to us in the early 1900s.
I will say, I don't know how to handle the lying stuff. Kyle can't hear.
No, I'm just saying they're still fucking losing their shit. This is like 3 hours of them arguing in the streets.
Yeah, they're really slow. It's been 50 minutes since we called.
Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening. They don't care. I should have said that. Yes, there was. I think. Well, I saw something. They asked about the weapon. They asked about the weapon. Well, it was hard to see. They were moving their hands around really fast, and they are, and there's a lot of shoving. There could have been a weapon. There was something shiny for sure. I saw a glint.
I've never had an argument that wasn't resolved this slowly. Like,
3 hours.
It's not an argument. At this point, like one of the figures has left. And now it's just like loud. They must be drunk, because if they were stoned, they would just be chilled out somewhere instead of being cunts. Maybe this is like an alcohol fueled, just like blowing his steam off in public as loud as he can. I don't know. He's an idiot who wants to scream in the streets and make a fool of themselves. This guy.
Yeah, at this point, it's not 2 people, it's 1.
I haven't been in the door in quite a while. Last time I looked, it was 2 for sure. And they're like, I see them moving around, and then there's like lots of hands thrown up in the air and lots of just yelling about just random things, and just like the guy was talking about how much he loved his granny and how he'd do anything for her a few minutes ago, but screaming it in an aggressive way. I love my granny. She need anything. That's hers. That's hers. I make it happen. I make it happen. It's just like, whoa, all right, we get it. You like your grandma. Let's tone it down to like a level.
Yeah, that's not usually something you're so mad about.
Jesus, like, is she here? Did I fuck with her? Like, where's Granny at now? I don't want to mess with her. You seem very Granny oriented over there. So I don't know what's going to happen over there. I wish they'd shut.
Yeah, they're still yelling at each other in the middle of the street now. Yeah, the police are not coming.
You think they're not coming?
I think we should take it upon ourselves to fix this little situation. A little street justice.
I will watch Street Justice from the other side of the fence.
Seals. And when we saw a disturbance, we took it upon ourselves to shut it down.
What if you just yelled "shut up" from a distance and threw a bottle? Just saying. Like, that might work. I'm sure that the bottle comes hurling over. They'll be like, you know what? That guy has a good point.
We would all end up with a pool cue doing battle in the street. That's what would happen.
So you want us to start it off by lobbing a rock over there, basically? Immediately escalation into the realm of weapons are okay.
Shut up! There's more bottles where that came from.
I'm just saying, we launch a bottle across their bow. Give them a little warning.
Fire one across their bow.
Fire one across their bow.
Guys, real quick. Before you do that, call the police at least 30 minutes and tell them you're heavily injured. And then
we're under attack.
You tell them you're under attack, and 30 minutes later, then you go and do it. And about 5 minutes in, the police should arrive.
Yes.
So just making sure.
If you call the cops right now and told them that there were people like cursing in the street, do you think they would have been there by now, Queb?
Right here.
Yeah.
In Spain.
They would have been here within 5 minutes. Yeah,
right.
I think they would have been for sure. I think you should have called 911.
Would have rode in and fucking laid the hammer.
The cops drive around in like the neighborhood.
He's in Spain.
Yes, well, and they drive around on horses with lassos and shit.
That's not true.
I think if I called the police, they'd
be here quickly.
They'd be here quick, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I don't think that whoever that guy was passed on our message.
We probably called Domino's or some shit.
Yeah,
and the guy just played along.
If he did pass it along, like they would have to be here by now, right?
Domino's. Yeah, they're not coming. They don't care. They don't care about our noise disturbance. They're just.
See, Kyle made it as a noise disturbance. If I was like, hey, I think someone's going to get hurt.
Potential domestic issue.
Yeah. There might be a domestic violence thing.
I was very afraid of giving a false police report because that's a crime, and I didn't want to do that because we're recording this. So I wanted to be 100% honest. I didn't want to like make anything that I had.
And you were.
Yeah.
You actually undersold it a bit.
That's what I think.
From the intensity that they were screaming with, it wasn't like, man, I'm going to fuck you up if you don't get out of my face. It was like, I will kill you. Like just so mad. Like
Yeah.
Like there's nowhere to go from there.
I just thought they'd come. We're in such a metro area. I thought, there's a cop like patrolling up 2 blocks away. They'll just dispatch. We got a disturbance on Grape Street, and Bill's gonna fucking swing right over. But they could have escalated to death and mayhem by now, and no one would know. They could have just killed me.
They could, but they won't. They're too busy fighting.
If you pass the bond, right, would they all be chill in like 15 minutes?
I'm telling you, these sound like violent drinkers. These sound like violent drinkers
right.
to me.
Well, we need to convert them.
They sound a little methy.
A little methy.
Maybe a bit methy, because they seem to have a lot of energy.
With a lacing of bath salts.
Yeah, a lot of pep. Yeah, a lot of pep in their step over there in the middle of the fucking street in the darkness. It's 9 p.m. at night here. It's dark. It's cold outside. Would you close that fucking door, by the way? It's so cold. Why?
Yeah, why not fight inside if you're going to have a big argument? Like, it's too chilly out.
What time is it there, Queb?
9. Oh.
It's 5 a.m.
Yeah, because your room looks daylighty. There's even light coming in.
I have these amazing lights. They are really good. They're like LED lights, like high-end.
But are they a little painful? Are you enduring them? Like
no, I have them barely on. I can show you. I have this little switch here. So this is off. And then I can turn it all the way up, which is
that's a little too much.
Uncomfortable. But the camera does its job, which makes it look like it's super bright.
I used to have one coming straight on, and by the end of the show, it was just like such a
you have this
to turn that thing
there
off
in your eyes. Yeah. So I have them on the side, so I never have to look at them while recording videos, or my camera's like in between. And sometimes if I let's say have a really long recording, but we take like a 10-minute break, I put on my sunglasses because else it hurts a little bit.
All right.
That's a really nice setup.
Yes,
but it's
so small.
Lights. I think you need to decorate. I think you need a better backdrop.
I have a widescreen which currently isn't folded out, but I used widescreens because of copyright shit. Because I once had a few companies complain about like paintings in the background or posters. They'd be like, "Yeah, Woody, that Call of Duty poster there, not gonna happen. You know,
That's
we can't do this business deal with you."
Oh, I see what
they'd
you're
still
saying.
be like, "Can't do it." The YouTube play button. Sorry, man, can't do that.
The painter ripped off our imagery.
You see, it says Hawks.
I'll need his
there.
name as well, Mr. Woodworth. Like,
It says Hawks on your chest. Sorry, you'll have to blur it out. Not gonna happen. So I now just have a completely wide backdrop, which is like a foldable widescreen, which goes on this pole.
That sucks that they take away like a little bit of the flavor and personality of the presenter to be like, well, we don't like that you're a fan of the Gorillas. They don't give off the vibe that our corporation is taking with our brand identity. Could you put that down?
Back there needs to be the Kwebbelkop game company and the Kwebbelkop video game. That's what you just self-promote.
I can't self-promote with other companies. They'll be like, "This is sorry, it's not going to work."
Even if it's subtle and in the background, you think.
Yep. I've had it. I've had a video where they wanted me to blur every painting in the entire house. They wanted me to blur my girlfriend's monitor. And obviously I wasn't allowed to curse.
She's like using the wrong browser or something. Like,
no, she was just editing her own video, and then they're like, "Yeah, you got to blur that monitor. That's not gonna happen."
Yeah, editing software she uses. That's a competitor. We don't.
The blurred
monitor.
Sony Vegas. No.
Like there's nothing. Like if you saw just Sony Vegas or whatever open, it would be so boring you wouldn't even consider looking over at it. But if you see her looking at a blurred PC screen, it's what was she looking at that they had to
porn?
Was it porn?
What's on these paintings? What's on these paintings?
Yeah,
a skull. Is it a naked skull?
Yeah.
As you like walk through the house, you should be like, "I have many nudes. They're all of me. I have an artist do them. And just point at the blurred out thing. This is me in the downward facing dog position. I like this one. I like this one a lot. You see this one as soon as you walk in the house.
It has like different titles where like you just address it. And like this one's Sunday Mood. You can see exactly what I've done with the orange there. Anyway, moving on.
We had to blur it out because of copyright.
And And here's my largest poop ever. I had it freeze-dried and preserved forever. It's in this glass cube here. Yeah, eight Keurigs, as you see here.
8 Keurigs. Yeah, that...
Do you remember...
Wait, go ahead, sorry.
Do you remember last week we did that thing about the orangutan that was like being rented out as a prostitute?
Yep.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, there was an orangutan. They'd shave it down, and you could see it in the picture, like with this come hither look. And apparently she'd get all excited when guys came around, like jumping and presenting and stuff. And she would basically fuck the guys like a prostitute would. She was the big celebrity, the most popular thing in this particular brothel. Anyway, I got a letter from a hater. Huge fan, exclamation point. At least I was until the most recent PKA when you made light of the chimpanzee being abused. What goes through your mind when you think that's something to joke or make fun about? It was really a glimpse into how horrible a human being you are. That's all. I'm just really disappointed in you. You can go back to shoveling Wendy's down your fat gullet. So, I actually replied to him. I said, that was an orangutan, not a chimp. It takes a special kind of monkey racist not to recognize the difference.
Yeah, first of all, fuck that guy. Like, we'll make light of anything. Like,
Right?
wait till next week when I solid up my whole bit about that 6-year-old being abused by her grandma who would pretend to be a witch and suspend her from the ceiling with a leash while telling the creatures from upstairs we're going to come and eat her. You can make light of anything. The Holocaust, abortion, we do it all the time.
Yeah,
I had that
show.
abortionist joke 2 weeks ago.
I don't get like
who takes the show serious, right?
Yeah.
Of all the shit to get upset about.
Fuck the
1,400 ounces in a gram, right? I'm writing this down. 95% crime rate, right? Like, you know, Kwebbelkop took the biggest shit in the world. Oh, this must be true.
It's possible to attack sharks from above successfully.
Yeah.
That's true.
I can ride sharks in my spare time. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this guy apparently got all upset about the monkey joking.
Yeah, of all the things to be upset about, like
Was he a monkey?
the orangutan.
I've heard some more fucked up shit, like way worse on the
Not
show.
even close.
Yeah.
That orangutan wanted to get fucked. That's why it was turning around
That's not
and
true.
gyrating. It did.
Like-
It did. I don't know
What's
why
worse?
you think. I really think that Taylor doesn't think that orangutans or women in general have sex drives, and it's a kind of misogyny that people don't
I got a question
appreciate.
here because you've said it 4 times in a row now.
Orangutans.
Yeah.
Oh, I
is
put
it-
an H in there? Yeah. I give
Oh,
extra letters.
Is that was a female? Is it a orangutan if it's a female?
There is no. Okay,
Orangutan.
here's a lesson you can take to the bank from PK. There is no H at the beginning of orangutan, and there is no G at the end of orangutan. And so it is certainly not a orangutan. But like it's the same way as if like you
It's
went
also
into
not a chip
brothel
like this
and
asshole said.
If I go into some slum in China and there's some girl chained to a bed when I go in and I'm paying to have sex with her or something, and she like gets like wiggling around like let's get this going, I'm not in my head going, man, she is excited. I'm like, oh, this is a person who knows that she will get savagely beaten by the asshole outside if she doesn't put on a show for the next guy to come in. I think that monkey that orangutan.
Oh, you
has just been
racist
beat
or
so many
chimpus.
times that it just knows if I don't jump up and down and act like I want that other species of ape dick in me, I get no bananas and a very rough beating. And so it just knows by now.
No way. All right. First, it's enjoying it. It wants more, and it knows what the deal is. Now, it's certainly getting rewarded, but that's part of why it enjoys it. Like you know, it's just like a. Yeah, I got no problem with that.
Humans have much bigger dicks than orangutans, and I don't know.
Good, nice.
And so it's a special day for her. She is like, I'm going to get myself some giant cock from
like,
this huge hairless thing. Yeah, that's. So I'm sure that this guy's set straight, and now he likes me.
Yeah, fuck that guy. That guy. I mean, no one should take anything we say far too seriously because there's nothing that we say, I think, that has any other purpose than just to draw a laugh. Most of the time, it's rare that we get serious and we're talking about something heartfelt.
Yeah.
You know, it's usually just I'll say anything if I think it'll make you like crack a laugh, a smile. You know, whether that's orangutan rape or regular old rape like Woody enjoys.
Just boilerplate rape.
Orangutan rape is regular rape to me. I do it on the regular. Anyway.
All right, let's shut it down right there.
PKA episode 321.
Hang on, let me do my post roll. You still rolling?
Yes.
from Legendary Game designer John Van Canahem, creator of the Heroes of Might and Magic series, comes Creature Quest, an adventurous RPG that brings a new level of depth and strategy to mobile games. Available at the App Store, on Google Play, and Amazon. Download Creature Quest for free today and be part of the best turn-based collectible RPG. Your quest for creatures is paved with adventure. Quest on.
Check them out.
Thanks for coming on, Kwebbelkop. Where can they check out all the things that are you? All of your Twitter, your videos,
YouTube.com/WoodysGamertag. Subscribe.
Yes!
I need subscribers.
Get that video to 2 million.
I was just thinking to myself as we're asking him, like, hey, where can you promote yourself? It's like, bitch, you think I need PKA to promote me? I have 135 million views a month.
I'm here for fun. Donate some money to charity or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, Kwebbelkop's cool stuff will be in the description for sure.
Donate it to me. Yeah.
All right, PKA 321.